Hello, hello, hello! Oh my god, I'm here on time. Incredible, love it, brilliant. How are we feeling? Welcome to the stream. It is the WardiTV 2025 Championship, and I am your host, Wardy, would you believe it? As I just got home 2 minutes ago. Bang on time to come and cast some StarCraft 2 for you all. That's why the stream was on a little bit of a longer intro than usual, guys, simply for the fact I was driving, so I put the stream live just when I set off to make sure that I would have the initial runtime going on. And yeah, let's have a quick peek at what we're going to be doing today, and then we'll actually dive into it. Nope, it's not that link. That would be disastrous because that potentially has spoilers on. Let's try and show you guys this one instead. Alrighty, so we have got ourselves more action from the WardiTV 2025 Championship. So today we're going to be working our way through these games. We're going to be starting off with the Cure Creator match. So we're going to finish up a couple of matches up here. Most importantly, so these three matches are the first ones. Cure Creator, the winner versus Solar, and then herO versus Spirit. So we're going to get these matches done, and then it's all lower bracket action until Saturday. So these games are on Saturday, the upper bracket quarterfinals. So today we're going to do Cure Creator, winner versus Solar, herO versus Spirit, and then drop down to the lower bracket. I believe up after that is going to be Scarlet, Geralt, and then Rogue, Shameless, then Mana, Showtime, and then Nice versus the loser of Cure Creator. That one will be from replays. So will the Cure Creator series. We had a little bit of a scheduling conflict with some of the players involved in this matchup, so we just had these two matches pre-played, but everything else today is live. So we've got one set of replays at the start, 5 live matches, then one set of replays at the end. Like I say, the majority of what we cast is going to be live. And then tomorrow we'll be set up to basically run through lower bracket round 3 and 4. And I think we do 5 out of those 6 best of 5s tomorrow. And then Saturday, we basically run through a bunch more action. And then Sunday, we wrap the whole tournament up. So that's what's going on. That's what's taking place. This is the WardiTV 2025 Championship. I appreciate you all being here. And thank you so much for joining us and sticking around early. As, like I say, obviously we're here a little bit later than usual today. Ellie has been at the groomers. If she makes an appearance, you'll see her lovely silken fur and her fluffiness at an all-time high. So, yes, we're starting just an hour late, but that's okay. Like I say, most of the players today are going to be non-Korean. The only one that's going to be playing super late is rogue, but he was absolutely fine with it. He didn't even question mark it, so... and that's also because Shameless needed time to get home, so there's a little bit of a wombo combo on that one. Alright. So, first of all, herO 75 man, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime. As we get ready to go. Cranks 3. Give me a second. Cool. Alright, let me get herO on the tree, and then we'll get started off and kick off into some action. Just had someone showing up that wants to cast. All good. Because this is replays, this was played just before the Korean server got whatever patch everything else got, so... yeah, a little bit strange, but... all Gucci. Alright, let's get ready to rumble, guys. Let's go into Cure Creator match number 1. Gonna be on Tourmaline. Get this started up. Double check we're okay over here. YouTube is in fact turned on. Love to see that. Everyone else okay? No other questions? Doesn't look like it. Let's get this loaded and get ready to go. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Good to see you. Have a good chance to make finals? Hell yeah, go win it all, dude. herO, thank you so much for the 9 months. Sorry, 49 months on the Prime. 9 months in a row, sorry. Don't worry, guys. I'll get less frazzled as the day truly begins. It's just because I've just gone home. Like, every time I don't sit here for the a 20-minute intro to the stream, I'm always like, what? I didn't realize that this was such an important kind of period for me to kind of get my brain into the games, because I literally just sit here and just do whatever. But apparently that's my turning into, streamer mode Wardy kind of situation or timeline. So yeah, it's a thing apparently. It's a thing. Anyway, let's do that thing and let's get this thing on the go from one thing to other things. We are going to have ourselves in the top right-hand corner to kickstart this matchup. It is going to be a quick pause because I just want to put damage health bars on. There we go. It is in the upper right going to be the red Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Cure. Taking on the blue Protoss down in the bottom left-hand side for our first match of the day, and quite a banger of a series actually. Both finishing first place in their group and hence playing each other now. This is going to be Creator down in the bottom left, and we'll see what sort of a run he can make and what sort of a run Cure can make. Obviously win this, you're playing off against Solar in the next match, and that'll be our next match up as well. Lose this, you're down in that lower bracket. I believe the loser of this plays Nice, as I was talking about earlier, which isn't too bad of a matchup, but then the winner of the Nice matchup ends up playing against Björn, and that's already going to become very scary very quickly as well. So there's just a lot of different little things to kind of keep our eyes on there and to think about and to keep in mind and so on. So yeah, there's a few different things in that regard. As we do start with a probe though, nibbling up at this depot, and the depot will take a little bit of damage, so a few shots coming through initially, getting some work done there right off the bat. And looking to see what may happen over these next few moments. The probe will just gather and around the top side, Nexus and the pylon dropping into place on the natural expansion as well. Reaper coming up, factory on the way, SCV building, Cybercore, Nexus, and the assimilator all continue through. Just see this probe of Creator around to that upper left side to again just get some scouting done early. And maybe even to get a little bit pesky as well. This is currently a one baser from Cure, just factory before we expand. He's going to have the minerals and he will low ground expand as well, so feeling safe enough with that earlier factory. He's not going to CC on the high ground, which sometimes you might still just do, because why worry about anything on the low ground early if you're going to take the expansion late anyway? Would be the logic, I presume. A lot of people kind of, take into play on this one, so yeah, that's why we're kind of sitting and chilling. Take a few moments, settle it down, and figure out where exactly we want to go. There is a little Reaper poking around at the front. The pylon will take some immediate damage. The Adept here is going to say hello to Mr. Reaper and is going to try and push Mr. Reaper around and away for a little bit as well. So just going to try and push that back. Little grenade going down, but the Reaper will fall. So Cure is going to lose his first Reaper. And there is a pylon in the upper left corner of the map that's just sat there chilling for the moment. We're going to keep our eyes on that because that's definitely something which is going to come into play more than likely in the near future. Starport building through, just going to have ourselves those couple of Reapers in the Hellion. And it's going to be a Dark Shrine. So we already had the Twilight Council down. Dark Shrine, I guess, is the obvious thing for a hidden pylon in the corner of the map at that stage. So going to get into that right off the bat. Going to be seeing the gates coming through. And yeah, Dark Shrine coming about. Just going to see the Hellions and the Reapers making their way down toward the bottom. I'm just going to get ready to put a bit of pressure on toward that natural expansion here in these next few moments. The Adept will step forward. The Hellions will put a little bit of damage in. Reaper going to pull back a little bit. One Reaper going down. The Adept now falls. Just going to see the second Reaper going down as well. The couple of Hellions coming up toward the main base. Just going to see two of the probes going down. Just going to see a third, fourth, and a fifth. And yeah, these Hellions really do put some nice work in so far. Just going to get in for a couple extra as well. Oh, I am going to murder these players. Playing without Game Heart. How could they be so foolish? Sorry, guys. So that is going to be a total of 8 workers killed. As, yeah, I will, It's 2025. Like, do we really need to remind players that if they play any like, these guys play hundreds upon games a month. And in tournaments, they at least play tens upon tens of games a month, right? I don't know how many games a tournament they play, but it's 2025. Game Hard has been a thing for 10 years now, or more. Like, hello, guys. It takes 1 second to hose the game with Game Hard. Oh, yeah. I'll smite them down. We will train these players eventually. Siege Tank the Liberator coming up from Cure, as we are going to be seeing him, obviously. Good damage done early. Now going to have this Cyclone Marine drop follow-up as we get ready to drop in toward this main base. So we'll unload over here. Obviously, we'll see what the DTs will start doing. First one wandering up in toward the main base. Scans. Not available right away. There's actually potential this DT on the low ground gets the Siege Tank, which would be kind of nice. He's going to go for Mule. I actually think the tank's a good target. Well, I guess you force the repair. So then the repair is not, makes it maybe not as good. But at least he forced the SCVs to start repairing. There's already 10 SCVs killed. Now this medevac gets turned away without doing much else. There's one scan on the low ground. We will have a second scan available now. If we run another DT into the natural expansion here, we're really slow on being able to kind of set up for that. There's the tech lab on that starport as well, so I imagine a Raven has to come out here immediately from Cure. If you don't get a Raven here, you're just going to have to keep on scanning for these DTs constantly, and that's just going to be kind of a forever issue for you at this stage. So need to try and get on top of that, need to figure this out. Liberator sieges around the left-hand side. The couple of probes not going to go down because the Liberator does not have the vision anymore compared to the ring, so one of those scenarios where that Liberator is not actually going to do anywhere near as much as it wants to. The medevac will reappear. Cure has now lost 24 SCVs. This DT in the main base is a murderer. 18 kills on that guy alone. And DT warps in here. We do not have the scan availability to just drop a scan defensively right now against that Dark Templar. I mean, this DT in the main base is still going huge. 18 kill Dark Templar. Liberator in the main base will siege, but the Stalkers will just fight it, and they will get the cleanup without even losing the Stalker. The medevac will locate to the natural instead, so we're kind of playing ring around the rosy on which base gets hit by what. Finally, this DT, 20 kills, he goes down as a champion of the Protoss race. And unfortunately, the fact that we had to use a scan at the very end as well, because the Raven just now popped, so we were 5 seconds away from the Raven. Pure just felt he couldn't wait no more, had to get that DT killed. And Creator, obviously a later third base than usual, but is going to be an effectively late third base because his harassment has been fantastic. He is up 48 to 24 workers at this current point of time. And yeah, I mean, the Raven is going to be here, but another DT gets in. This guy's up to 8 kills, actually. Prism is going to evacuate him as well, as the Dark Temple have just really shredded Cure apart. It was such a good start from Cure, but Creator, the one who's going to take complete and total control of Tourmaline for our opening game of this best of 5. The medevac will boost Cyclone inside. And 4 more gateways continuing up as well. Blink on the way. Archon will morph on the beneath of that prism. So we get that Archon morphing through too. And the medevac still flying across with a medevac overhead to try and help put a little bit of pressure on. Cyclone onto the prism, but doesn't really get a kill or anything. We do have the Forge coming up. 2 additional gateways coming online as well. So we do make progress here. Let's just wait for whatever comes next. Viking, a couple of Marines coming out. I mean, Cure might have one big push in him. He's not building SCV, so he's just going to go for one big push across the map and try to send this. Hoping that obviously the tech investment of Creator into Dark Templar maybe doesn't lead him with enough stuff to hold on an actual attack. It's not going to be a great attack, especially considering the state of the game, right? We only have Marines. They don't have upgrades. It's 2 siege tanks only. The Raven obviously is not bad, but it's not, you know, an amazing addition at this point either. So that's kind of all back around here and there. And we are going to start pushing on in. We are going to see the Cyclone goes down instantly. Creator's ready to meet this middle of the map. The Archons will do insane damage to these Marines. And the tanks are not even siege to pretend that this is going to be half hopeful of an opportunity. This is going to be an absolute crushing defeat, and Creator will tap from this opening game. Sorry, Creator will get Cure to tap out from this opening game, and it will be a 1-0 lead over to our Protoss player at the start of this series. So that is going to be Creator taking the opening game here. Thank you so much, Dayback Jangi. Thank you so much for the 5.3 sub on the Prime. I gotta log back in every single time. I hate why did they have to do? So this game was played after, you know, remember the other day when we had some replay issues because of there was a little random patch that happened? This was played after that, but because the Korean server updated later than everything else, this was played before it happened, even though it was after it happened. It was before it happened on Korea. Because this was literally played yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and then Korea got updated later. Gosh darn it. Why is it so, why does StarCraft have to be so complex, man? Why we gotta be so complicated? Why can't we just have things work super easy? Dayback Jajangi. Thank you so much for the 5.3 sub on the Prime. Let me pop a wop you on the tree. And we'll get ready for a game 2 of this best of 5 series. Yo, what's up, Straffs Gamecraft? Thank you so much also for the Prime sub. You guys are... I've been saying this a lot the last few days, but there are just subs pouring in all of the time, so I super appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all for all the support lately. Oh, I nearly ran out of... I did run out of space for your name, so I apologize if it's a bit squished. So we'll hop into a game 2 here of this Cure Creator series. Gonna be heading into Old Republic in a moment, guys. Just give it 1 second, because I got some ads running. We got some control over when we start, so I'll get Strafes Gamecraft on the tree, and then we'll jump into Game 2, which will be on Old Republic. Bam, thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Modinator. That's a name I haven't seen in a hot second, I feel like. Thank you so very much as well. I'll get you on the tree, too, but I will have to do it after this game because I have to open a whole new bag of decorations. Merry Christmas to you too, mate. Thank you for the 43 months of resubscribing. Appreciate you. Thank you. So I'll get you on the tree after this game because I've got to open these, write it out, tie the knot. There's a whole bunch of things to do, so just take a couple moments to get that all set up. As we load on into our second game, like I said, it's going to be Old Republic for our map. Take this in game. And get ready to go, go, go. In the top right-hand side, the player who will be starting 1-0 down after DT's kind of ruined his experience. It was such a good start as well from Kua. Here's our Red Terran. It was such a good start with those Hellions getting in and dealing some damage. And it really did just all completely shred apart Kua, our Red Terran, in the upper right-hand side of the map. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left-hand corner, it's going to be Creator. I like it. Some sneakiness to start us off here. Wondering what kind of series we're going to see between these two. I did think in like longer games I was definitely on like the Kua hype train, but if Creator's going to get sneaky and kind of get himself a little bit, you know, a little bit aggressive and so on, then I actually maybe kind of like Creator as a bit of a dark horse in this matchup. A matchup where I think in a best of 3, I'd feel like, yeah, I feel like Creator's got, you know, got a good shot. In a best of 5, I definitely start to lean a lot more towards Kua, just because I think his game plan and game style is more likely to kind of see success over a longer matchup. So yeah, we will see. Did I already show the newly groomed doggo? No, she's sleeping downstairs after her exciting morning of... I mean, it's an exciting morning. She wakes up, she thinks it's a normal day, she gets her harness on, thinks she's going out for a walk, and then she gets in the car and she's like, oh, cool, an exciting walk. And then the next thing she knows, she's outside of her best friend's house, Scout, and Scout gets in the car. Scout's like, woof, 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 and Ellie's like, woof, 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 and they're both very excited to be in the car with each other. And then the next thing you know, they're at the groomers, which she actually really likes, because she gets to walk through the pet store to get there, and she picks out a toy, which she thinks is really fun, and then she gets to meet the groomer girl, and she's like, hello, oh my goodness, I'm so happy to see you again, and yeah, Ellie's just had a great moment, so she's napping it off right now. This is a proxy barracks in the natural of Creator, plus the engineering bay block for whoever rubbing a bit of salt into the wound right now in these early stages. Victor will come through, we'll get rid of that probe, and we'll see a couple workers going down thus far, with more to be done still. I guess that was a third worker kill here, which is really not a bad start at all. 3 workers going down pretty quickly. Adept on the way up, a tech lab building on the factory. And this Reaper still patrolling. 2 Reapers popping out on the top side, figuring out what they would like to do. And going down, the probe's getting popped again. And you see that Adept still chasing. Reaper will just about get away now. Next is coming through from Creator. And we do see the Reaper of Kua heading toward the upper right side also. That's just going to be pulling across for the next few moments. The SCV will chase the probe around. And the Zealot's still swinging some side blades at the barracks for the next few moments. Swiping that up, dicing it down. Reaper pops out, Zealot tries to chase. The Adept's going to pop over here as well, and the Adept is going to try and get a jump onto that Reaper already, so we can try and get a catch on that right from the get-go. Again, fun to see Kua starting his campaign for this annual WardiTV Championship in this after the group stages in this playoff bracket. He is a former finalist of the WardiTV Championships. He was obviously he's won WardiTV events in the past and years gone by. But when it comes to the end of year championship, he's actually been a runner-up 2 times. Back in 2020, which was our first kind of annual championship, and then in 2022, the second time out. We had herO also in the finals, and he lost to a Zerg both times. The first time around, he lost to Shin. Second time out, he lost to herO. Will we see herO make it to the finals this year? Definitely quite a difficult bracket to move through, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. The Adept takes some big shots there. Phoenix and the Warp Gate coming up. 2 barracks coming online here from herO over the next few moments. This barracks floating back. This Cyclone will take a little bit of presence out on the map as well. It's taking a chance to step over for the next few moments to the bottom left-hand corner. So just going to step straight over there, get that in position. And 2 Cyclones together. Obviously, we'll have some pretty good potential to maybe get some work done. They will approach the front. We're up against Phoenix. It's interesting because obviously Phoenix can lift these Cyclones, then you kind of get them taken out of the equation. We lift one. We don't really want to lift both at once because then your ground army doesn't really help you to play cleanup during that time. Yeah, that's a little strange. We'll use a second lift here, but honestly, the other Cyclone is still doing well during this time, and now we don't have the energy needed on the Phoenix to get another lift off. And that Cyclone will lock onto this Adept, which is going to shade into this Cyclone, which will get one more kill. Probably dies to the Phoenix lift, which will be here in a moment or so, but I don't think we can be too upset, all said and done, about how this has gone. We're going to try and make a run for that other Phoenix, trying to play catch-up. It will catch up. That Phoenix takes some shots, doesn't go down, and this Cyclone will indeed be falling. So a Cyclone goes down already, gets picked off right from the start here. We just have a cleanup made. A few Phoenix still gathering together, and obviously they will reset themselves. Nexus on the way up, the Zealot on the way through, a couple of additional Marines also in production as we're speaking. And that will be Stimpack and +1 on the way from Q as he gets into a much more kind of regular game plan at this point, just straight into that IO play, straight into powering up. Triple command center as well, so we're going to be feeling very comfortable and confident right there as well. So that's also going to be a factor as the factory lifts off, moves down over to the reactor. Just going to swap over there as the 2 Phoenix would like to try and fly into the main base if possible. The Cyclones, the Marines popping out, just keep the Phoenix at bay. This Observer takes a chance to step forward for a couple of seconds. Against Impact, Combat Shield, and +1 coming up. We've got the Robo Bay, the Forge, and the Nexus coming online. Immortal getting built, about to complete. And Creator will just take those 2 Phoenix around the right side, looking for a chance to maybe get in toward that natural expansion. But 2 Phoenix is just not that scary. 3 Phoenix isn't even that scary either, really, but it will give you a little bit more of a chance to kind of get in and pick off some SCVs at least. So that probably looks to be the main point of the plan at this stage. Get in, the first SCV goes down already, still got the Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 attack upgrades, all building through, and the Phoenix escaping out down the bottom as well. And Marine Cyclone Medevac joins together. The Phoenix move to the south. Got all those upgrades finishing from QS, so those will be done soon as the Bio will be kind of hitting full strength. Now, Predator is on his way through to the Colossus. That first Colossus coming up to being about halfway done. The Phoenix and the +1 upgrade coming through to being done in a few moments. Probes and the pylons. Twilight Council coming down. Again, we get that orbital coming up from Cura as well. Pushing into the frontier, a couple of Cyclones get picked away at. We will see a little force field or 2 in the Widow Mines, and these Marines will continue to play a chasing game forward. We get rid of a couple of sentries as we go, and well, the Adept goes down. The Immortal taking some damage. The Stalker's still being hunted. Fire coming around, another scan coming into play. Again, Twilight Council +1 attack, a few probes coming up. Marine Marauder Viking still building on the side of Kua. We will see Creator heading out. Stalkers, the Colossus, a couple of units just on that bottom side in general. Yeah, look at resources lost in this game. We're talking about, 2.2 to 1.7k. Secure's already trading well. The Phoenix is going to go counterattacking across the map. They're going to get across. They're going to see if they can find truly anything in these next few moments to continue to be an annoyance in this one. Even just picking off some reinforcements, if not reinforcements, some SCVs up for grabs. Kind of wasted a lift there, lifted cancelled because of the turret. Now we see just the one medevac going to slip into the main base. And this is a game where you're meant to have air control to deny drops. So if these Phoenix are out of position, and then this drop goes into the main base, that obviously feels pretty rough. We did recall home, but it's still a natural. Now the Phoenix are still out the front. So this drop into the main has absolutely potential to get a bunch of damage done. The Phoenix turn around. The Marines unload on the side, but they probably could have unloaded just in the mineral line. Probes do now pull. Get a cannon killed off there as well. Going to go after the Twilight Council. It's a very hopeful effort, but to be fair, there's nothing to stop it. And the Phoenix can lift up a couple of these Marines if they want to. The Twilight Council will still go down. These Marines Yeah, they'll even get a Phoenix for their efforts, but getting rid of the Twilight is huge, and now we dive at the front, and Creator loses a Colossus, so Cure is going to deny the 4th base, it seems. He's going to get some serious damage done there in general on the army. Resetting the Colossus count down by 1 is always going to be a major positive as well, so that's a big plus on top of everything else. Now to see that Bio Viking army coming back through around the top side. Just going to be seeing our Vikings coming about. Marauder on the way, Concussor Shells. The armor upgrade coming up too. Continue to get that on the go for the moment. Still the engineering bay and the armory coming into place. Bio going to the top. Concussor Shells is about to finish. The Bio Force heading into that area between the natural and the 3rd base right now. Armory is about to complete on the side of Cure, so we'll just get that finished up. All those Vikings gathering together. Kind of good Viking count because, of course, not just as Colossus, but we're also going to be battling the Phoenix in the sky, so the Viking count wants to be very solid to be able to push those Phoenix back comfortably too. We add on a few goes. The MPs are always going to be welcome in a TVP army composition, and that is pretty much where we stand right now here on Old Republic. That sentry warps in, comes out over to the side. The Bio and the Vikings will be there. The couple of ghosts as well as we take some steps forward. Again, the Temple Archives coming up to being about halfway done. Those gates still ticking along as well. We're going to make our way down and into this location we start ahead. Vikings already going in after some of the Phoenix here. Zealots don't have charge yet because we lost the Twilight Council. I mean, that might just be the nail in the coffin already for Creator. Because, yeah, not having charge really makes these Zealots kind of nigh on, I'm not going to say useless, but it makes them way less effective. There's way less damage output going out into this Terran army. And Creator is just going to say GG here, as this one is going to come to a pretty kind of expected close at the point we were at. And Creator will be down that 2nd game. Tying us up 1-1. Thank you so much, Martinator. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. And I will welcome you to the tree. Perfect branch, because you are string-based decoration. Get you down there. And we'll get logged back in and get into game 3 of this series. Creator and Cure to start off our day. What's up, Harrison? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you very much indeed. So many subs lately, guys. Really appreciate it. It's really awesome. We're at like 1138. We really smashed through 1,000, so that's really amazing to see, and obviously gonna see how far we can get. We got a few more days of the 2025 champs to get through, so get through those and go from them. Beautiful stuff. Alrighty, we're going to go game 3 here, which is going to be on Mothership. I'm going to have to run a round of ads just before that, guys, so I'll give it 1 moment to pick this off. Thank you, Harrison, for the resubby. Appreciate you. Let me get you on the tree as well. My lights turned off again. Darn it. The new batteries didn't work. I wonder what's wrong with the lights. Means I'm going to need new ones next year. Beautiful. You feel like this Wardy tournament has been going on for months? I mean, we're on day 3 of the playoffs, and we had 4 groups. We had like a week of groups, and had 3 days of the playoffs. I mean, we had some qualifiers at the start of the month, but yeah, I mean, I guess the first 2 group days were the 6th and the 7th of December, so. Well, even that's like 12 days ago. No, not really months, is it? Maybe you're getting confused with other Wardy tournaments. We do quite a few, you know. Alright, let's get into game number 3. Cure vs Creator here, guys, as we load into Mothership. We get this on the way. Again, thanks everyone for joining us, and welcome. Obviously, plenty to come today. Today's one of the longer days, so we're going to slam a bunch of series in, as many as we can get to. So, yeah. Let's get into a tied-up matchup right now, as in the top left corner will be the red Terran player. This is going to be Team Liquid's Cure. Taking on our blue Protoss in the south, we have ourselves Creator. Well, Creator trying to get back in this, into the lead again here with an opportunity in this game 3. See if he can find an opportunity as he needs to. Racks on the gas coming down, gateway coming up. Just having this probe of Creator heading toward the upper left-hand side. Going to be getting toward the main base in the next few moments. Into position and just have a couple of moments of settling down, seeing what is to be done here in general. That Reaper is just starting to build, so that's on its way through right now, and it's just early game. No proxies or anything to yap on about there. We'll see what the tech choice will be from Creator. Obviously going Phoenix in that last game, and maybe time for him to go back to a Twilight Council in this game. Creator does go for some of the most varied kind of build orders out of everybody, I would say. In terms of Protoss, he really does mix up, you know, Stargate, Twilight, even Robo builds a lot of the time. So Creator is really the kind of the mix and match build order play. Like, he will do this, that, and whatever he needs to. As the probe will start up heading down to the south side. Just getting in over there. The Nexus is going to be on its way through as well. Just bringing that straight into play. And yeah, the factory is going to be finishing up momentarily as well. Command Center on its way in. The Adept hits the Reaper for a moment. Sorry, I'm tying Christmas decorations instead of observing. My bad. I'm just preempting all the future subs. You know, I'm just like, you know, while this probe was scouting, then I got carried away. I did one too many because now there's a Reaper here. I should have switched to the Reaper, then tied another one up, huh? Just trying to get ahead of the subs. What can I say? Alrighty, we got the Reaper going back around. Going to jump in toward this natural expansion. Just going to get in position over here as well. We'll attempt to see what's up. The Cyclone on the way too. Obviously, we are going to see the tech choice from Creator. Going to be that Robo facility. So 3 games, and you've had one of each kind of tech structure come down as the opening tech for in each map so far now as well. So it's actually very cool. As we see the Adept still moving over, the Stalker will come across, and we just have the Reaper pulling back around a little bit as well. So just still trying to see a little bit more right there. Gripping the Cyclone together, we'll move down. A little grenade goes in. Probe is going to get picked off, and we are going to see Hewitt pulling back at second. Again, Twilight Robo Facility both coming into play as well, so all of that coming online. Just going to have our medevac finishing very shortly. The barracks from Q starting up in the main base, so we get that on the go also. Double Widowmine loads up into the medevac and then go out across the other side of the map, so that will be our first pressure point beyond this initial Reaper and the Cyclone, which in the end trade outs have been for an Adept. One worker died on each side. It's as though it'll be the Reaper to try and keep some map control maybe, but the medevac obviously will still make its way in. With that Robo opening, you're going to have lots of observers, vision in general. The Twilight Council is going to be the next step of this. We actually only built 1 ob so far, so I'm not sure how much I love what this investment has been for. As we're going to see, the Widowmines will both burrow. We're going to kill 2 probes, and honestly, just should unburrow and lift and get away. So 2 alive Widowmines ready to come back again. Not the best scenarios for Creator, and he also loses a probe out to the right side. So missing out on that as well is not exactly ideal. And Blink building up, the Immortal on the way through. Nexus coming down on that 3rd base location. Still just seeing the Immortal and the Stalker coming by. The Nexus on the way up, the Barracks on the way in. Again, Siege Tank, Marine, and the Stim. All building through. A couple of SCVs coming up. The Stalkers will gather at the front as well. Yeah, 1 more probe per Widowmine. And that's going to be not bad. Essentially 2 probes per Widowmine there, plus a lot of lost mining time a second time over. with units having to pull off of this natural expansion as well, so able to get through from that. And now the few Stalkers and the Adept will just take a chance to stand out the front as well. Temple Archives will be coming up. Next is about finish. 2 probes, Observer all on the way in, Stimpack Combat Shield, and +1 building. We do have the Cyclone there. Just try to keep a couple of things away for the moment. Stalkers gathered together. Charge building on the Twilight Council. The Temple Archives is about to complete. You see the Observer coming overhead at the front. The Marines and the tank settling down also here. Not going to have much going on just yet. Did the medevac get shut down? Yeah, I believe the medevac died on its way in with those 2 mines the second time around. So the medevac died, but then the mines still got out and got to burrow and hence do some more damage. Did lose the Raven, so yeah, map is very awkward around the main base because you're used to having at least some sort of area to kind of get away from the main at least. But because of the air blockers, or obviously just up on this side, just the fact that it's, you know, very choked up, it just kind of makes this very awkward situation where there's not any real getaway position apart from just going out the way you came in. So the moment you're slightly committed, you're really very committed. And I think that keeps on catching. Even still, when players have played this map a whole bunch, it feels like it still catches people off guard a little bit. The proximity to which you need to be in to actually harass that main mineral line and so on, just it keeps claiming victims at the end of the day. Like, we keep seeing things dying because of it, so pretty major factor there. Barrions will load up into those medevacs. Gonna take a boost down to the bottom side. Reduce scan. The Stalkers in position. The medevacs will turn away. We will just have the Zealots and the Immortal gathering up as well. 2 Stalkers actually going to get caught trying to come home. Now, obviously, they could blink back further onto the map, but then it's going to take a bit longer to get home, so probably not too much of an issue at the end of the day. Concussive Shells and the +1 attack coming up. Marine Marauder Mine coming through as well. Reaction Tech Lab on the way through. The Immortal and the Forge coming on in as well. The Bio Army still pushing over to that right-hand side. The Storm of the game from Creator comes down. Forces the split. Now he blinks through into his own Storm, so just trying to see what else is happening. What's up, Truna? Coming in with the 73-month resub. Figured I'd do my resub when it's over 6 years. Jeez. It's crazy. Thank you so much for the 6 years and counting. Appreciate the big resub. Thank you so very much. I mean, we say it all the time, but the big resubs really are still baffling. Like, it doesn't matter how many times you get reminded that you've been doing this for a long-ass time. Sometimes it's still kind of incredible to stop and think about, so Ghost Academy coming up here from Kua, the Bio Army on the way through, SCVs, the armor upgrade coming in as well. We got ourselves a couple of refineries just going to come in at the front, and they're going to go down on that 3rd base as well. Few Stalkers settling down over on the left side. The Zealots join up, the Archon and the Immortal coming over. Prism is going to sit right there. The Stalkers take a chance to turn back around. Few SCPs coming up. The Stalkers back into the center of the map for the moment. Robotics Facility is building through. The Colossus in production as well. Where are we going to go from here? Marine gets itself down to the bottom. It's going to be seeing the Zealots clearing up one Marine over here also right now. And the Stalkers pulling back toward the bottom right. It's just going to set up across these 4 bases. That Nexus will complete. Again, the Stargate, Robo Facility both coming online. You see just a little scan out over here. A little scan to play a bit of cleanup when possible as well. Ghost Marine Viking all building through. We got that armory on the way up. 2 Zealots from Creator up to the top of the map as well. Ghost get underneath. The Observer goes down already, so it's going to be a nice catch also. As the Bio gets there, the Stalker's going to get jumped on. Again, just a couple Widow Mines still building through. The Ghost is on the way. The Marine Marauder coming by. Throw those Widow Mines up and still have the Stalkers looking to press in at the front for the next couple of moments. Fifth base gets in on that right-hand side. Again, the few Stalkers gather. The Fleet Beacon coming in. It's going to be seeing a Colossus coming through as well. So just getting that Colossus production started. Creator will get that on the go. And yeah, with the flea peek and some extra tech there as well. I mean, you gotta like where Creator's going to. He's going to all of the possible opportunities for tech in this later stage. Hugh has shown up right now with what is a pretty good army, and especially against a Creator who is, like I say, on his way to a lot of things, but isn't necessarily the full way there just yet. It's going to make these next few moments actually very interesting, as the Bio will try and fight, some of the Stalkers going down, the battery's dropping. Again, to reach here, the Zealot's still falling as well. You got the Storm or 2 coming down onto some of those Bio units. Again, trying to keep this Bio at bay the best we can. Feedback comes in onto the Ghosts, and there's a couple of Zealots over on this side that also get taken out right away, so that's going to be another cleanup just for the moment. Still got ourselves the Tempest, the Disruptor on the way through, the Thermal Lance even on the way, and Kratos just building a bit of everything. He's already lost 12 probes here at the start of this one, so that part not ideal. The worker count across the board, I mean, Curio is a 66 worker Terran, but Kratos 58 workers now after losing a few. Yeah, I mean, outside of losing a few, Kratos was not exactly a super high functioning kind of probe-based player in this game anyway, so definitely an interesting one as we just have Cure just going to stun everything, maybe a little bit unnecessarily. Almost dodges back from that one Disruptor. Behind this, he establishes the 4th base. He establishes, you know, extra turrets and the incoming command center. He will actually get through and deny this base here. He's been very good at being patient. He's been very good at making sure the storms of his opponent are not landing for any successful kind of, you know, any real successful kind of play either. So just keeping as much of that out of the way as possible. The rest of the Bio gathering up. There wouldn't mind going to be the Tempest, Stalkers, and the Disruptor coming through. Thermal Lance halfway done. The Immortal Corona boosting out the Robo as well. This army still moving around on that right-hand side. The rest of this army from Creator up into the center, pushing over the left-hand side here. Missile turret will get jumped on immediately. The Sense Tower will begin to take some shots as well. Now we're going to see a big fight actually breaking out as Creator is going to get caught. Cure decides he wants to take this fight. He sees Creator's army out and moving through. Creator actually taking a pretty good engagement on this initially. You see the Colossus pretty untouched in the back. The Vikings no longer here. One tank gets sieged up. Do we have enough at the very end of this? It's actually a very close fight. It's Creator that's going to drop off. Man, this is actually a wild fight. Let's take a little rewind, because I actually feel at the very start of this, Creator's doing pretty okay. Like, this is the fight breaking out. Army supply is very equal. Pure has a lot of money, but Terran doesn't reinforce instantly. Big EMP down on the Colossus. Tempest get EMP'd as well. The Vikings, though, are disappearing very quickly. There's only 3 of them, now 2 of them remaining. So these Colossus are super safe, and there's nothing that's endangering these Colossus at all. What Creator's missing at this point is just a few more Zealots. If he has a reinforcing wave of Zealots show up, I really think he's kind of fine, but he just doesn't have them warped in at all. Okay, that's the Zealots warping in, but look where they have to warp in from. Wait, where are they warping in from? Take me to them. Oh my god, it won't do it. Alright. TLDR, he warped in the Zealots back at his base. They have to run over and take some time to do that. That's obviously less than ideal. So these Zealots warp in elsewhere. They have to run across. Where did he actually see? He warped them in here. They have to run all the way up here. So that takes a little bit of time. Right now, I still feel like it's looking pretty good for Creator. He's still got 3 Colossus alive. They're untouched. He's still got himself 5 Immortals. Very powerful. He just needs something that can tank. There's reinforcements secure from the left-hand side as well. And remember, everything's EMP'd down here, so it's vulnerable. And nothing tanks anymore. And as soon as nothing's tanking, this Terran army does a lot. The 2 tanks in the background still, they're going to put a lot of extra work in. And that's going to be how you win that fight as Cure. Despite it looking very good for Creator, if he had a Prism or any sort of nearer warp-in point, I think this is not even a contest. I think this is just straight up going to be a dub. So, yeah, very, very interesting final engagement there, as that is going to give us the edge once again to Cure. After 3 games, he leads 2-1 in this best of 5 to open up the day. And looking to knock Creator down to the lower bracket. Cure looking to advance on through to play Solar in the winner bracket. Thank you again, TrueNet, for the 6 years and more resub. Appreciate you. We'll get you on the tree while we get ready for Game 4 of Cure Creator. Oh, the other series live? Everything's live today apart from this one and the last one. Yeah. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure right now, is at least the plan is that this is pretty much the end of the replays too. Like, we're doing a pretty good job of getting the majority of these matches live. There will be some replays still, but mostly focus on getting some live. Most of the rest of the days will be fully live. I think maybe on Saturday we do one series replay, and that's purely a scheduling thing on my end, not even on the player side, so yeah. Let's jump into game 4. Winter Madness, I believe it was. Taken? Loading the screen, tell me please. Winter Madness. So Winter Madness here, map 4. Getting this up and running. Let's get this into play. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start off with the Red Terran, who is on match point in the winner bracket. It is going to be herO. Again, good performance from him in his group stage. Again, that first place. Good performance. I mean, both these guys, great performance. Great effort to get first in your group. Of course, like I say, this bracket is brutal, and you get dropped into a section where already you have to pay someone else who got first place in their group, right? And this is where it starts getting very tricksy very quickly. As Creator sits down in the bottom right-hand side. He's our Blue Protoss player in game number 4 of this best of 5. Can he tie us up? Can he take us to a game 5 for the first series of the day? That would be brilliant if he could. Let's see if he can do so. Good luck to the players. Hell yeah, I'd love to see that. Again, hello everyone in the chats as well. If you're on the YouTube, take a second, scroll down, hit the like button, hit the sub button. It's early in the stream. The more likes we get early, the more people that find out about the stream early on as well, and it just has that cascading effect to help bring in viewership. So if you're on the YouTube, we have a lot of viewers early on the YouTube today, so take that chance, scroll on down, hit the like button, help us out a bit. Like I say, it's greatly appreciated if you do. It doesn't take much, and it really does make the world a difference because algorithms are powerful. Especially the YouTube one. We live at its whim. Proby is going to move toward the upper left-hand side. It's just going to come straight across there already, in toward the natural, in toward the main base. Just going to see the Cervical Nexus both coming through the orbital. Going to be on its way with the command center on the low ground. Back switches over, just going to be the wall off the front there as the factory comes down as well. Cybernex core is about to complete. The Nexus coming through is about halfway along, just for the moment as well. And we'll get coming about. Nexus is about halfway. Just seeing the factory coming online as well here from herO. Command center will build as well, and we take a couple of moments to see where this all plays out to. As Marine wanders around to that left-hand side. Scarlet Council building. Nexus on the way. Warp Gate and the Stalker building as well. Because the depth will take a little chance to shade on forwards. Just going to be a little bit of an annoyance here shading up. Seeing what's going on. Scout to see what's happening. Robotics facility will start. The Twilight Council finishes. Warp Gate still building through as well. That starport comes in from here at the same time. Going to drop a second barracks into this main base. Factory is going to crank the Cyclone out here. So that Cyclone just steps over to the front, and the factory swaps over, moves to the tech lab, and gets that going for itself. So that's going to obviously give itself access to tank production and more, so we get all of that ready. As again, the medevac, the barracks, a couple of SCVs come through, the reactor and the tech lab coming up as we speak. Blink and the warp gate all continuing, and again, the Cyclone taking a chance to come down this right-hand side. It's going to be moving in toward this natural very soon. Okay, we will take some shots again. Just going to be seeing those gates coming up. Blink on the way. Prism coming up as well. A couple extra Marines and the SCVs will also all produce already. So just getting all of that up and running. Barrack swaps over to the tech lab as the medevac of Marines will come around the right-hand side, heading down to that bottom right-hand corner just to kick things off here. So just going to be starting with that, if nothing else. So you see the continuation down to that bottom corner. Again, the warp gauge is going to be setting up here as well. Prism coming around, the medevac boosting, 4 Marines and the Cyclone all heading toward the main base. The blink still continues in as well, so just bring that blink into action. Marines, Liberator, Stimpack coming through. The medevac turn back up the right side. Just get rid of this pylon so that gets taken out already. Nice, easy shutdown. Prey's moving on the map. Obviously, Kira just has this medevac to pressure with, but Prey's on the map with everything else. The Stalkers ready to apply some pressure. This is 4 gateways, so very heavy pressure at that as well. So going to be very committed here. Doesn't have much at home, and this Cyclone Marine drop may force, yeah, the warping back on this side of the map, so that's going to be very costly. Because now you're wasting investment over here when you want to be all about being over here. Now this is weird though, because we have no siege tank production, so the factory is just being wandering around here, there, and everywhere and building add-ons. We have a Liberator for the natural, but what defends this main base? Nothing. Now Stim is close to being done, so the Bions are going to be a little bit feistier than usual more quickly. Liberator relocates. It's a very unique defense that's going to come out here from Cure. You don't usually see a Biolib defense against 4-gate Blink. You're almost always going to have that factory active with some siege tank production or so. The Stalkers pushing around that right side, getting some targets on Marauders as they go there. We do scan for the Observer, put some damage on the Prism, but that will stay alive for the high ground vision as well. A lot of Stalkers who blink straight in. It'll take 3 volleys, but we'll get rid of the first bunker. It'll actually take 4 volleys. 5. We will finally get there, so point is true in the end. Just like I say, it took a little bit more effort than it initially seemed that it would. Still not a bad thing, as we just have Stalkers back into the main base though, and Trainer keeping up the pressure. Like I say, no siege tanks to slow you down. The factory now completely add-onless as well, so it can't get to any sort of additional production. But basically going to say, hey, these Marauders that are being produced are going to be a major helping hand, which to be fair, they're definitely helping. They're just not as sturdy of a reinforcement wave as what a siege tank would be, because the tank really forces you to commit to a blink. It forces you to be deep in enemy territory unless you put your tank in a bad position. The Marauders just sort of say, hey, yeah, come and fight and come and make use of your Prism Micro. Come and make use of your Blink Stalker Micro. You know, yeah, the Marauders can do okay, but you're letting the Protoss get even more value out of each and every one of these Stalkers, because the Marauders can be played against a little bit more than what the tank can be played against. We stop to warp in. A couple of Zealots even going to warp in now. Charge not done yet, but even if they absorb a couple shots running into the next fight, could be kind of cool, as we do go for a big blink up to the high ground once again. At this point, Kira is half the army supply, and that's obviously not pretty. He's killing a couple probes across the map. I believe the Liberator finally went across the other side to get some damage done, but we've killed 21 SCVs here, and that number will go up as the SCVs pull in as the final stand of a defense in Game 4. GGs get called, and we go to a 5th and final game with it all tied up in this best of 5. I tell you what, we've actually been seeing a lot of Game 5s in this event so far. There's been a lot of Game 5s, been a lot of good competition. I obviously missed the ending of a 5-game series yesterday. We tapped out after 2 maps of Showtime Spirit, or 3 maps of Showtime Spirit, and that went all the way to 5 as well in the end. So, yeah, just some crazy business there. Thank you so much, Strafrest, Gamecraft. How you doing? Thank you for some... I missed the rest of the message. Give me a second. I have to open my dashboard to read it properly. No worries. Give me a second. We'll get that set up while we host Game 5 up. Thank you so much, Strafs Gamecraft. After the sub earlier, comes in with a £4 donation, says thank you for your amazing content. Thank you so much for supporting it. Don't forget, guys, that the donations do go to the prize pool of this tournament. So if you're enjoying the tournament, you want to support the players and say thanks to them for giving us some great games, any donation goes directly to the prize pool. So all donations going to the prize pool right now. That will allow you to help contribute to these players, giving us some great games in our 2025 championship. Let's jump into a Game 5. It is time to decide who gets to stay in the winner bracket and who gets to make a lower bracket effort. That will start versus Knights later today. That'll be our last series of the day, 6 hours or so from now, most likely. We'll figure out how that one goes. The winner of this gets to stay on right now and go straight up against Solar in the next round of the winner bracket, as they immediately get another chance to play some winner bracket action. If nothing else, winning this, obviously, even if you lose against Solar, you start one round further on the lower bracket, so every match you win out on right now is going to be of a pretty big benefit. Here in the bottom right-hand corner, Ruby Rock for Game 5. creator in the top left-hand corner as we get this map 5 up and running. Gateway, Assimilator, both coming down immediately. A couple of refineries will be on the way up. That barracks is on its way out. The SCV still producing through as well. We do have a probe early on the map, checking down the left-hand side. Creator saying, it's game 5. I really don't want to risk dying to something silly. So just going to be as cautious as he possibly can be. Scouting around with this probe, trying to check everything that's going on. And just making sure there's no hidden little pesky something here or there that could give him a major advantage early on. I'd be surprised if this probe didn't go across the map, but maybe that's going to be his kind of his trade-off, where he says, I'm going to scout very thoroughly around nearby early, and then I'm not going to scout across the map, because as long as I'm not being proxied, I'm already very content with what's going on. And I kind of like that. I think that's absolutely fine. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable way of looking at this. Just saying, hey, look, like, what I really need to know is if you're proxying or not. If I'm very confident you're not proxying, let's get this probe back home. Let's get it back to mine. I've already spent time scouting with it. Let's get my economy now back on track as best as possible, knowing you're not doing anything too crazy super quickly. And obviously the next thing that will come on the map will be an adept or so. More than likely that can take some map control and then continue to try and scout for creators' information in the early stages. Is there delay? No. No stream delay. Pretty much nothing has been on a stream delay for I haven't used stream delay personally for over a year and a half at least. Stream delay is something of the past. The only thing that was still using stream delay was ESL Open Cups. That was the last thing that happened that used stream delay. Or maybe obviously if EWC has a qualifier or something that we're casting and it's online, something massive like that. But pretty much any tournament at a community level has not had stream delay for a very long time. Allows us to interact with you more frequently and more easily. And that's just as important as casting these games. And we're at a point in StarCraft where I think we've got a very trustworthy player base and so on, so... yeah. So Reapers and the Hellion will come out the front. The Adept of Creator will head into the natural expansion. We'll look for the SCV in the next few moments to try and take this down. SCV falls already. Just going to be seeing the Cyclone coming up. Command Center for Starport coming through. Reapers and a Hellion will continue to come about as well. I see 2 probes going down. The Adept and the Stalker both going to be there. Reaper taking position. The Adept just going to be coming around as well. So a couple of Adepts going through. Cycling the Marines. On the way over, Starport is producing. So we get all of that coming by. Command Center coming up on that natural. And a couple of these units will just press out the front. Blink on the way up here from Creator as well. The 2 extra gateways coming online. No surprises for the Twilight Counts. I think that has been his more successful playstyle. Obviously, I mean, the 2 games he won was a counter-attack of DTs that were very effective. And obviously that last game there, 4-gate blink. This is going to be 3-gate blink. So not as aggressive as last game. It puts him in a good position to play into that more macro setup. To be fair, on Mothership, I feel like he still had a good army and a good chance to play the macro game out as well. Just, he was missing some reinforcements in what turned out to be the deciding fight. So I think he can definitely look at the longer games and just say as well a little bit more of what's going on. A few Marines gather up, a couple of SCVs just going to get brought in there. They're going to repair up the Cyclone, get that healed, get that repaired, get that back on track as the Siege Tank, the Banshee, and the Cloaking all continue through. Temple Archives coming up next is on the way. A couple of probes will come through as well. That blink also building for the next few moments. Is there a replay? Yes, this series and the last series are the 2 series that'll be replay today. Everything else will be live. So just this series, and then we'll have 5 live matches. And then 1 more set of replays at the end. If you've seen other streams being out of sync, it's because this was played a day ago when there was for some reason there was a tiny patch and Korea got patched after everything else. So this was actually played very recently, but there was just a small patch, so we can't host the game with other casters. Everyone has to host the game themselves. So people might be a little bit ahead or a little bit behind of the game time, because I'm not going to be super strict about them making sure they start exact second I do. Obviously I've been pretty chill going in and out of some games with doing some tree stuff and so on, so yeah, if you're looking at other streams, it might be a little bit out of sync, but we'll be synced up after this series. And this should be this is the last set of replays that has that issue as well, so... Do you see Marines? Would you see the tanks? Would you see the Banshee going to take that chance to get across toward the upper left-hand side? So they're going to make a little bit of a shove. The Nexus comes down on the 9 o'clock right there. The Observer and the Pylon still coming through. It's going to be seeing the Marine tank Cyclone Banshees. Pretty powerful composition. Going to get a chance to get in and aim at this Nexus, which is going to start taking some damage straight away. Here with a good siege up here, and that is going to be this Nexus in some trouble with a capital truck. Because, yeah, this is big-time issues. Templars are going to come through, feed back the Banshees, then morph the Archon, but I mean, this Nexus is dead. There is no saving this at this point. Kratos clearly does not have the supply necessary. Nexus will go down. A few Marines stepping forward. We see this Pylon taking some more damage as well. It's going to be denied, and Kratos will end up supply blocked off the back of this. So, a supply block there. The Cyclone having to pull away. The few Marines trying to hold their ground. The Siege tanks doing what they can. The Stalkers back around on that right side also. Again, just a little bit more Marine Marauder being produced as we speak. We do have that one Marine still nibbling up at the battery at the same time. 2 more Stalkers warp in on the left side. Just going to see the Marines going to go after the battery as well. A little bit more damage there. Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 attack upgrade. All continuing through. Another Siege tank shot that hits the Stalkers and pushes them away one more time. And then again, we just continue with those upgrades. Marauders nicely on the way as well. Everything gathering towards the natural. The Stalkers will come back across over through the center. But this is, I mean, you've got to rebuild your third base from here. We are going to start up Storm as Creator 2. What's crazy is Kira at this point is soon going to finish Stim and Combat Shield. I wonder if he can get this little group of units from the other side of the map back home, or at least rejoined with everything else here. If you could do that, that would really be incredible. I don't really think that's going to be that possible, though. I do think that's asking for a little bit much, perhaps. Is Kira ahead now? Absolutely. I mean, the Banshees are just going to be the final kind of plinth to stand upon as well in terms of coming out in a lead here. 8 workers go down on top of the fact that you deny the third base. I mean, Kira is going to have his own third CC only just starting. But that's, yeah, it's a later third for the Terran player, but you completely reset the third base of the Protoss. And you can see Kratos' work account is equal to the Terrans. Obviously, Terran has mules as well, so they will be on an economic advantage in a scenario like this too. So that's a pretty big deal. Again, Storm and that charge both continuing up. Immortal on the way, Zealot on the way, Gateways on the way. Marines get over there, that probe goes down. Going to fight against a few of these Stalkers, pushing them back as well. Couple of tanks stepping up to the front. Going to be seeing the Immortal taking some shots already, and we have ourselves, obviously at this point, you're going to leapfrog tanks forward. There is going to be Storm available. Like, Kratos still has a shot at this. Like, Kira's army supply is pretty sizable, but a good Storm or two, Immortals on top of the tanks quickly could do a lot. We get rid of the tanks pretty quickly here in general. What's not great is the lack of charge. Not having the ability to kind of leap on top of this Bio army is going to make this a lot tougher of a situation. The Bio gets through there, the Immortal goes down, the Zealots are still trying to trade out. We see a few additional Stalkers warping in from Kratos also. These Zealots go down, still no charge, so it's not being pretty. I mean, obviously the Stalkers blinking back, trading efficiently with the battery to help them out a little bit as well. Look out away from the Zealot, we do have reinforcements on the way. In fact, double medevac drops in to play reinforcement here from Kira. He has got a little bit harassing the main base. The Banshee from earlier is going to show up in the main and actually has been here long enough to drain the battery of energy and get 5 probes, so very effective there. And Kira immediately just going to find this 4th base attempt, so that's a cancel waiting to happen. That's going to be one of the faster cancels you'll see. I mean, we scan on top of this army and you see basically no tech units. 1 Immortal and 1 High Templar ran into range at the very end. Actually going to take the drop and we're going to do what we originally intended, which is drop into the main. There's going to be some Zealots warping in here. We can burrow the mine up. The Zealots are going to charge into a very choked up area. And this is no upgrades versus a +1 attack, so there's even going to be more efficiency here for this Terran Bio than you might have initially thought, which is already a fairly cost-efficient army. It's going to be even more cost-efficient with an upgrade lead, and Creator is going to say GG. Kira is going to knock Creator down with a 3-2 victory, advancing on through. And that is going to be a big deal, because that means Kira goes through to the next round to play Solar. And then in the lower bracket, Creator will be playing Nice. So it will be some PvP down there. Creator versus Nice. That will happen later today. We will do the whole of lower bracket round 2 today as our matchups after we do some more winner bracket action. First of all, which is going to be what comes up next, as we just saw Kira advancing through, he's going to be playing against Solar. In fact, that's already up on the bracket. Which I'll put on the screen for a second. I'll just take 1 sec, guys, and then we'll get this next series ready. Oh, sorry guys, just checking what was at the door because they had a loud bang and stuff, but all good. So yeah, Solo and Cure in the up bracket round 3. Then herO vs Spirit coming up next for us after that as well. So these are our next 2 matches. We'll be getting into those very shortly. And kicking off from there. And then obviously we go down to the lower bracket. We'll do these 4 matches after that. That will be our 7 best of 5s today. So that's where we stand. I'm going to take us out of the bracket. Did I manage to log into Korea? I did. Perfect. Who's A? Solo should be, right? Hi. Cool. Solo and Cure coming up next, guys. This is live, so we're getting those videos ready for you as we speak. Get that underway. If you'd like to predict, I'll put the predictions up on there as well. Get that ready to go. Cool. Alrighty, videos are underway, guys. Get this started. Perfect. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Sorry for some confusion. As we're going to start up on Old Republic for this series. So we're going to get that set in just a second. We'll get that ready to go. Alright, hopping on through. Got actual live lobbies now, so we'll take a second or so to host things up. But we'll get those rolling out and ready to work very shortly here. Cool. Get everyone online and ready to party. Boom. Alright, just getting everyone in the party, guys. We should be able to get into this in a couple moments. And we'll get this one up and underway. Just waiting for the French casters to join us, who I'm pretty sure are here, because they're online. So I'm sure that's going to be joining us in a moment or so. Alright, some fun in the lobby chat. Kira and Solo are ready to play. Let's get this one started. And we're going to be Kicking this off. Why are there pylons on the screen? Oh my god, there's pylons on the screen. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. Is that bits? You can use bits to put pylons on the screen? Honestly, there's things on Twitch I don't even know in this day and age. That's actually wild. Oh my goodness. I've never seen the floating pylons on the screen. That's crazy. Thank you for the bits, Black Bear. You just found it now? That's actually wild. Alright, let's get into another awesome series here. I love this one. To me, this was... KUA Solar has always been like the epitome of just online Korean StarCraft 2. These are two players who have absolutely dominated the online scene at different points. Before it became the thing for everyone to play in online tournaments, KUA and Solar were here and everything as well. They last played in the Pegasaur in just a couple of weeks ago, a week and a half ago, where KUA won 3-1. Before that, they played at Pegasaur 2 weeks before that. Solar won 2-0. In the Korean Royale, KUA won 2-1 as well. It's been a back-and-forth series between these two recently. But then earlier this year, KUA was on a pretty hefty winning streak against Solar as well. But then I think it's fair to say that Solar's also been the absolute best shape he's been in for kind of a while now. So Solar is maybe playing his best StarCraft 2. KUA is still absolutely phenomenal. And we have got ourselves one hell of a matchup here in the upper bracket round 4. This is the deepest of the tournament we've been in so far, outside of the other matches that have happened in this round, which were Beyond Max Packs and Clem Raynor. And I put this series up there with a Beyond Max Packs and a Clem Raynor, because while Solar and KUA on their own may not be that superstar status of a Beyond, of a Max Packs or like a Clem or a Raynor, you know, those kids are the superstars of Europe and so on. They are the Solar players, kind of like the Beyond, right? And so I do put this match right up there. One of these players will move to the upper bracket quarterfinals to take on either herO or Spirit on Saturday. Which of them will book their trip through, and who will drop into a treacherous lower bracket? Because the loser of this series falls down to play the winner of Mana and Showtime. That's immediately going to be scary. And then you're going to end up potentially with herO, Spirit, Scarlet, or Geralt the round after, and then potentially Max Packs Raynor in the round after, because one of those guys has to lose. Like, it gets very deadly very quickly down in the lower bracket. So it is 100% going to be a really important match right here, because this could decide a lot of who gets a chance to move through and look good. KUA's in the bottom left, Solar's in the top right. I appreciated all this yapping without actually moving the camera. I was just tabbed out looking at Aligulax and stuff, so don't mind. Excuse me. Don't mind me. I'm just looking at stats and brackets and so on, but let's actually get on the indie cam. We're going to probably be following a whole bunch today. And let's see how this TVZ plays out. It's obviously best of 5. Solar's just been playing so well lately. Like, he has been so good lately. It's really hard to kind of predict against him, honestly, at this stage. So yeah, I'm very curious as to how this goes. Reaper going to go back and forth. A few Lings taking some damage. And do start to dance around here as KUA. KUA's a very solid player, and he can play so many different styles as well. He can hit those timing-based build orders. He can play those kind of sneakier, kind of funky builds where you're like, wait, I've not seen that before. He can play the later game very solidly as well, though I do think that's maybe... It feels weird to say, but I feel like that's partly his weaker kind of point of play. KUA is actually one of the not as fast a player as some of the other guys that exist, right? You know, we always say StarCraft players are fast, right? But relative to the other pros, KUA is on the slower side of things. And so I do think if it gets to a later stage where there's going to be a lot of Ling Bane, Muta, for example, which is one of the styles that's very popular now again for Zergs, I do think that's where KUA may fall into a little bit more trouble. And he's going to have to be very, very particular about how he executes his attacks, use those movements to kind of create defenses for himself as well. He's going to have to be very efficient with his game plan here, because if he isn't, I can see Solar running him out of this game just all over the place. But as mentioned, recently they're going back and forth in series, so this is absolutely a competitive matchup. Going to be freaking awesome. What's up, Wickle Harkle coming in with the 50,000 points, picking the official GOAT of SE2 as Solar. Solar, the current reigning GOAT. How about that? Awesome stuff. A couple of Hellions, the Reaper coming back around the top side. We do see the Banshee and the Hellions come by. The Cloak coming up. Flat on the way. Drones building. And the Hellions get back to the center. What's up, Hee Seong? The format of this tournament is really good. I'm so happy to hear. Honestly, it's like the nicest compliment I've ever had from a StarCraft tournament. I'm so happy so many people like this format, because I do a lot of different formats and stuff, and we play around with how we can make fun formats that aren't always the same and that create a good experience for everyone, and I really feel like I cooked with this one. I'm so happy to see so many of you guys seem to agree with it. People seem to have been absolutely loving this event, so thank you so much for the kind words. Because as a tournament organizer, hell yeah. I mean, if you guys know the lore behind WardiTV, then you know that. I was a tournament organizer first and a caster second. I only casted StarCraft 2 because I needed to cast it for my tournaments, I was just making some tournaments to start off with because it was a fun little thing we could do. So, yeah, no, I really like it as well. Solid double elim bracket with some banger matches. Yeah, and I really think the way that players fall into the bracket really helps with having even more banger matches. Like, I feel like the amount of matches which are just like, oh, no, that guy's screwed, I don't believe in him at all, is almost zero, There's like very few matches in this bracket where I'm like, I don't think this guy has a shot, Because everything seems so well matched with how players kind of end up, so... Amazing. All right, we got some queens coming through. The couple of Hellions are going to get shoved away. It is that lair already completed from Solar, so we're going to be on our way to Mutalisks nice and quickly in this game. So 7 meters coming up. We're going to get rid of a few drones as well. 4, 5 workers going down immediately. Going to move across to make it 6. We're going to make it 7. We're going to make it 8. Guess what? It's 9 maybe soon. Not quite 9, but 8 is very good. And it's a great starting point for Kira in a game where he is now going to lose map control pretty much because the mutas are on the map. It's going to become so much more difficult from here on out for Kira to throw harassment at Solar and to have it really stick because the mutas are going to play cleanup on so much of it. Now, right now, the mutas fly across the map looking for some early kills. They will head straight to the main base, correct call, because the single Zergling denies the STV on the low ground already. And these mutas start to flap about and figure what they want to do. There's a couple Hellions they can maybe pick off right here, which would be a great start. We're going to get one of those right from the very beginning. And then we have the, the missile turret denied on the third base for the moment. You're going to sit here, starts to poke at the tech lab and just taking some position. The Banshees beyond this have not done too much else. In fact, the Banshees have gone down now, so I think they just flew in to try and do more and died to Queen/Spore while we've been watching these Mutalisks. So the Banshee's now no longer a threat, and like I say, the map control really becomes Solar's. Solar can really try and expand on this with the group spread that can push out onto the map. He's taken that 4th base in the front already. There's lots of base choice on this map. Expect the top left of that side of the map to become Solar's bases over the next few minutes here, and if he does struggle in that top left, you can then swing to the right side instead for bases as well. But imagining the top left will be his initial setup. Kira probably wanting the similar expansion pattern to what Solar currently takes. When he gets to his 4th, he will go forwards, because then you can really just hold the middle of the map super comfortably to begin with, and just sort of work your way through from there. The mutas dive in, a couple of Marines begin to go down. SCV's in trouble as well. 2 of those go down immediately. Jumping in toward this mineral line, we're going to see another SCV being picked away at. It's just going to take that out as well. And now pulling back around the top side. 1-1 upgrades, missile, flyer attacks, bailing speed. The full Ling Bane meter experience is about to be on board. And I think that's going to be true from the Terran player as well, because we see that armory finishing up, and I can't imagine that we're not going to see some Thor production shortly. Obviously, you do want a good Widowmine count against this Ling Bane meter comp, but Thors are going to be such a key critical part of this composition. You need that tanky force, which can also splash the mutas and threaten the mutas in a big way. Actually, yeah, Solar might be in a little bit of trouble right now. He's going to have to be protected by his creep spread, essentially, because he is going to be down on upgrades. He does have Bane speed, but yeah, these units are moving in. He's going to try and counterattack with the Mutalisks. Like I say, he's really banking on his creep spread to give him a little bit of freedom here. Q with the scan to see what he's up against. The mutas fly into a missile turret. There's enough mutas there, they can definitely still create some issues, so don't think that that's going to be over just yet. Not as simple as that, no way, Jose. We just have ourselves the mutas turning back the other side. I mean, we're losing creep, but if that's what we're losing right now and it gives us a chance to still play this game, then fine. Because yes, you want the creep spread, but that creep spread is essentially just save Q from stimming onto a base. So that's going to give Stoller the protection he needs for the moment. That solid creep out the front has not let him come under fire. That said, the mutas have not exactly been able to do too much either, and I was kind of expecting to see a little bit more from those Mutalisks already. Expected a little bit of a better situation to have arisen from them. Just going to see the Mutalisks will head into the main base. There's going to be only the missile turret there. If we get onto the missile turret quickly, that could go down very, very swiftly. Kira's already pre-split and a push in the center. We are going to see the missile turret will go down. There's the Thor showing up. Gotta be careful here. What we decided to do is stall. If we don't stack up too much, you can take a few Thor shots still. Kills 8 SCV. Stoller is going to look at a run into the front there. He forces a lift off on the forward few units. There are Widow Mines that are coming in with this attack positioning. As we actually maybe have an engineering bay going down. That would be absolutely massive. And I think it's worth losing a couple mutas, because what that does is it completely denies the upgrade lead from the Terran player. So one of your major disadvantages here is the Zerg is now taken out of the game. And unfortunately for Solar, it's obviously a 50-50. Which one of those has the attack upgrade on? just so happens that top one did, and so he is going to get rid of the more important upgrade here for the Terran player as well, putting him into a bit of a better spot. Now again, that cost him a few meters. That was actually a trade he had to decide to make. Solo looks to kind of cling on to life here. Widowmine shot off on the Queen. That's fine. Widowmine's on the Queen, and then on a non-existent Zergling. It's going to be a pretty good set of trades initially. Needs to try and split away. Great splits. He's making sure these mines are going off on Lings that are already dying, so he's really nullifying some of the effectiveness of this Terran army. That one Marine there will go down, and we see Kira just backing it up already. Interestingly enough, Kira, he has a 4th base. He's adding those extra barracks now. He did add a 2nd factory very early on. He was very quick to go to that 2nd factory quickly, early on, in fact, so gets that in position. +2 melee, +2 carapace, also still building through. Mutarbane on the way up. Hive in production. Lings on the way. Those 3 SCVs are going to come forward and go down to the low ground there. Get on the 4th base for the moment or so. Just going to see the mutas flying through the bottom side. Just going to come through as well, and they're going to get into the main. They can pick away at the tech labs. The barracks obviously going to be in some trouble there as well. So these mutas absolutely having a good time. Couple tech labs going down. Add-ons in general just being completely denied for the moment. Mutas now back down to this low ground. I mean, there's a lot of units nearby. Just the mutas finding the chance to fire before Kira really responds. Those Marines were just sat there. Now the mutas come back into position. Solo on his way to the Ultras Cavern is going to be the next step of this matchup. So Ultras are going to come in next and get that on the way through. A couple Lings will take the charge. Widowmine tries to line up. 2 armor did finish, but again, the upgrade lead is about to lie in the sole possession of Solar, as he will have the +2 melee finishing. He'll be up an attack upgrade for about 60 seconds or so, and he's already got Hive, so you can go straight into +3/+3. He's already on his way, obviously, to the Adrenal Glands as well, alongside that Ultra Cavern. So all those melee upgrades and all those melee units are going to get to their absolute peak potential sooner rather than later right now, here in map number 1 of this upper bracket matchup. Lings take their chance to nibble through the rocks. Bio stepping through. The couple of Queens will get chased away. The Ling Bane looking to get a jump onto some of these Marauders as well. Just going to see those rocks going down. So he's going to take that and nip away at it already. The couple of Banelings getting picked away out here. Ling's trying to get up that ramp. The Mutalisks of Solar will fall back over to that left-hand side. So Mutas will fall back over there. Just going to get involved. A missile turret here going down once again. +3 melee, +3 carapace, continuing up. Ling Bane taking another chance to run forward. A couple Banelings wanting to be involved, not quite able to just yet. Trying to run through once again. A couple more of those bio units in position where they need to be. Mutas trying to get in after some of the SCVs. Still got that +3 armor coming through. The Banes are going to crash in. The Thors are going to be right there as well, pulling back a little further. 3 upgrades still building on the side of Solar, so bringing those upgrades up. Widowmines, Marine Marauder Medevac building by. The Thors are stepping forward as well. The Lings want to run through. Widowmine's shot going to go off. Just going to be seeing the Bane still trying to crash into this. Bio Army, the Thor's still there. I mean, here with a solid push. I mean, you still got to figure out how to clean this up, but that's that's the Ultra's job, basically. They don't have Kindness yet. Oh my god, we're going to find the second denial of an attack upgrade this game. Not quite. There are enough Marines showing up this time. The Mutas will not take that trade. I think that's probably smart, as we do see one Ultra leading the charge in. These Thors going down. The Medevac's meant to be saving those, but we do not get the Thor pickup. That's 2 Thors down, and that's going to be a big win, because obviously that opens the door for the Mutas a bit more if they need to jump on some of these units. Zolo's actually making a dive on the left-hand side. He's going to get aggressive. I do not love the timing of it, because he's so close to so many critical upgrades. +3 Kindness. I mean, +3 melee as well. We may as well add on to that list. But I actually think the armor upgrade most important right here, because that's going to be powering up those Ultras as well, and it's really the Lings and everything else. So going to see a bit more bio out down to the bottom. Here, trying to establish base 5. Obviously, Old Republic does kind of get you to a natural kind of solid setup of bases across 5 bases. Solo did not dive upper left on the base as much as I thought he would, by the way. He has taken that right side base a lot sooner than I thought. Yeah, it's going to creep out this side, and it's going to help him to kind of attack in this direction. Widowmines do get... No shot at all. He actually does get both of those taken out. Bane's crashing through. I don't think Kira survives this, honestly. This does not look too pretty right now. A couple Ultras just keep on chomping. The Mutas are going to intercept some Medevacs, maybe? I mean, the Planetary Fortress, is that a stopping point for this? There's no anti-air against the Mutalisks. Planetary Fortress is not a stopping point. There's a bunch of Widowmines underneath these Medevacs! Oh my god, no! We didn't need to see them! Not if they're going to blow up the Medevacs. The Widowmines with the friendly fire. I think there's only a couple Medevacs going down, but it's not what you want to see when you're already the retreating Terran player. as the Ultras just keep charging through. The mutas are going to be here. I was just talking about those mines, and they really revealed themselves in the most dramatic way possible. That worked against Kira, as Solar is just overwhelming. These couple of Ultras do go down, but I mean, we're swarming with Lings. This mineral line evacuated, but remining now already. The reality is Solar has got 3.5k, 2k in the bank. Kira is absolutely drained. He needs to mine to build, and he's being denied that 5th base. Solar is, a 6-base Zerg, moving to 7. He is very okay to let the Terran be 4 bases. If he can just keep re-denying the 5th base, that is him ticking off the checklist of what he needs to do to win in this game. Solar with a very solid performance thus far on Old Republic. A game which he definitely saw Kira having some aggressive potential. He actually got off to a great start with those Banshees dealing a bunch of damage as well. But Solar showing the control he can create in this game with those mutas. He was so safe with the creep spread as well. He never felt under threat. Even when he had a little bit of a lacking army, his creep kept him safe. The muta counterattacks kept Kira a little bit busy. We dive into this base, so yeah, okay, you get the 6 o'clock up, boom, you lose the center base. Again, the Ultras are kind of sacrificial units across the course of this, so seeing them running into that bio army is very whatever. As overall, Solar is doing what he needs to, and Kira knows he does not have an answer to this right now. That is going to be GG. Let's go take a quick look. Can we get back to the point where those Widow Mines blew up? I would just love to see. Was it a minute ago? It feels like it may have been a bit longer ago than a minute ago. It was. I just want to see those mines, see what they actually ended up doing. That's them. That's them right there. I saw them right here. There's quite a few medevacs, I think, that actually died to these mines, to be honest. Just watching for the pullback. Away. We actually reposition the mines. How many medevacs are here? Right now, there's 13 medevacs here. These mines go off. Oh my god, they actually killed... they actually killed 6 medevacs. That's a pretty crazy Widow Mine connection. Utter destruction. Wow, that was actually a great friendly fire Widow Mine moment. Not so great, obviously, on the side of Kira, who was really not in a position for friendly fire to be going against him there. We'll go into game 2, which will be Ruby Rock in a couple of seconds and get that ready to go. My friends, let me just set that up for Ruby Rock right here. Let's get this on the way. Three winter, 4 mothership, 5 white. Just write those down. Put the lobby link in, and we'll get ready to go into this next match in just a sec, guys. Dragging everyone about. Double check the friends list. Everyone seems to be in game with us here already. Looking good. All the casters are behaving today. We've got 10 casters a day. Try and remember that number to double check. Go already called from the players. Let's get this started. Let's get this started. Solar taking the first game of this best of 5. And now, yeah, I mean, I think a very well-deserved start. I do think he clearly showed his ability there and why he is such a threat. So, a very solid starting point. Let's get into this next one and see how we go. Widow Mines, a blessing and a curse. Yeah, I mean they are. They're definitely high up, high benefit units that do genuinely have risk to using them. They're actually a really cool unit because they force micro. So they're kind of the Widow Mine. It's a very controversial unit, first of all, but it's actually a very cool unit because everyone will say, Widow Mines, you just borrow them and forget about them, right? The Widow Mine is a unit that actually asks your opponent to micro, but actually provides the opportunity for your opponent's micro to work more in their favor, right? Like, there's levels to micro. Like, you don't micro versus a mine, it's going to be amazing for the Terran. You micro decently against a mine, you only lose a few units. You micro great against a mine, you basically trade super efficiently, it goes off in one ling, it dies. You micro incredibly, and you can turn that Widow Mine into your friend. Like, it's such an interesting unit that is, at its base level, very easy to use for a Terran player. And obviously, there's a skill level to the mines as well. You can retarget, you can unburrow if you think it's going to be unfavorable, for example. Like, there's things you can do as the Terran, but it puts the onus on the opponent to, hey, how are you going to deal with this unit of mine? And it kind of puts, it has the benefits as well. If the Zerg has to, spend time microing against the mines, you have time to maybe make things happen beyond that in the game elsewhere as well. So it's such an interesting unit where, in what is already a very micro-heavy army of the Terran, it's something that gives a little bit more micro onus to the opponent rather than the Terran, who already had a lot to do. So Yeah, a very interesting kind of unit where, yeah, in this case, it was very anti-Terran, but that's because Solo used it very well against him, you know? Crazy stuff. All right. Game number 2 of this best of 5. Ruby Rock, Cure coming into this now at a 1-0 deficit. Solo opening with mutas in that first game. I do think we'll see a good amount of mutas in this series, especially on the bigger maps. Ruby Rock, I think, may be one of the maps we bypass mutas on, though. It's not a small map, but I do think it's one where we maybe just play like Lingbane Hydra, perhaps, or maybe some kind of Infesta kind of style or so. Maybe even Roaches could be on the docket here for Solo as well. One of the cool things about Solo's gameplay is he is absolutely somebody that consistently pushes himself into good positions and pushes himself into those good positions by playing different styles. He's not a one-trick pony, and while he is maybe much more successful later in the game with those lurkers and so on oftentimes, he's someone who's just really learned the ZVT matchup through all ways and forms. Like, he really can play so many different setups, and I would imagine that'll be a big part of what happens across the course of this game number 2. See what he does. Like I said, I think this is the map where he has a good chance to mix it up a little bit, do things a little differently, and just sort of go from there. Command Center will come online. The Orbital Command already building. The Queens will sit at the front of the creep spread. We do have ourselves Ling Speed coming up as well. The hatchery is halfway done. This factory going to swap on over, goes to the reactor. The barracks pulls off of the reactor. It's going to land down there as well. Starport still building through. The Command Center about halfway done. Again, the Orbital coming through, the SCV and the Hellions coming up. Ling Speed will be on the way in as well as the hatchery and the drones continue through. Another grenade goes down, just pops the creep chamber there for a couple of moments. So again, we get some damage done already. And yo, Hee Seong, thank you so much for the, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Dio Carnio, Bagzezes, Garfiog, Classed 7, and Celestial Mog. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, mate. You actually, with 5 gifted subs, can pick a color decoration for the tree if you do so wish. We don't have blue or purple anymore, so we have red, gold, orange, kind of a more gold, yellowy gold, green, pink, and very light pink. If you want to pick one, feel free. Otherwise, I'll just pick for you. We'll get you on the tree after this game. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Super appreciate the generosity. Thank you so much. 2 Hellions the Reaper. We'll just poke up at that evolution chamber for a second or so here. So a bit of damage coming in to start us off. You did just get yourself a sub, by the way. Don't forget, replay packs available on the Discord. So replay packs uploaded there fairly regularly. You can catch those on the Discord server. If you go to Discord, just connect your Twitch account. It'll recognize your sub. You'll get access to the sub channel. Last replay pack, I think it was like 400 plus replays. Might have even been close to 500 replays in there, featuring all the top players in the world. So do check that out if you just became a sub, and also enjoy your ad-free viewing. Thank you so much again for those gifted subbies. Hellions and the Reaper going to be there. Creep Tumor taking some damage. Lings, Overlords, the Carapace upgrade coming up. The hatchery and the gas coming online. The lair will build on the side of Solar. Yellowy gold? Absolutely. I can get you a very yellowy gold one. Your life, I can get you the most golden armada kind of decoration possible. Thank you so much for the gifted, mate. We've got that lair coming through then, so we get that on the go, bringing that straight through just for a moment or so here. It's going to be having the stim pack coming about. The Banshee will fire. Bits of damage being dealt. The Queen's going to turn around for a couple of moments as well. Yeah, 1-1 upgrade, stim pack on the way through. That Carapace upgrade going to be a part of this also. Bringing all of that about just for now. This hatchery on that right-hand side going to be our 4th base, getting into position as well. Melee, Carapace coming through. Lair about to be done. Lings and Overlords on the way. A couple of drones going down. It's going to be 3 workers picked off already. The Queen gets there to push those Banshees back the other way. Chasing those down nice and swiftly. Now the Banshee trying to get after the Spore Crawler. Spore Crawler will be there to push the Banshee back as well. Shutting that down for the moment. Yeah, good defense this time. Only 3 workers going down to the Banshees. Obviously, in the previous game, we saw a whole lot more damage being done to those done by those Banshees. There's the switch up from him solo, by the way, so he's going to go Infestation Pit. I mean, already a switch up because he went Evo Chambers much earlier in the game. The Infestation Pit was obviously going to be a different tech choice, though, from the Spire, which was not too unexpected. Like I say, playing it differently on this map, and Let's see exactly what the plan is. Is this just a rush to Hive, or is this going to be like, I'm actually going to get a couple of Infestors out? He's actually going to play Ling Infestus. He's going to play no Banelings initially. So really prioritizing upgrades, really prioritizing the Ling count, and really going to be a lot of faith put on these fungal growths. You see 3 more barracks coming up from Cure, so he's going to 8 racks here on Ruby Rock. Now this build from Solar does a lot to hold off the 8 racks because you're obviously going to have the Infestors and the Fungals, but not having the Banelings is scary, especially when you go up against a lot of the Marines, and 8 racks will provide a lot of those Marines. Yep, those Hellions are going to take a turn and just try to maximize their efficiency because they're about to get caught anyway. Good pullback from Solar, doesn't let too many of those Lings take damage in the back that weren't going to do damage. And we are going to see those Marines stepping forward. Like I say, it's Ling only at the moment. You're looking to overwhelm in these fights, and that will be the case so far. Again, against the 8 racks portion of this, that becomes a lot more difficult. But then we're going to be so quick to that Hive. You're actually going to drop a Fungal in the main. That's actually very neat, because those Marines are now very low health. That's going to stop you from doing too much else. We can replace a little bit of creep on the left side. Creep is going to be important here. We saw the value of the creep in that last game already, and expect that to be a big factor on this one as well, to be honest. Things gather back around. Just going to see the Banshees coming over. Like I say, I'm very excited to see what we build off the Hive straight away. I've got to imagine Adrenal Glands is high on the list. I think an Ultra Cavern is very high on the list as well. Immediate Ultra Cavern just into Ultras. There's going to be like a minute or two of Solar having to hang on for dear life, but that's exactly what Solar is almost the best at in this matchup. If I had to put a Zerg in a position to hold on for their life with barely anything, okay, maybe Serral would be number 1, but Solar's absolutely going to be up there as my number 2, I think, because he is so good at just surviving when you don't think he's going to. Banshee's still getting some work done. A few more shots coming about. You're not going to be seeing the 2-2 upgrades coming up on either side. Just bringing this straight on by. Again, the Ultra Cavern, the Adrenal Glands coming up. Two upgrades all building from both players, but the Carapace already done from Solar. Man, he's going to be on his way to Ultras very soon. He's already got the money stacked up to build them as well. Instant Chitinous playing, starts the Baneling Nest behind this. 4 Ultras on the way. Nearly maxed out. Ling counterattack to immediately start causing issues. Bam, Siege Tank, going to get caught. Units have to stim. Turning around already. The Ling is just going to run further over here because the best thing you can do right now as Solar is make this army come away from your base. So the further he has to run to clean up those Zerglings, the absolute better it's going to be for you here, right? This entire army just pulled back from a very central position on the map to the right side on that 3rd, and that's not the attack path Cure wants to go down, so this run by is already effective. You're buying time for the Ultras, the Chitinous plating coming through. It's really hard to imagine right now that this is not turning into just a super solid defense from Solar, honestly. Like, even just that group of Lings really did a lot, and guess what? They're back again. There are some Banshees left at home. This time there's some Bio at home too. They're just going to immediately get on, cancel the 4th base, kill the 4th base. First Fungal comes down. The Ultras start to get chomping. The Fungal is followed up by another one. We Fungal a couple of tanks and some more Marines as well. The Lings now turn it around for a wraparound. We got to jump in the medevacs, make a retreat. This was an absolute shutdown. Now, Solar did not do this freely. It cost him some supply as well. But we're talking about an 80-plus drone Zerg player versus a 65 drone SCV Terran who's on 3 bases. 4th just got killed. So, yeah, Solar can afford a trade like this. Right now is the scariest moment perhaps for Solar, because I was going to say there's going to be a lack of fungal growth, but he finds one more. The Infestors have the energy for one extra, and that actually landed brilliantly. Another Ultra from the side. This tank that got sieged up is not going to change much of this. Obviously, Cure is kiting for his life, but boy, does he need to, because you can see the supply is completely against him here. He is down and out from where he wants to be. Another command center going to get in position in the center. Is just going to get that put in place. 2 more medevacs will load up. They're going to pull away around that right-hand side. Ultra's coming through. +3/+3 coming through. Blaning speed as well. Ling, Ultra going to take a dive at the front. A couple of Liberators. We'll siege up. The Lings are going to stream forward. The Ultras are going to get there. Man, the Fungals have just been great again. Solar has shut this down in every single way. Dominance from start to finish from our Zerg to take a 2-0 lead. You can't say much more than that. Absolutely dominant play from Solar. Just absolutely dominant. Winter Madness will be map number 3, guys. I'm just a little afraid that this maybe goes long because it's Solar Cure and it could go late game. So I will just run some ads once again. If it is not as long, it just means we've got ad time banked up so we don't have to do it later. So just going to make sure, just because the last thing I want is for ads to go off if we end up in a longer game. So just going to play on the safer side of things there. We'll take a second. Because I also have First of all, White Knight Man, thank you so much for your Prime sub, just came through. I will get you on the tree. And also with the 5 gifted subs, Hee Seong, thank you so much with the golden decoration to go with it. Thank you so much. I'll get you guys on the tree, and we'll get into Solo versus Cure, game number 3, as it's a 2-0 lead from Solar, and the dude is just non-stopping right now. Love this Zerg build. It's fun, right? Like, isn't it crazy? Because I feel like there was a time frame if you explained to people that Zergs would be purposely skipping Banelings and ZVT, and it would be fine against an 8 racks, they'd be like, what? You mean you're roach all in them? But yeah, that was just a perfect setup against that. Banelings not needed really at all, to be honest. Did we even use Banelings at the end? I'm not even sure. Alright. We are jumping into Winter Madness. Zerg has almost no anti-air except Queen. This can be abused by the Terran. I mean, if you start building Liberators, it slows your game down a lot, and then the Zerg just builds a Spy and can build Corruptors. So, Liberators are a great stepping stone to kind of get into, like, the late game, because, you know, it does force the response from the Zerg, but they're not, like, an undefeatable thing. You get Corruptors up, obviously Vipers as well. Spellcasters can be used against those as well. Queens are good enough early, but yeah, later on. If you go Libs, there is a way for a Zerg to deal with it too, so... Is he allergic to ghosts? Well, in the first game, sure, I understand, but in the second game, he's 8-raxing. Like, there's no room for ghosts in an 8-rax. So his initial plan was an 8-rax, then he decided, okay, this isn't going to work. He started up the 4th base as a follow-up. That got killed, so he basically got put back into an all-in 8-rax. So, in the last game, there was no room for ghosts. His build just never planned for it. In the first game, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. It's kind of rough, though, because it is Lingbane Muta. And you've got to imagine that in that first... You know, we're in a world where ghosts are a little bit nerfed to Banelings. So if your opponent's playing Lingbane Muta, you don't want to go to ghosts too quickly, because if you go to ghosts too quickly nowadays, you really get punished by someone who plays a high Baneling count. So it's kind of awkward, because the ghosts, they actually die to Banelings. So if you go ghost too early against Lingbane Muta, you're also just going to be very susceptible. So you can get some ghosts, but you don't want to go for too many. So like I say, there's a bit of a balancing act. It's not just, I know we like to think that we just build ghosts blind in every single game as TVZ, but there is a little bit of nuancy to when you build them, how many you build, how you get into that phase of the game. Those are questions you've got to figure out. Those are things you've got to, get a hold of, basically, and figure out for the majority of things, so... Overlord coming through. We're going to take a couple of seconds getting set here and getting our rolling. It's going to be seeing the Reaper and the Command Center coming through. SCV on the way. SCV will patrol on the bottom right side. You don't ever see Cure making ghosts in TVZ. I'm not going to try and name a series, but I'm pretty sure he'll have made some ghosts in TVZ if you go through his last few TVZs. He might be, not one of the players to go quickly into ghosts, but I find it hard to believe that he just doesn't make ghosts. Ghosts are pretty good, and ghosts are still pretty essential in a lot of the TVZ comps, or in a lot of the TVZ scenarios, I should say. Comps are very similar a lot of the time. But yeah. Like I say, it's a bit more nuanced nowadays, just because the Banelings are specifically good against those ghosts, and it does just make that bit more complicated of a scenario to kind of build into and figure out and everything, so... Reaper there, going to step to the side, the Queen and the drone coming about. Just see the Reaper is going to hang out to that right side a little bit longer. A little grenade goes down, Queen gets bopped. That coming through, the link speed coming about. Just going to be seeing that Reaper going down as well. It's just going to take that out already. The Hatcher going to come down onto the 3rd base as well, so we put that straight into position. Circling into the center of the map, the Hatcher coming through. Flare coming up, drones in production. Overlord on the way. He moves over. The Hellions just going to go in after a Zerglin. Couple Hellions coming back around that right side. Boulder coming up. SCV's on the way. Hellions as well. You having the Nidus network coming up from Solar. I mean, you're up 2 games right now. 2 very solid macro games. So I feel like you're still kind of looking at this as, okay, I've got those in my pocket. If I need to go back to them in a game 4 and a game 5. But we're here now in Winter Madness. Like, let's mix up a little bit. Link Queen Nidus going to get aggressive. What's funny is Q is going for a Hellbat attack. And I feel like that's going to be one of the better scenarios against this. Because you're naturally setting up to be aggressive as the Terran player. Only for the Zerg to have basically aggression themselves. Still going to depend a little bit. I mean, these Lings are going to run in an amazing time, and they're going to hit this natural straight away. So this is already going to be a complete frustration. Nidus can go into the main. I mean, I guess the Hellbats are just going to commit on the other side, and we're just going to need to get Queens up to deal with this. Solo's got 6 Queens. How well can he do here? Trying to push that Medivac back. What's amazing is that once he denies this attack, if he denies this attack, the counterattack from Solo is going to be nigh on immediate. Right now, the SCVs are running across the map, by the way, to try and get somewhere. Like, SCVs and mules are just coming straight across as Kira tries to figure out this situation, which is not looking very pretty. Apart from the fact that, yeah, okay, these Hellbats are actually not being stopped just yet. The Queen's in a little bit of trouble. There's the Nidus in the main base, as Kira is not going to have a response to that just yet. I mean, he's going to have Hellbats available. Now the Ling's trying to get through. These Hellbats here are so low. They're so close to going down. Solo just wants to clean these up so he can finally get across the map already and start really utilizing that Nidus, but I just don't think this is working. The Hellbat situation here is just a little bit too good of a situation, and I do think that's going to come into Kira's favor at the end of the day. He did lose 14 SCVs, so all said and done, Solo is actually still 3 workers ahead on this. He obviously lost some mining time. He's going to build up a few more drones again. Well, I mean, it's triple CC from the Terran, so they've got a great economy. And obviously, Solo's in a weird place because he does have tech in the form of the lair is finished. But his investment was onto the Nidus, and that's obviously not going to do very much from here either. At the same time, Solo's also now forced Kira being scared into making a bunch more Hellions. Now, Hellions only cost you minerals, but they cost a lot of minerals. And because you've been building more Hellions, it's not like Kira is already on Barracks 2 and 3 finished, Stim Pack building. Then I'd feel very scared for Solo if an attack came in the next minute or so and Stim was done and there's like 60 Marines. That's terrifying. A lot of what Kira would have built here has been delayed a bit because, like I say, the Hellions aren't cheap. 100 minerals a pop adds up. It does cut into your other mineral-heavy investments, such as the barracks production. So, I think my TLDR is that, like, yeah, I think obviously overall this feels pretty good for Kira. But there's ways in which it's turned out that Solo's maybe not in as much trouble as you might have thought he was, right? Like, yeah, you don't want to take any more damage here. This Liberator doing a lot is obviously painful. Drones cannot really afford to go down at this stage from Solar. But he's in the game. You know, there's a lot of times where if you try a Link Queen Nidus and it just gets shut down and does nothing, which it kind of did, he did a bit of SCV damage, you're just dead because you're dead to the follow-up of the Terran player. And while I don't think Solo's feeling comfortable, he's still in this game. He might still die to the 1-1 in the Stim, to be fair. Like, Q might just show up and have too much. Especially in a world where Solar has built the Spire, so he's going to go Mutas. So it's not like he's going to have a good fight, you know. I mean, he's going to have to put a little bit more reliance on the counter-attack kind of basis once more. That's going to be a big part of the factor here in the near future. And you see those 5 meters still building in. The Baneling Nest coming up as well. A couple of Queens coming in from that right-hand side. 1-1 upgrades. Stim Pack and Combat Shield both building. Hellions morphed into Hellbats. The Mutalisks still building up. We get the Baneling Nest just on its way as well. I mean, that's a long way off. And especially because he's got no upgrades on the way either. Solar is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Guess we'll see just how this first attack of Kira goes. I think this first attack of Kira can either completely wipe Solar out, or Solar maybe hangs on by a thread and then plays his way back into the game with Mutas, potentially. There's really a definite, and to be fair, there's no defense against these Mutalisks. Like I say, though, the Mutas are an investment. That means there's not much defense at home. So the push across the map from Kira is the response to the Mutalisks, basically. This is 12 SCVs. Like, this is serious. The SCVs don't even know where they want to go. They're trying to figure out the Marines because the Marine count is very low as well. Going to kill the Liberator that's over here. Missile turret not ready. We can actually go after just more SCVs, but then you've got to defend at the other side of the map. If you don't defend over here, all of this is for nothing. Banelings crash into the front through Hellbats there already, so that's going to be our starting point. Yeah, you can kind of see where the issue's already at, right? Baneling Nest's going to go down. Bane speed denied. Now these units are going to be stimmed, combat shielded, and one-wand. Can Solar find a defense some way, somehow against this? He's got a handful of Banes remaining. He morphed in a couple extra before the Baneling Nest fell. Obviously, we'll never get Bane speed available here because the Bane Nest got denied. So it's going to be a long way until Baneling speed. Here's down a lot of workers, but he's right there, equal in army and with much better upgrades as well. We're going to dive in. We're just going to have the mutas coming from the back, going after those libs. Things are going to float through. The couple of Banelings connect as Q did not find a split on the Marines. Solar is going to get a defense. Q starts +2 attack. I think it's imperative that Solar, I mean, I know it's tough to find the money. He needs upgrades. And he does start. Oh, he actually already has 2 Evo Chambers. My apologies. He starts another Evo Chamber in the main. I don't think he's realized that he's already got 2 Evo Chambers. I think he's having the same moment that I'm having where I'm like, he needs upgrades. And so I was like, I need upgrades. And he has no idea. He already has double Evo. Oh, that's actually super painful because we're playing a very tight game right now. The last thing you want to be building is 2 Evo Chambers when you already have the things. That's just how chaotic a game it's been for Solar at this point. Oh my goodness, the Banelings are going to get a chance to connect almost. I mean, the mutas get rid of all the medevacs because Kira puts himself in a really weird position. Oh my god. Kira's going to type GG. What? I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a horrible attack from Kira, but it's a horrible attack from Kira. Like, you lose a lot of supply, but even at the end of this, right? When these units go down, I mean, we lost every medevac, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, okay, Kira put himself in a horrible spot, but you're on your way to 2-2 with no upgrades on the way from the Zerg. The counterattack is going to be, I mean, the Mutalisks are the issue. There's 15 of them. You do still have 20 Marines alive. Some of them are still in this cluster here. And I guess some of them are here as well. You've got missile turrets. You're 0-2 down. I think you should at least try and get a defense going. I think you should at least try to defend. Like, don't get me wrong. GG's right here. Don't get me wrong. Like, the Marine count's not great. He doesn't have a lot at home. Maybe he does just guide to Lingbane, but there's only 11 Lings on the map. Like, it's purely Mutalisks, and he's got missile turrets, so I think Solar does damage to keep himself in an okay position, but again, Solar's in a rough spot too. I don't know if it's GG. Like, I think Kira feels as though he's just lost a lot, which is true, but Solar's also in a very tricky position. And I think that's what makes it interesting. It's like, I don't necessarily disagree that Kira should feel bad about what just happened. How does he ever know there's only 11 Lings? Because he just killed a bunch of them? I mean, that's why you don't leave the game. Like, that's why you don't get caught up in the emotion of like, crap, I really lost this. Yeah, I don't disagree. Kira probably is like, man, I really chucked away 2 armies just now. But I think you could have tried to defend first. And if he runs across the map and there's 40 Lings and you can't defend, you just leave the game 30 seconds later, right? So yeah, I think it's worth trying, especially because you're 0-2 down and you're kind of on the point. I mean, Kira's in the replay right now looking at it, so he's probably kind of feeling very similar here, as that is going to be GG. So Kira falls down to the lower bracket. Solar advances to the upper bracket quarterfinal. He will play the winner of herO and Spirit, which is our next matchup here today as well. So that's coming up as well. Very, very exciting. Alrighty, guys. Give us a moment. Our next matchup is going to be on NA. I've just got to coordinate people. I'm just coordinating myself. And all of that as well. I'll take a screenshot here. Cool. Let me just run some ads. I'm just going to coordinate players a second, guys. Because I just need to talk to Solar about his schedule. Alright, gonna try to figure this out. I'm gonna take a couple moments. Try and get that underway in just a few, guys. So just a couple moments, please. Get that sorted. Get that figured out. Spirit and herO going to be coming up. Like I said, just trying to get on top of schedules for the players ASAP. So Kira's going to play Mana or Showtime. Let me just put that into my list, all my scheduling, so that we know who is where. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright. Sorry, guys. Just, like I said, communicating with players a little bit. Spirit and herO are vetoing, so we're getting there. If Kira just didn't surrender, you would be ripped apart in the next few minutes. Like I say, I don't necessarily disagree. I just always think it's one of those moments where, you know what, if it's 0-0, leave the game. If you're not into playing the next minute or so, sure. When you're down 0-2, it's one of those moments where I really feel like there's just no harm in just seeing what he runs across the map with and seeing if you can get a defense. Because if you defend this and you get a stage of this game where you get some Marines up and you're 2-2s versus 0-0, because yeah, okay, you don't necessarily know that Solar didn't start upgrades yet, but if you don't know, then why are you playing presuming that he's in the best possible scenario, right? Like, that's not the right mentality. And yeah, maybe it's just an online tournament, and so he's not going to kind of play with like his entire heart on the line or whatever. That's fine as well. But obviously, from a caster's perspective, you know, I'm going to presume these players are playing with their heart on the line. In which case, you know, stay in the game 30 seconds. See if you can make a defense. See if you can make a heroic, you know, comeback right now. Like I say, maybe it just doesn't feel like you're down 0-2. You're feeling like it's rough. Feel like this entire series hasn't gone your way. The mental aspect of it definitely goes completely against Kira, to be fair, as well. So there's 100% a factor of that there too. So Ruby Rock going to be our opening map here on this one. So get this set up. Gonna go west first as we get into this. What's up, Scarlet? Thank you so much for the 43-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so very much. Welcome to the tree. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let me get you treed up here in just a second. When do you win your solo versus Q at EP points? Right now. Thank you for reminding me. Now we'll put the next one up as well. Beautiful. Alright, just gotta drag our players in position here. Double check we've got everybody. I can't find the players, but we'll take a second. I'm sure I can. herO, why can't I see your name on the list? There you are. Friends list, all in game. Chat channel, all in game. That looks good to me. Ready from herO and Spirit. Let's get this on track. Was it Rain back in the day that would never GG till the bitter end of every game? Fantasy was very well known for it. It was called the Fantasy GG timing. To be fair, there's a difference between the Fantasy GG timing, when you literally have like units all over every single one of your bases. Your units are being killed as they spawn. You're trying to micro one Marine on the other side of the map versus an army of Lings. there's a difference in that versus like, hey, I still have supply and, you know, I've just taken a big trade and I don't know what's coming towards me. Like I say, there's a lot of mental aspects to it. It's one of those things that we don't need to read that much into, but we're the viewers, we get to read into it because that's kind of the beauty of the game. We get to read into these choices and mistakes and the decisions. We get to read into like, oh, I didn't, you know, he didn't obviously feel like it was there, but was it? Like, we got to be able to ask these questions. That's what's beautiful about StarCraft. It's not just as straightforward as, yes, that was the right decision 100% of the time. So, yeah. Oh, guys, just before we get into this series, we have got a special guest here on the stream today. She would love to tell you about how you can support a doggo this Christmas by subscribing to the channel. Did you guys know 20% of all subscriptions go toward the Ellie Fund, where she gets fed, she gets treats, she gets head scratches. She is super fluffy today. She decided if she was going to come here and sell out, she was going to look her absolute best. So she is freshly groomed, as fluffy as possibly can be. And, just here to say hello. Yeah, oh, look at that wagon tail. Oh, she is having a good time. She's happy to be here, guys. She hopes you're having a great Christmas period. How old is the dog now? She is 4.5. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, no? She's 4.5, I know. You know, when we first got Ellie, we were like, when we first got Ellie, we were like constantly at 1,000+ subs. And now I gotta sell out in the holiday period to get 1,000. Crazy. 20% of 1,000 subs per month? Right, okay, it's Christmas, like, we don't usually have 1,000 subs, right? You know? We averaged like 400 subs this year until this month, so you know, 20% of that, 80 times 3, 240, that pretty much pays for our food and some doggo sticks. And okay, it's still a bit, but look, doggos ain't cheap, man. Doggos ain't cheap. Streamers only get 20% of subs? No, 20% of subs go to Ellie. You know, it's a rule on the channel to, you know, okay, I'll be transparent. It's a complete sellout tactic, but you know, you gotta use everything in your power to try and convince people to use the sub, like the Destroyer Cat. Thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. I'll get you on the tree after this game. This is Spirit vs. herO, guys. Getting carried away with the Ellie chatter. Let's yap on about some StarCraft 2, because we got herO, we got Spirit. Man, I'm so sad. Obviously, we dipped yesterday after Game 3 of Showtime vs. Spirit. Showtime's looking great in that series. Spirit got a faster, aggressive game. Spirit apparently came back in that series and won 3-2, knocking Showtime to the lower bracket, advancing himself into the winner bracket next round. And, yeah, I missed those last 2 games. I'm sad about it. I had a great time last night. I still think it's the right choice. It was like casting 15 to 30 more minutes of games versus missing out my entire, you know, 3 or 4 hours of my evening out. So, I think we made the right choice, but still crazy to see the comeback happen. I refreshed the bracket and I was like, Spirit, bro! Giving us the TVP right here in this winner bracket matchup. What's crazy about this, guys, is after this series, we are going to be directly into lower bracket action for the rest of today, and it's going to start getting a little bit scary because we're going to be eliminating players. 4 more players get eliminated today, so that's going to be a big deal for sure. Of all the sellout tactics, this is the best one. Yeah, no, it's pretty nice, right? I should start a full-time Ellie stream. She hates being on camera, though. Like, what would it be? Her running away from the camera constantly, making her life miserable? Yeah. We are going to see these few depths. I'm just going to shade on through a little bit. Cyclone is going to be there. Did he scout the proxy? Spirit did not scout the proxy. He was just aware of the timing, it seems. Sorry, I was a bit distracted at the start of this game, and things were actually happening as well, so my apologies. Let's lock in and get this going. Did you see a couple of the SCVs going down? The Cyclone's still trying to get some more damage done. Adepts pulling back away again. The few Marines are going to try and come over. The Cyclone will be there to try and fight. 4 SCVs going down. The rest of the Adepts gather. We will get a siege tank sieged on the natural. Adepts will shade up. Oh no, the barracks is relocating. So 2 Adepts get into the main. A couple of low HP SCVs here will go down. That's frustrating for Spirit because the rest of this defense has been... It's been reasonable. Like, yes, you lost some SCVs, but this is a commitment from herO as well. You know, herO's tech is very late in this game. Like, his tech in this game is a Prism and just basic gateway units. So Spirit is actually going to have a good time with the stim pack more than likely. But the more SCVs you keep alive, the more strong your timing is going to be in the end. It's a nice catch on these Adepts. They're going to go down. The Cyclone can body block a little bit, so the Adepts do not get away as quickly or as easily. 2 out of 3 go down, the other one hurting. There is going to be the Adepts in the main. SCVs pull instantly. Spirit pulls back. He's not at stim yet, and I imagine he might want to wait for the starport before he actually commits across the map and the medevacs. But that's going to be kind of expensive as the Cyclone gets the lock on there. We don't have the we don't have the range to kind of get that prism forever, but it is lower than it was. If we get rid of this prism, moving across the map becomes so much easier as herO continues to just hammer down on these workers. His multi-prong aggression here continues to do a lot. Those tanks survive. We actually see some Marines across the map. He's going to show up, kill a battery, going to stim. There's not a lot over here right now. A Stalker going down pretty quickly. We can jump onto the Immortal as well. There is a battery nearby that can start to do some work. The battery's going to do a lot. We will still get a couple of the units. Still, we get one more probe. That Stalker goes down. We have drained the battery of energy, so that's effective. If Spirit comes across the map with any more units soon. I wonder if Spirit would actually like to maybe take the chance to just go and deny the nearby gateway, though, because that would be something to just stop some warp-ins, for example. Obviously, the Prism can still warp in across the map. It's just one less thing, especially if the Prism pulls back to play a bit more defensively as well. The Cyclone looking for the Prism doesn't quite catch it here, as the Stalker will play the defense. Deny the pylon. Spirit has to be careful. These units are coming across the map right now, and if he's out on the map with the Marines, they do obviously end up fairly exposed, so this becomes a little awkward, and Charge is just now finishing. These Marines are going to go on a journey. The Prism will see them, so we know exactly where they're at, and we can try and figure out how we chase this down. We try and turn it onto the Prism. We're going to have to kite against a couple of Zealots. Realistically, these Marines are going to die. Spirit is down 11 workers in this game. He will just run with these Marines for a few more moments, maybe just stim again and keep running. But the Adepts are going to shade in front. Get rid of an Adept. That's going to be about it. Army supply is not terrible for Spirit, but let's not lie, it's not exactly amazing either. Like, he's not got anything really going his way in this game. It's been a weird game because of how herO opened. Like, the timing's a little bit off. The kind of the equations you do in your head of, like, was this good for me? Where is he at in this game? Like, they're going to be off in this game as well, so definitely a little bit of a interesting scenario as we see the bio coming back through, the probe going down, and medevac is going to load up and pull back over. Still got concussive shells on the way out, the +1 attack upgrade as well. The medevac comes down the left-hand side. The observer makes its move also. If he backed up after killing the pylon, yeah, I think he should have left after killing the pylon anyway, because then I think he would have kept those Marines alive. And I honestly think right now there's a lack of splash damage, right? So a higher Marine count would have gone a long way for you as Spirit. So I really think that's a little bit of a missed opportunity. This drop will do nothing. Well, maybe it will actually, because the Marine on the low ground took the attention. The Zealots turned around for a second. We're going to get a jump. We're going to go for the pylon. If we kill this pylon, we get access into the mineral line. Just going to kill the pylon, depower 2 gates, and then go run away with the medevac for the moment. It can still linger and be a threat on the map, something you got to keep in mind, if nothing else for now. Again, Marine Marauder coming up, medevacs and the +1 attack upgrade coming by. Let's have ourselves that blink, that thermal lance coming through. The +1 attack upgrade coming in as well. The medevacs will take that chance to get around the left-hand side here. Nexus still building through, the thermal lance on the way. The +1 attack upgrade very nearly there, just for the next few moments. Two Marauders and the Marine will unload. Pylon in some trouble right off the bat. Just going to be stimming for that one, taking it down. Pylon drops. Going to have a little load up across the map as well as the medevac gets a pickup and a retreat away. Still got the Ghost Academy coming through. The medevac's up top. Cyclone will do a smooth move in there. A little dance in the corner, keeping an eye on any Prism coming in from that right-hand side, at least a Spirit. And again, sets up more drops. I love this Prism is literally just scouting right now, which is kind of crazy. No blink yet, so the dive into the main base could be good. I was going to say, drop on the other side of this freaking gateway, no? The Zealots would have had to run around the gate, and like that just would not have been pretty. Actually going to get a tank siege here as well. More Zealots show up. I mean, obviously we still have the lift up and get out of here possibility because it's only one Stalker. I feel like we could have dropped on the other side of those gates and just done so much more, but Spirit did not quite see that option. Drop over here as well, ready to push into this base, looking for the multi-prong. This reminds me a lot of what Uthan was doing against Geralt yesterday, just very drop-heavy. Find the Protoss, he's not really well split up and not really well set up in this game. Couldn't deny the Robo-Bay. Thermal Lance is done. There's already multiple Colossus on the map, so I don't think the Robo-Bay is going to be a major issue. Should be pretty easily rebuilt. We're not desperate to kind of replace that As he'll replace it, but it's not like he needs it right now to start another unit up or so. And Spirit just runs in there again, forcing herO to keep on playing defense. What I don't love for this for Spirit is I actually think he's playing a very solid kind of game plan and very cool game. However, you're playing against herO and he's the master of chaos. You know, you're playing a chaotic style against someone who kind of breeds in this chaotic style, right? Like, herO, you know, becomes a better player the less normal the game is, and Spirit is playing this game into a state of here, there, and everywhere. And I do think that's where herO hits his kind of maximum potential a lot of the time. 2-2 upgrades still coming up. Dark Shrine coming in. Those additional gateways are coming by. Just going to have the Ghosts, the Vikings coming up as well. Bio will collect together. CC is just going to float in, landing on that left side as well. Get that in position. And Bio in the center, still gathering up. We have the Engineering Bay and the Armory, adding the Planetary Fortress on also. All coming into play right now. Just seeing our 2-2 upgrades coming online. The Immortal coming up. Gates and the Nexus also coming into play. Adept is going to try and shade. The Bio will stem forward. Adept gets picked off immediately. One more Mule dropping into position. And that Shadow Stride is going to be continuing through. 2-2 upgrades. All on the way up. Immortals back into the center of the map. The Prism is going to be there coming along through the middle of the map as well. Cyclone with the lock on. Just going to get in after the pylon. The Zealots will chase. The Cyclone falls. It's going to be another nice catch for the moment. So another nice grab early on here. As the 2-2 upgrades will continue in about. The Barracks and the Starport coming up. The Depot's on the way. The SCV's coming through. The Prism will load and unload. We now see ourselves the Zealot, Stalkers, Immortals, and Colossus continue to come on in. The rocks will go down. And you see another round of Stalkers warping in underneath that Prism, ready to make a push on this right-hand side. We start to set into this. A couple of EMPs come down. The Zealots are going to get hit. The Bio Army is going to fight. Stalkers blinking through. The Zealots are coming up. Just going to be seeing a little bit more of that Bio coming in once again. The Colossus are going to fire. The Vikings looking to get through. Stalkers get underneath. One Viking going down. The rest of the Zealots stepping forward as well. Colossus gets saved in the Prism. herO's not having a good enough fight here. He's going to get pushed away. And Spirit, maybe he's benefiting from the craziness of this game right now. And Spirit is going to live up to that top side. Couple Ghosts on the way up from him. herO obviously built into that DT blink already, so he's got a lot of harassment options for later. Spirit currently just defending 4 bases. herO only on the 5 base, and that's kind of a big deal. Like, herO's never been mega rich this game. You know, usually you see the Protoss get up to, you know, high base count, high worker count. That has just not been true at all. Spirit has kept herO away from those typically strong Protoss mid-game situations, and hence has been able to get to a point now where he's contesting herO at a phase of the game where I feel like he's pretty decent of. MP's coming down, Zealot's getting chased, Stalker's getting forward. We see the Vikings going to go back and forward as well. Just going to be having a couple more Stalkers going down at the moment. +3/+3 coming up. 7 DTs, 5 Zealots, all being built as well right now. That's going to be the DTs ready to make a bit of a play. I mean, this is where you really get tested as Spirit. This is where he had some issues against Showtime yesterday in the first few games. He sees this coming in, though, and he gets a catch. I mean, that missile turret in the front is actually huge. It does exactly what he needs to, and now he's going to find the pylon. So he denies that. There's some units down to the bottom side, though, and he's still going to have to defend over here. The first Widowmine's doing their job. The bunker as well. Vikings looking for the chance to get to those Colossus as Spirit. Hey, I'm not going to lie. Spirit's putting up way more of a fight than I really expected him to here against herO. I thought it was going to be a difficult matchup for Spirit. I thought it was going to be tough, especially in any sort of a longer game. Right now, he's playing a heck of a matchup. Just going to be seeing those DTs on that left side being handled pretty well. They all go down, so herO loses out on those. They are not cheap to replace. Here's one issue, though. herO's about to hit 3-3, and Spirit just started his own 3-3 upgrades up. So, yeah, that is going to be a major delay for Spirit. That's something which definitely feels troublesome. These Colossus are in trouble, though. The Stork not denying the Vikings anywhere near quickly enough. Spirit's going to absolutely crush this army. And guess what? The Vikings are landing. The Immortals are going down. The Stalkers blink to safety. The handful of Stalkers that remain to tell a tale of this fight. The DTs all went down, remember, so we have no harassment counterattack potential on the field already from herO. He doesn't even kill this refinery for a slap in the face to his harassment. Spirit actually has a bottom left 5th base up and running as well. I think Spirit's biggest mistake right now is the fact he's not across the map. What are we doing? Loading up medevacs, being fancy, dropping around. You just crushed an army, Spirit. Let's play like you recognize the advantage you just gained yourself. I get it. Maybe he's terrified of just, hey, hero's a high base Protoss player, etc. But hero does not have the economy Spirit thinks he does. Spirit did a great job harassing this game. He is now going to hit the bottom base. Yeah, maybe this is fine because he's dropping the top at the same time, so it just took him a moment or two to set this up, but it felt like a very roundabout way to making this push happen. Now some DTs showing up on the aggression stalkers, funnily enough, are here as well. They're going to help against these liberators in a big way. Some zealots showing up too, as we're just going to see hero now says, yeah, let's embrace the chaos. It's base trade time, so he's just going to throw units at Spirit. He needs to try and collect together in the main if possible, while he is running through onto the bases of his opponent. He has a drop top right, so this base is going to be in trouble quickly as well. Obviously, scans are a big factor here because there's going to be DTs constantly, so that detection is going to be a major check. Can we have detection at the right times of this game? Can we keep that detection where we need it to be, when we need it to be there? Like I say, lots of questions right now as this game gets chaotic. Hero counterattacking all the way into this main base, so he's in the main base quickly. Immortal goes down here. This new Robo Bay going to go down. Nexus top right died. Hero doesn't even lose the probes there. Spirit doesn't bother with it. He just goes straight into the next base along. Wants to deny Nexus after Nexus. What's funny is Spirit still has the bases in the bottom left-hand side to think of as well. I love this Liberator. Just going to make it difficult for things in the corner to really do too much. Spirit's upgrades are going to be a problem potentially. If this game does end up going super long and Hero has 3-3 where Spirit doesn't. But right now, the engineering bays are not dying. Maybe the +3 armor dies, but the +3 attack in the natural is not under attack. So there's a world where +3 attack at least finishes, and you could argue that's the more important upgrade. It's one of these games, guys, where we're rebuilding our production in the bottom left corner next to a gateway of hero. +3 attack is denied, so it's going to be an upgrade deficit for Spirit, and I do think that's a shame in what is going to be a very gateway-centric army. Upgrades are big here for hero, and it's going to be one of the ways in which he may be able to take some better trades. This planetary does not last very long at all. Spirit is chasing across the map. He's chasing some probes down. These gates are still up. Hero doesn't really have much money to rebuild with from here. He doesn't have anything on the way right now. I think he's Nexusless, so a few probes on that high ground as well. I actually think Spirit's army is still significantly better. The EMP count is obviously massive. Everything in this army should be 0 shields when a fight happens, and that's going to make it very difficult. We are going to see the DTs blinking in. We are going to get some EMPs on them. There's still one in the center. He EMP'd a bunch of his own ghosts to be able to hit those DTs. Now the probes are going to come in and try and tank, but the Immortal goes down. We just need a scan or one more EMP. He gets it. That's the last Dark Templar for the moment. Now, Hero is on supply block, but he only has 220 gas to play with. The army melted away, and it's just going to be probes on the map and those stalkers. I don't think that'll be enough for Hero, as Spirit will continue to get back to rebuilding. Hero is going to be chased down and hunted down. Spirit just needs to get out of supply block right now, which is a good position to be in. 4 depots on the way. Command center as well. Slow warping of a DT. I mean, realistically at this stage, probably not going to do much. These zealots are going to try and deny some structures down here, perhaps, but Spirit just has buildings everywhere. He's going to get another EMP, so he actually hits the DT there. There's going to be one more DT that comes in. We don't have the scan right now, so this DT will be effective and will be scary to deal with. Spirit just having to pull away. The Stalkers going to blink on top to try and clean this up. Can Spirit get rid of these Stalkers? The last few ghosts are going to go running. We're going to load into a medevac and just try and play getaway. Does the right medevac go down? The only medevac that has the ghosts inside is going to get away for the moment. The Vikings have landed here to play defense in this corner base on this planetary fortress. Zealots are going to take their chance to try and knock down on the high ground and get rid of this location over there as well. A little bit of bio coming through now. The Zealots probably not going to fare too well. 32 army supply to the 13. Hero has 0 probes remaining. He has no money left. Hero has only what remains in this game, and there's Marines building aplenty. We're going to scan to the top right side. We're going to find a Dark Templar. These Marines do not kill it because we blink it away, and we will keep this going for a little bit longer, but I think there's just too much bio on this mining base of Spirit. Like I say, that DT is causing some chaos. I don't know where that next missile turret's coming up. I think it's just to the top side of this location. A Spirit, if he needs to, will just build his resources here if that's the net need. However, Stalkers can dominate the high ground. I mean, we just need a scan here, and this DT should, in theory, die. The barracks will float, because obviously right now, building the Marines there has not been working. The issue for Hero is there's absolutely nothing else on the way. This game never gets better for him, and he's going to recognize that, and he's going to say the GG. It is Spirit to take the opening game of this best of 5, as 20 minutes on Ruby Rock will end up in our Terran's favor, and our underdog in this series is going to get the opening game. And that's the kind of games we're having lately in the 2025 Championship. It has been a pretty darn crazy time If you've been watching this tournament, this sort of game, it's wild, but it's indicative of our tournament, honestly. Crazy, chaotic, underdogs absolutely bringing it. That was on hero's server preference as well. What a great feeling for Spirit. Hard fought. I think if the entire series goes like this, hero's still the favorite. But Spirit taking the opening game is obviously super fun for us, and that's very cool to see as we'll hop into our second game in just a few moments' time. The Destroyer Cat, thank you so much for subbing us up. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. I'm going to get you on the tree in a moment. Just getting everyone into this lobby. And I'll get you guys on the tree. Just waiting for Spirit to join us. I'll get you on the tree before he's here. Oh, Spirit's in the lobby. He's just further down. My bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we lost a French caster, maybe? Yes. Players ready, though. Let's go. Into game number 2 on Old Republic. My chair's stuck. 1 second, guys. There we go. Whew. Yeah, I think if every game goes like this, the Chaos King will reign supreme. But credit to Spirit, because he played this one well. See what happens in game number 2. As we have in the top right, the underdog story. It is going to be Spirit, our blue Terran player, in the top right corner of the map. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left. We're going to have ourselves herO. Game number 2 as herO looks to fight back into this series. Lots of games still coming up after this, guys. Today, we have got a busy slate for you guys. Scarlet versus Geralt comes up after this, as well as Rogue versus Shameless, Mana versus Showtime, and Creator versus Nice. We will work our way through the lower bracket toward the end of the day. Plenty of great games to come. And a lot of the matchups for tomorrow are obviously going to start getting decided too. Tomorrow is Elimination Day. Everybody tomorrow is up for elimination in every single series. To be fair, and then Saturday, we will make a return to the upper bracket once again. Spirit will win every game. If every map it goes over 20 minutes, Spirit wins the series. What I think's crazy is, though, is that this game only went over 20 minutes because herO made an all-in counter-attacking effort, which, to be fair, was the right play. I really think Spirit had the right idea, but there needed to be a bit more urgency about it. Like, he went to the bottom of the map with his main army, he dropped to the top, that's great, but it took so long. Like, he loaded up those medevacs to go to the top side, and then pulled back while doing it, then slowly reconvened, then went to the bottom. He gave herO like multiple warp-in cycles to basically get a response up and to allow him to set up a base trade. If Spirit just goes across the map after that fight, this situation never endures. Maybe herO gets a base trade, but he'll be at least a warp-in cycle down, because you could have gone so much faster. And I think the double drop load up just was unnecessary. I would maybe get it in a game where herO has Storm, because then maybe you're afraid you run across the map, Storm buys time, everything gets stopped at once, and you make no progress. But when you just wiped out all the tech units, there's been no sign of Storm at all, I 100% think that's a scenario where you're just meant to go as Spirit. So a little bit more killer instinct, maybe. But hard to complain about a game he eventually won anyway, so... Game number 2 now, Spirit leading 1-0. Knocked Showtime out in a reverse sweep yesterday to wrap up the day, and now here against herO in this winner bracket, looking to take it one step further. Of course, we already know that the winner of this will play Solar in that upper bracket quarterfinal, so the winner of this has Solar in their sights. The loser of this drops down to a crazy section of the bracket. The loser of this plays... the loser of this one ends up against either Scarlet or Geralt, which I actually really think is a section of the bracket that is very winnable for either player that ends up down there. But still not easy, and obviously still you're in the lower bracket, and it's only going to get more difficult from there as well. You potentially have Cura the round after that, or Showtime coming back for vengeance as well, so... There I do see those few Marines going to hit the Adept, pushing that back over the left-hand side just for a few moments. Order Command Center, Factory, all coming through. The couple of Marines still building up. The Oracle and the Warp Gate will be on the way in as well, so we continue to get that into play right now. Bringing all of this online for now, and that up and running. Oracle on the way through. Warp Gate coming up. Adept will take a shade through in the natural expansion up toward the main base. Couple Marines pop out from that barracks. And we just have ourselves Command Center, Rax, Bunker, a couple of SCVs, Phoenix and the Warp Gate continue to come through as well. Marines just come about. Again, just going to be having ourselves the gates coming through, so we got that set up as well. A little bit of everything coming in right here. Orbital Command building as well. Phoenix coming online. Gateways in production. Cyclone building about. The Marines in production as well. Again, that orbital and the SCV is still building through. The Marines will gather on the ramp at the moment. That orbital will complete. The couple SCVs produce. Triple CC early means that Spirit just wants to play a big eco game. I love his confidence in this matchup to just say, I'm not, like, he doesn't feel the need to rush out a victory. Like, he doesn't feel the need to get super aggro. He's not afraid of the late game, I think, is what I'm really saying here. And I think that's actually very impressive in a world where, realistically, a lot of people are very afraid of a later game, you know? Especially against someone like herO, who we know is an absolute beatist a lot of the time, so... yeah. I think there's a definite talking point there for us to maybe linger on a little bit. I'm just gonna ourselves settling down. I'm just gonna have the Cyclone gonna get picked away at. Phoenix obviously on the map. I mean, this is a great scenario for Spirit, no, as, I mean, minus the Oracle is going to do a bunch of damage, but in theory, I look at this from Spirit, I'm like, hey, we're playing a game right now where you are playing a super fast 3CC, your opponent's open Stargate. Stargate is meant to keep the opponent, like, you know, safe and secure and comfortable, and the reality is that this is not safe, secure, or comfortable, this is safe, secure, and comfortable against someone who is playing safe, secure, and comfortable themselves, so herO plays into the build order disadvantage. However, somehow he is dominating with these three Phoenix and the Oracle. 8 workers go down, some Marines have fallen too. We're going to make it 9 workers now. This goes from being a 48 to 54 worker game to 39 to 54. Like, Spirit is basically playing a 2-base build now with the triple command center, and of course, because he's playing triple CC, he doesn't have the pressure counterattacking across the map to make up for any of this. So herO did a fantastic job. The build was actually great for Spirit, and the build order matchup was great for Spirit. But the execution on the defense has not been there at all. Let way too much damage come about, and now is going to be trailing quite heavily, worker count-wise. I mean, like I say, in a more normal game, I look at this worker count, I'm like, okay, but Spirit's going to step on the map and get something done, right? But the reality here is that's not the case, and then herO's just going to kind of kick Spirit in the face and be like, bam, Stasis Ward underneath your CC. Have fun dealing with that. Just one more thing to worry about right now. Marines are going to try and trade against those Phoenix. herO and herO would have pulled the boys in this situation. It is definitely a pull the boy kind of game against these units, and double upgrades as well. The problem is your triple CC, and I just think Spirit is just never going to feel confident pulling the boys when he triple CC does his opening. And I don't disagree. You look at the units out right now, it's Zealots and Phoenix, and honestly, 31 Marines with SCVs to tank could probably shred the Zealots. How many gates are we on? We're on 9 gates already, though. I mean, if you didn't lose all those SCVs and the economy was there, a big timing window with how greedy herO is being could absolutely have been an option. Now herO's just going to attack up this ramp. He has zero respect for someone who lost 9 workers to Phoenix and Oracle harassment. And honestly, I mean, like I say, there's enough Marines to hold this off from Spirit. He will push herO back. Spirit is not building SCVs right now. I'm going to wait to see if that's a consistent or if that's just like a momentary thing. There might be a world where he still does send the aggression. And that could get very bad for you here as herO if you decide... What's weird is that Phoenix Zealot like this, if you just camp and build mines, you actually ended up in a very good position too. Obviously, we're not really playing the camping though here as Spirit. I definitely think he's looking to attack, because he's not going beyond the 45 workers. To be fair, these Phoenix right now are complete dead weight. They have no energy on them. They're going to stim here, fight these Zealots. Widow Mine's going to get burrowed, and they're going to hit a lot of the Zealots too. Could split away from herO to minimize some of the damage. We can see that herO honestly does not take that good of a fight because it's only Zealots. Now Zealots warping in over here, going to get caught as well, so he's going to have those in trouble straight away. So they have to pull back. Pylon and Gateway get denied, and Spirit is up 40 army supply. herO's not transitioned at all. And Spirit is going to go. Like I said, he never started to build SCVs again. The Phoenix get on top of one of the medevacs here. It's just going to pull away. Just about survives for the moment. Continuing down to the bottom left side, there's another round of Zealots. We lose one medevac. We need to try and stop as many Zealots as possible. This is kind of funny because I actually feel like you don't want to kill the structures because the structures are kind of hurting the Zealots in some ways. There's Widow Mines further back we can pull into. We need to get away to stop the splash damage going onto the Bio Army, especially when we've stimmed a couple of times already now. Army supply still in Spirit's favor. We're pulling the probes. That's not a good sign. Widow Mine onto the Zealots here. The Bio is low, though. We're going to have to stim again. We do not have any Zealots left. A few extra Zealots coming in. The Phoenix are trying to get the medevacs. Probes will go down in this situation. Another mine in the background. What's left on the ground? It's the Bio Army of Spirit as he keeps moving through. 53 to 38 army supply. herO is moments away from a +2 attack upgrade. The issue is this is his 4th base that we're breaking onto. If all we get rid of here is Spirit is the 4th base, is that a success story? Probably not. He is spamming Marines off of 1 upgrade, soon to be 2-2 from herO, and the Phoenix have lived through this. And because the Phoenix have lived through this, they are a constant threat as they regain energy to just pick off reinforcements and just be an absolute annoyance in this game. Especially these Widow Mines, for example, are something which do not get to live across the map in this scenario either. Marines trying to zone, but right now Spirit's being slowed down, and I think that gives herO enough time to get a response up here. Now Spirit basically has to play 2 armies, the attacking army and the reinforcing army. But 2-2 upgrades is going to be mental. I mean, these Zealots are going to be nigh on indestructible. It's going to be so tough to get rid of them. We try and play us around on the Phoenix, and we kind of push them over the side. It lets Spirit get some units regrouped here, perhaps. And it's another medevac that's in trouble straight away. We pick off a Widow Mine. The Phoenix just kill things so fast when they lift them. I mean, the mines are so important here as Spirit goes. Temple Archives on the way from herO. Eventually we'll get an answer to this as he does have another warp in. Zealot's now going to come in on 2 sides. We're going to catch the warp in at least. Spirit may just need to burrow the mines here, get them to hit the right side of this army. Phoenix have the chance to lift up the mines though, so none of the mines are going to have any sort of major connection. herO is going to charge on into this, and he believes the Zealots will get it done. Spirit says GG. This was a very close effort in the end. It was just not quite enough momentum from Spirit. Again, those SCVs early, if they never go down, he might just have enough power to produce through that and actually win out. Obviously, the upgrades became an issue. herO played well with the counterattacks and buying himself time. Hey, we got a hell of a series on our hands. This is a way better series than I thought it was going to be, and that's not to kind of throw shade at Spirit. It's just, it's freaking herO, you know? Like, herO has been a monster all year long, especially in this PvT matchup, where he just dominates, especially anyone who's, like, a little bit below his skill level, you would say. herO has a real good talent of just being untouchable almost. Despite being such a volatile player, he becomes very untouchable by players who are just not quite as good as him because his chaos that he brings to the game has such an impact a lot of the time. And yet here we are, Spirit is absolutely standing up against that chaos and making a stand and giving himself some great opportunities to stay alive and to stay kicking and all the rest of it. We're going to get ourselves in over the next couple of moments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got Crank in here. Perfect. Make that 9. Players are ready, and we can go into game number 3 of this best of 5. Alright, guys. Content continues here in the WardiTV 2025 Championship. You can support the channel with our sponsor for the next couple of weeks, Surfshark. You can find out more with surfshark.com/wardy. But TLDR, you sign up to Surfshark now, you get 4 months for free. You can make your browsing experience on the internet safer and more private and take advantage of their benefits such as their email spam checker as well as their clean web service, which helps you to remove malware attacks and more. Keep yourself safe on the internet with Surfshark. We'll talk more about them later on, just wanted to bring them up for a quick moment here. If you are interested, !Surfshark in the Twitch chat. We'll give you the link through to our brand new VPN sponsor. Thank you so much to Surfshark, who are allowing us to basically put on more StarCraft 2 content. As always, the sponsors of the stream are a big part of the reason we're able to run these higher prize pool events alongside your guys' support as well. So do check out the sponsor if you're in the business or if you're in the market for a VPN. Surfshark may just be the VPN for you. Black Bear with the 120 bits to make the Wardy love spam up in the chat. Thank you so much. I'm not in the chat on the screen. They're fun little things. I feel like they're fun until they get overused, and then they're like, get rid of these things. Although, if they get overused, I guess I'm raking in the cash, so I guess it ain't so bad. As we have ourselves game 3 of this best of 5 kicking off here on Taito Citadel. In the bottom right corner, the blue Protoss player is going to be herO. And in the top left, our red Terran player is going to be Spirit. We have a cash problem. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I guess it's really not a problem. All right, guys. Taito Citadel, as we get this underway. Engineering Bay will be building up. A couple of probes are going to come through. They're going to get a wraparound on that Engineering Bay for a couple of seconds here. Just going to get that into position for the moment. The probes will nibble. And, yeah, Engineering Bay is going to be a mild annoyance, not the biggest of deals, because we saw it early enough that the probes will obviously stop too much happening. What's very fun is this the triangle of probes is to deny the SCV. Because if all 3 probes, I mean, imagine the Nexus, the Engineering Bay, if all 3 probes are here, and the SCV goes here to build, the SCV can put some more HP on this Engineering Bay before the probes can respond. The SCV is low HP enough, though, that if there's a probe on each corner, that wherever the SCV goes, the probes will be quick to respond and to stop that SCV from putting health on the Engineering Bay. So it's a really good way to maximize the effectiveness of the minor amount of probes that you pull, to make sure that this is going to be as little of an issue as possible. Just one of those smart little things, a nice additional little touch there from herO, just to make sure, like I say, that SCV does not create way more issue than what you're ready to deal with. Stalker steps out, command center the factory building through, the refinery is going to build. Our bunker is already coming up at home from Spirit as he plays a bit of defense in the early stage. But with our cybercore done, I'm looking to the production tab to see what tech we're going to see here next. But back to the Stargate from herO. So we're going to go Stargate back-to-back games. It's the most uncommon of builds right now. I mean, in PvT, I mean, is Robo less common? Robo's probably less common. It's the less popular build between it and Blink, of course. Of course, there's still viable different options to go for from this Stargate. You could just go Oracle into Blink. It's a very volatile style, but can work very well if you're able to handle it. You can go Phoenix into Colossus instead of Phoenix into Charge like we did in the last game. So just because it's Stargate doesn't mean we're doing the same thing back to back. It's just going to be that first initial tech structure, and that obviously opens the door to a certain set of builds that become available from here. And like I say, there is quite a wide array of what you can do from this point. I'm not going to go Phoenix immediately from herO. The ideal scenario here is you build 3 Phoenix, you hide them, and then if a Widowmine drop shows up, bam, you jump on that Widowmine drop, it does absolutely nothing, and that Phoenix defense early just makes that initial build of the Terran be absolutely useless. Nothing to be gained from it at all. Stalkers get up there, that Hellion goes down. Phoenix Gateway and the couple probes still coming through. The Marines trying to get in after the Adept still as well. Marine's going to get there. Adept taking some damage. It's going to be our Adept very low, but not quite dead. That's just going to be our presence at the front of this base for the moment. Triple command center coming in from Spirit, so he's going to play early. I mean, I love it. Again, if you're going to play Stargate as herO, that's more naturally a defensive setup. And so if you're going to play Triple CC as Spirit, in theory, that puts you in a great position. It's very strong economically. It's going to give you eco where your opponent's not really dealing damage. The opponent's going to struggle to really find ways to take advantage of this build, because there's not going to be the Blink Stalkers to poke around and kill units and so on and so forth. And yeah, obviously in the last game, the Oracle and Phoenix combined for a lot of damage, but we're a bit more secure this game, and this time around from Spirit, that's going to be a lot more difficult to do as well. He's going to get a Viking and a Cyclone early that will help him with these defenses. So that's going to be a major part of this, as the Phoenix flying around on that right-hand side. We see the Robo Facility, the Nexus, and another Phoenix on the way up. The battery is producing Forge on the way online as well here from herO currently, so we bring that up as well. It's not quite the same from herO, guys, because he did go Oracle last time around, and this time around the Twilight Council doesn't come in. He's going to go Robo on the follow-up, so it's the same setup-ish. Even that's not exactly the same. It's a very different follow-up. The Viking kills that Phoenix to capitalize on the Widowmine shot, which did pay the price. I'm just going to drop the Cyclone to the low ground and try and get the lock-on on a Phoenix here to play the chasing game for a little bit. Medevac providing the vision. We just get out of reach. Phoenix are pretty speedy, and that getaway is allowed. So we do make our way out of there. Tanking a few more Marines, just continuing up. Stimmen +1 coming through. The Phoenix will get into the main base. Stimpack building on that tech lab. +1 attack coming through. The 2 medevacs are on the way. Hey, the Phoenix is going to get locked onto again. Hey, oh, takes a turn back into this as well. Oh my goodness, the Phoenix just survives. But hey, it's another low HP Phoenix for the future. That's very susceptible to mine splash damage as well. And mines are very likely something you want to go into here as Spirit also. Let's see what his factory ends up doing in the end. Right now, not doing a whole bunch of anything as he gets Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 starting. I feel like, again, Spirit in a pretty not bad starting point of this so far. Could drop a mule down over to the natural expansion. The orbital command is going to take a float across into the 3rd base. So we're just going to pop that down, drop it in position, and move along with that for the moment. Again, those upgrades continue through from Spirit, Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 attack. All on the way in. Marine, Marauder, Tank, and the Barracks coming up. The Hallucination going to get some pokes off. Some pokes and some prods. Let's just pick a Hallucination off there. The Phoenix going to fly overhead. The Widowmine gets a lift. Is going to get cleaned out also. Again, all those upgrades still coming through. Extra gates coming up. herO will get a Robo Bay behind this. What I don't love for herO is... where is the tech? Like, there's no charge. Our army is literally 3 Immortals. Plus these Phoenix. And Zealots that have no charge. I mean... are 3 Immortals just tanky enough that we can fight this? He thinks yes. Oh my god, we're going to dive in the main base. Okay, well, obviously that means the tank goes down. We're going to recall into the main as a response to this. We're going to go after the Twilight Council. He's going to decide not to. He's going to run to the corner, gets rid of a Phoenix. Spirit just trying to find some value here. Turns into the Sentry, steps into the Stalkers. Marines getting lifted. We're going to target down each and every Phoenix here. That gives us the chance to lift up and play Getaway. It's a very complicated fight. I'm not really sure who I loved that for and who I didn't love that for. I love that tank peeling away, realizing that this bio army is going to be more of a run-in and run-out kind of situation. Kills the pylon at the front, and that's going to be pretty much it for now. So, again, already kind of finding it's the end of this kind of little bit of an attack here. Just going to see the bio on the low ground. We'll hit that Cybercore. Phoenix will come through. Medevac takes some damage. Cybercore about to finish. Reload the Medevacs up. Boost back up to the top side of the map. The armor upgrade coming into play. Charge coming through, Thermal Lance and the +1 armor coming about, Colossus coming in, Forge and the Cybercore coming over as well. herO gets the defense off in the end. Man, it was the triple Immortal is just so powerful. What he touted herO, shame. I mean, come on. Man didn't have charge and he had basically a Zealot army. It was the Immortals. The Immortals were good. I would have loved to see how the fight went if Spirit fought on the low ground, but I actually do think he didn't have quite enough to make that super impactful. I still would have been intrigued to see what the fight on the low ground looks like. If you just take the trade, the tank targets the Immortals a bit, and then the bio just kites back against those Zealots. What's interesting here is he has killed all the Phoenix, so they are kind of gone from the equation. Colossus on the way up, but they're not going to be well protected by anything. We're playing a game that has no blink right now, so that is definitely an issue. That's also a lot of Zealots over here, and Spirit is on his way back home to deal with this, but this Zealot army is just going completely unchecked as Spirit does not have an answer to just 10 plus Zealots hitting his bases. He was out on the map, and herO just shows up, and Zealots are such efficient units. Just get a mass that your opponent's not quite ready to deal with, and they find so much value. In the end, obviously, herO loses all of these, and that is, a good mineral investment down the drain. But you kill a lot of SCVs, you kill a bunch of bio, you force some Vikings onto the ground in a game where there's Colossus to deal with, so you need those Vikings up in the sky as well. There's definitely a lot of points to make there that those Zealots obviously were very effective. And it takes all of the map control from Spirit off the map, because he brought the rest of the army home to ensure he would get a cleanup on those Zealots as well. Again, Zealots just that very efficient trading unit as the bio takes a stim on the right side. So it's not going to get through here. Stalkers, Colossus, the Immortal coming through. The Sensor Tower going to get picked apart as well. Just going to take that down. +2 and Blink still coming in. SCV is going to wrap around. The bunker will get cleaned up. The Zealot's going to charge in toward this mineral line. SCVs are falling. The rest of the bio army still chasing forward. Zealot's going down. The missile turret getting cleaned up as well. It's going to have the Zealots continuing through. A couple of Marines will get forward. The Zealots get chased away once more. Spirit taking damage, but he's kind of hanging on in there. I think my biggest issue for Spirit was obviously the 4th base got cancelled, but he has rebuilt it in the main. This is a scary moment. Man, do we really only have 2 Vikings? Just wish he had something a little extra against these Colossus, especially when there's only 2 Phoenix. But right now, 2 Phoenix are actually going to be somewhat scary. Yeah, the SCVs pull in, but you can see the Colossus have just done too much. They've gone unchecked for too long. We've got the Prism to micro them out of a little bit of trouble as well. Stalker's doing a great job target firing the couple of Vikings that exist. And herO does find himself the micro necessary to fight through a Game 3 and to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. Heart Donkey, thank you so much for the 65-month resub. Merry Christmas to you and Ellie. Thank you so much, Heart Donkey. Welcome to the tree. It even says Merry Christmas on your tag. Right back at you. Thank you so much. We will host Game 4 of this. Let me host Game 4 and I'll put you on the tree, mate. Just so we can start getting the invites out for the players. Make this a nice, smooth process. West Central, West Central. Can Spirit tie this series up? Has been a good series, honestly. It's been very competitive, very back and forth. A very compelling matchup so far, for sure. As we just get this underway. Give me a second. Back the correct people up to the top. Missing Spirit for the moment. Okay, you on the tree, Hot Donkey? Players already. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 casters. Perfecto. Let's sort it out. Get this on the go. Ready up from the players, and we are counting down into Winter Madness. Will herO do Stargate 3 times in a row? That's actually a really good question. I mean, it's kind of cool. While he did it twice, I do feel like now he's done it twice and he's already done 2 different things off of it. I think it's maybe time to go back to the Twilight Council, to be honest. I feel like, you know, you've just gotten your win with 2 different Stargate styles. And to be fair, one of them was very sketchy as well. Even the second game I actually think was maybe sketchy at points too, to be fair. So, or the second Stargate game, I should say, was maybe sketchy at points as well. So, I wouldn't mind seeing the Twilight Council come back down, to be honest, for Game 4 now. Getting back on track with that. It's not like the Twilight Council was the reason he fell into trouble in that first game, right? Like, that was a much more complicated game than just like, oh yeah, here we go, Twilight Council, oh god, my blink failed and we're in trouble, blah blah blah. Nothing like that in the slightest for the in the reality of it all. So, bottom right side, our command center belongs to the blue Terran player. This is Spirit, and he is gonna get nibbled as a super early probe comes out the front. It's going to be a pylon in the middle of the map and the first gate in the middle of the map as well. So herO going to apply some pressure. Just looks like it's going to be the single gateway. This is the Max Packs build. And he's not completely across the map, but it's a very forward gateway, so it's kind of the Max Packs. Where you're going to apply some gateway pressure while probably just going 1 gate expand. Obviously, there is an investment here from herO with that gateway being forward. You're going to absolutely build a Zealot straight away as well, so when you're going to make those commitments are what really kind of, you know, make that an investment. Because, like I say, the Zealot is not something you typically need to build here unless the Terran's doing something in particular that you need to respond to. So, the Zealot's a commitment, so you're definitely looking for some damage out of this, some value at the very least to be found, if possible. Would be amazing. We'll see what we get. SCV and the probe will nibble with each other. And command center onto the low ground, and that's the issue for Spirit right now. He doesn't know what's up, so he's going to throw a CC low ground, and that's going to be an issue to deal with because the Zealot's going to show up, and then there's going to be a Cybercore-based unit showing up. And again, behind all of this pressure, herO's just expanding, so the commitment is from the investment of a Zealot and Chrono Boost on this gateway early, which maybe delays some of your tech, but the reality is it's pretty low commitment because you are still expanding. It's not like you're hurting your own economy for this, so if there's any delay to Spirit's economy, that's going to become an immediate issue. Reaper on the way after the Marine. The thing is, from Spirit right now, I feel like he needs to get this SCV off the command center and start building a bunker. He does get the next SCV to start building the bunker, which is going to get taken out. Reaper and the Marine together. Would love to kill this Zealot quickly. He's going to get 2 SCVs. Okay, I don't hate this, and I love that we keep a couple SCVs at the front here, make it more difficult for herO, because the idea right now... Ooh, look, it's a fun grenade. It's not going to be good enough. The idea right now is if you can push herO to that ramp, then he's fine, and if the SCVs can tank a little bit, this bunker comes online. If that bunker comes up, it's going to become a much more comfortable defense. I actually think it's just going to be fine. There's going to be 2 Marines and the Reaper in the bunker. We killed 3 SCVs. It was a Zealot investment. It was a Chrono investment. And now herO throws down that Twilight Council, so... yeah, honestly, not a bad defense from Spirit. It feels bad, you lose 3 SCVs, you pull workers off the line, but like I say, it's not like herO did this completely freely either. It's one of the less obvious commitments from the Protoss, but the commitments are still there. Like I say, the chrono investment and the unit investment early does delay things a little bit on that Protoss side. Reaper takes a few shots off the Stalkers, hops back to the high ground. Reaper coming about, that starport coming through, going to be finished in a couple of moments. The Blink and the Warp Gate both building by. Who is Spirit? Spirit is a Polish Terran player. He's been around a very long time. Very successful European player. In terms of, like, international success, maybe a bit more limited, but Spirit's been one of the guys we've been kind of expecting Spirit to have a year for a long time. Like, a great year for a long time. He just never quite broke through as far as many people had thought. But he's had his moments. He's had moments and times where he's knocked major players out of major tournaments. You have to pull SCVs here. You do not want to let this bunker go down. Yeah, now Spirit panics a little bit. He pulls mules into this. He needs to keep this bunker alive. I think he ran out of money there for a second, so the bunker repair stopped straight up. He can't let the bunker go down. At the end of the day, you need that alive. You need this as part of your defense. He does have a little counterattack across the map, and we'll check to see what herO has momentarily to deal with that, perhaps. Okay, he's going to have 4 Stalkers at home. That works! Because, yeah, the Widowland drop was coming in, and herO had 2 Stalkers. The 4 Stalkers will go to the main because he doesn't know where this aggression is going to come from. Spirit will supercharge his medevac forward. Actually, it keeps that medevac alive, albeit by the skin of its teeth, and that's unfortunate because it just means that medevac is going to be very vulnerable, and it's going to be very tough to bring that medevac back through at any point, despite still having 1 Widow Mine inside of it. It might just be better to send that medevac home and just forget about trying to be aggressive with it right now. This forward gateway still acts as somewhat of a forward warp in point as well, if herO wants to use it like that. These Stalkers, after shutting this down, have gone straight across the map, so you want to apply some more pressure. There's that wall of structures that's going to protect the tank in the main base. We're not even close to a tank on the low ground, but the bunker is obviously still full. I think that's actually good enough to play defense for the moment. I don't think that's going to be an issue. Oh, we blink past it. But if you blink past, that's an investment. The Marine should be able to get a couple of kills here. We get 2 Stalkers killed. Yeah, that's really not bad. And as you get back into bunker range, you then ask herO to make a choice, and he's going to decide to just step back over to the left side. We're not far from the tank that can come down to the low ground. Honestly, at this point, when you saw the Stalkers blink on the low ground, you should have been able to pull the tank from the main to the low ground, and then the reinforcing tank can go to the main base. Because this is a situation where you just see where the units were at, basically. You got that confirmation. Uh-oh. The main base siege tank is unsieged. Okay, we're going to re-siege now. We're already sieged up. Okay, you probably got the same shot off anyway in the end. Tank on the low ground hits. Now Marines will get a couple of Stalker kills again. So herO, a little bit sloppy with the Stalker blinking, is going to take some losses once more. So damage still being done in these early stages. Charge coming through, Immortal coming up. The extra gates and the probes coming online. We add a Forge as well from herO here. Marine, Marauder, Medevac, Stim, Combat +1. A bit of everything on the way at the moment. Stalkers will just blink in. Just siege tank this time. Yeah, the Marauder in the back is actually putting some shots off, and it does live. So while we get a tank, it's again going to be very costly on the Stalker count. They're going to walk through here, so again, it gives you that chance to play the blink away and just force maybe a couple more units to respond to you. So herO trying to get as much value as possible in these early stages, wherever he can do so. Or do you have a question? To bring early aggression is not better at robotics facility in a prism? Yeah, but I mean, this is a game where herO obviously set up with the forward gateway, right? Like, the thing is if you build the robo and the prism, it does cut into other costs, and in this game, herO was already just invested early. So I think it's just one of those scenarios where the game kind of doesn't allow for it. I mean, pretty much all the time, if you want to get aggressive with the Blink Stalkers, you have a prism showing up. But this game was a bit weird because of the fact that we just didn't kind of set up with the robo early because, again, it was something a little bit different, so herO's on 8 gateways now. He will start to build the robo bay, so he needs to be careful. This is the moment where, as you move out, you could end up in some trouble. herO going to give the free observer here, not even a scan needed, because detection mode, or surveillance mode, is going to give you a bit more vision, but then it puts the observer as detectable already, so it's funny because we really don't see that very much anymore, and herO really just showcases why immediately. Spirit going to be a bit unsure about moving out. He's adding 2 more barracks. So he's going to play 5 racks, no third CC. Oh, sorry, their third CC's flown over. So he is going to have a third CC. Yeah, just triple CC, 5 racks. Obviously, RoboBay coming up, so he gets ready to deal with that in terms of that sort of tech. We'll see how well that goes. CC is landed, and the orbital command starts to build on in. Medevac Marine Marauder coming up, the armor upgrade coming through. We're going to see a handful more Zealots warping in by that Prism already, so those Zealots warp in. They're going to take the chance to come through here. The Bio Army still settling together. Zealot Stalker Immortal gathering up right now. Just looking to come through a little bit. Widow Mines will burrow. Stalkers will take a step forward. A couple of SCVs begin to drop. Bio Army stemming in. Those Stalkers get chased away. Prism into the main base. As we are going to have that something as Spirit's just not ready to deal with at all. No defense is there. At the same time, he's going to hit his own command center. Let's stop doing that. There's a lot of SCVs dead already, especially with the warping of additional Zealots into the main. He's going to go after add-ons, which somewhat effective in some regards. I mean, they're quick, easy kills a lot of the time, but ooh, I was going to say that Prism actually thing does go down. Reactor is going to be saved on the factory. Spirit steps in over here. A couple of force fields are going to be nice. We can save those units. Oh, the Reactor dies on the starport. Reactors are the worst add-on to lose because they just take so long to build. 50 gas, long-ass build time. Half the unit production available currently on that structure as well. Just such essential add-ons that I'd like to say are such flimsy things. So yeah, that's why I liked him going after the reactors, especially when he targeted the tech lab. I was like, Edge got the factor on the reactor too, so that does slow down a lot of Spirit's kind of build at this point. Because at this stage now, Spirit is not cranking out 2 Widow Mines at a time. Spirit is not cranking out 2 Starport units at a time. He's going to get to Ghost though. He will also need to get, as the Starport gets its reactor back, he will need to get to Vikings. Because he is up against a bunch of Colossus that are stacking up in numbers. That's going to be important too, as the supplies stay similar here. herO takes a 5th base, so he's starting to expand upwards. Spirit is getting his own 4th command center ready, but obviously moving into taking that is going to become one of our better challenges here sooner rather than later. MP goes down, a couple of Zealots take some shots. We just see the Widow Mine going off into the couple of Stalkers. The rest of this army pulling back a little bit. What are we going to do here next? As the couple of Ghosts come through, the Vikings are still building. Marine Marauder coming about, the missile turrets coming in. We just have ourselves the +3, +2 upgrades. Continue to come back as well. Gates in the Dark Shrine continuing to build for the next little bit of time. The MP goes down. Just going to be seeing the Observer going to sit there. Zealot Stalker still coming through. The rest of this Bio Army continue to come about as well. The Zealot gets over to the right-hand side. Observer just gets scanned, just gets picked off. The 2-2 upgrades still coming over. Marine Marauder Viking coming up as well. So Stalker comes down, just going to be seeing the unit's going to get pushed away. We'll see the rest of the Marine Marauder Viking coming up. The CC going to get jumped on. We'll see that base in some trouble. SCVs trying to do some repairing. I mean, we got to save the 4th base here. I actually don't mind Spirit's army. There's not enough Zealots here for herO. What he does have is a good Stalker count. And what he does have is a good counterattack into the natural. And that's something that Spirit is choosing to ignore. The worst kind of Protoss army is a Protoss army that's trying to retreat. And this is exactly why. Both the Colossus dies. We then try to recall ourselves into safety. And again, Spirit's losing workers, but these Zealots are going to get cleaned up. And then what are we going to do defensively against the Spirit army? It was good against you when you already had units, and now your reinforcements are going to be the same units that Spirit has already killed off here. So what's going to change? Okay, Spirit doesn't have a lot of EMP energy, to be fair. These Stalkers attacking in against a tank in the bunker is not going to be easy. We still have more Zealots showing up. Spirit comes straight through. Those probes just pull in. They're going to be a donation. herO. Again, Colossus are coming online. Spirit doesn't have that many Vikings, and with good Stalker control, maybe you can just deny those Vikings enough that those Colossus are kind of a forever issue for Spirit. Desperate to get across the map here. The Colossus came down that ramp. We try and dive through. We're going to get rid of one Colossus quickly, to be fair. Oh my god, we're not. Kill the Colossus! Oh my god, Spirit, no! Oh, he does get it. The Vikings turn for it, but that was a lot of units lost. They all fell apart just at the end there. He's losing so many SCVs as well. The Zealots are just doing too much on the other side. Spirit gave us a really, really great effort here, but it's just not good enough. GG is going to be the call on that one. Alright guys, herO is going to advance on through, and that is going to be that next matchup set up already, so it's not going to be today, but we can take a little look at the bracket in a few moments and explain when things are going to be. Again, ignore the photo sound. I'm just taking screenshots for players. Cool, cool, cool. Alrighty, guys. Just got a bit of info sent out straight away. Just like I said, just want to give the players as much heads up as possible for all their matches and so on. So get that sorted out. We're gonna get ready for our next match, which is going to be Geralt versus Geralt versus cool. It's going to be Geralt versus Scarlet. Sorry, just get that set up. We got Geralt here. Just need Scarlet, and we'll get this ready to go, go, go. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alrighty, guys, give us a moment. I'll throw some ads up and get this ready to go. Into Scarlet versus Geralt. Just need to find Scarlet. Get this started off. Perfect. Alright, let's bring the bracket up just while we wait for players to hop on and get some videos started, guys. This is where things sit at the moment here in the tournament. Obviously, let's actually zoom in. So this is our upper bracket, because our upper bracket is done until Saturday. This is it. Upper bracket complete until Saturday comes around. Solo versus herO, MaxPax versus Raynor, Classic and Shin. All of our Terrans lost in the upper bracket round 4. There is not a single Terran left in the upper bracket any longer. The good news is we have a Terran in every single matchup of the lower bracket, and surely some of those will survive and give us some Terran games on Saturday and Sunday. I mean, some of them have got to survive, right? So yeah, very ZVP heavy upper bracket, as we will take a look at the lower bracket. So what we're going to do now, guys, we're going to start with Scarlet Geralt, then we're going to go Rogue Shameless, Mana Showtime, create a nice, obviously it's not in a nice order, it's just based on some player schedulings. And then tomorrow we'll be set up to go into this lower bracket round 3, some lower bracket round 4 action as well. And that's going to be a whole lot of fun as well. So that's going to be all of that coming about and should be very, very fun. So that is what's going on. That's what we are going to be aiming to do. Cool. Cool. Alrighty, guys. So yes, that's where things are at. And that's where our bracket stands. Let me just go back in game so I can get video started if our players are here. Perfect. Alright, videos will start up between Geralt and Scarlet, guys. And get this up and running. And like I say, we'll get into this lower bracket where we have a couple of back-to-back ZVPs and then a couple of back-to-back PvPs. And then all the Terran players lying in wait in the round after, basically. So that's Well, that's what is currently going on at the moment. Cool, cool, cool. I'm actually going to nip BRB just 1 second, guys. I'll come right back with you. Just take a moment and get these videos are starting, so I'm just going to take 1 sec. I'll be right back with you guys in a couple of moments. It's Scarlet versus Geralt coming up next. Hello, hello, welcome back, as we are just going to get hosted up onto Old Republic to start this off, guys. Thanks for a little bit of patience. When I can actually find the map in the list, it's going to help us out a bunch. Scarlet vs. Geralt, big matchup. Scarlet, a fan favorite, performed great in the groups, beat Creator and Beyond in the qualifiers for this event as well. In her group stage, she did play through and beat Rogue, she beat Ryung, she beat Nightmare, but she did lose to Shameless, and so I do think there's a style of ZVP which she maybe struggles against. I think it's the style that just tries to play for that later stage and is quite secure early as well. So, let's see what happens as we have all of our maps picked. Perfecto. Get our players in position as well then. And get that ready to go. Oh, Geralt's in this lobby as well. Perfect. Gonna invite out and just make sure we've got everybody here that we need to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who's disappeared? I feel like someone disappeared. I know Crank's gone. 7, 8, 4, 7, Crank 8. Huh, I've got absolutely no clue who's disappeared. Alright, ready, go, GL. It is time to jump into the next game here, guys. What's up, Mitch, on the YouTube, giving you all a reminder to drop a like. It helps a lot. He's saying it for me, but I will reiterate it out loud. Thank you so much for amping up the YouTubers to get the likes in there. We appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Have I got any of those bets yet? I can put a bet up, absolutely. Let me pay out the last one, and you guys can get your Twitch predictions in for Scarlet versus Geralt. Have fun, guys. Let's have a good series as we start in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Our blue Protoss player here to kick us off on Old Republic will be Geralt. Won a nail-biter reverse sweep against Thermal yesterday. As in the top right, our red Zerg from the Shopify Rebellion will be Scarlet. Game 1 of this best of 5 on the way right now as we get going on Old Republic and we see where we will go to. It's going to start with a probe across the map. From Geralt, just looking to deny this hatchery and guarantee it gets denied. That's why you send the probe as early as you just did here, just to absolutely guarantee that that is going to be the case. And obviously the drone. Oh, the drone runs across the map. So Scarlet just says, cool. You know what? Come into my main base. Oh, even better. She's gonna try and play the fool of Geralt. So one drone across the map. One drone now comes to the actual natural hatchery location. And that's going to go straight down there. And then this other drone shows up. And Scarlet will get the block off on the natural. Or will she? Oh, blocked by the probe. Now does she just put the spawning pool down? She's still going to deny this for a little bit. She does take the gas. She does take the pool. So she will not get the hatch block in the end. Geralt gets down there to play the denial as the probe nibbles through the drone. Again, being an annoyance, but the Nexus gets to come in place. Scarlet does not quite get the denial she's looking for. That means the drone went across the map for no real purpose, which is obviously a little bit of a frustration. Going to drop the Cybernex core down. Drop that into place as the Cybercore and Nexus continue to come up. All those probes just continue to chase the drone for the moment here. Again, Cybercore, Nexus all coming in. A couple of drones, the spawning pool, the hatchery coming online as well. Pylon and the assimilator will be a part of this as well. The drones delayed for a bit. It did, but for the drone to lose all that mining time, you generally wanted to do more than that, right? Which, yeah, I mean, you can see her minerals are a little bit off right now. Things are off-timed because obviously the spawning pool should have been up a bit sooner and so on and so forth. So things are just a little bit off-timed because the drone went across and it was meant to be a hatchery and other stuff's meant to be later. But I think overall it's still not the end of the world. Just little things to note. Which is what we kind of do in the early stages, right? As we just have ourselves a couple of lings we'll want to get in after the probe. Stalker just going to be nibbling. Actually, once that overlord, but doesn't quite get it. Scarlet will keep it safe for now. Tries to take a turn to the left side. There'll be a couple of lings that are going to threaten to come through here as the Stalker moves out of position for the overlord. And yeah, I guess there's an adept at the front, so it won't do much. Scarlet loses that. She's already replacing it. Never ends up supply blocked at least, so it does stay clear of that issue, if nothing else. Hey, Wardy, got a couple questions. Is this tourney organized by you and perhaps others behind the scenes? Because obviously this looks like a huge undertaking. If so, that's awesome. Yep. This is organized completely by me and only by me. There's no one else involved. We do not have any admins. We do not have anyone else doing anything. The only person behind the scenes is Helen, who is literally just making sure I'm fed and watered and keeping my sanity together in what is a very long week, especially this week with very long playoff days. So yeah, this is all on us. The prize money is all from just stream stuff throughout the year as well. So, yeah, this is all us. And secondly, not a question, but more of a comment. You were watching a VOD and some chat said take a drink every time Woody says something, and that felt annoying. It's okay. I remember that, but yeah, people just like to have their fun. It's okay. If the worst thing people can say is that I repeat myself and I'm doing long ass stream days, like I'll take it. To be fair, that's way better criticism, or way less criticism than we used to get. So it's definitely an improving state of things. Sponsored by Ellie. Well, Ellie doesn't give us any money. She just provides a couple of subs here and there when people think she looks good. She actually just showed up with a star. She's trying to play, and I'm just like, Ellie, baby, I can't play right now. You had your fun times earlier. You went to the groomers. Go girl. Pilot Council Forge coming up. The Nexus coming through. Get a couple of probes on the way. The Adept is coming about. 8 more drones on the way. The Overlords are building up as well. Ellie provides emotional support. Yeah, that's very true. And this is a really fun series because I actually really don't know who to favor. Like, Scarlet has played so much better than I thought she would. When she first signed up to one of these qualifiers, I was like, oh, cool. Scarlet signed up. I can justify inviting her. Isn't that awesome? And then she went and freaking qualified, you know? And I'm like, oh, right, I see. For reference, Scarlet and Geralt have played twice this year. Geralt won the most recent meeting 2-0. Scarlet won earlier in May in the WardiTV Mondays 35 2-0. So she did beat Geralt in WardiTV Mondays earlier this year. You can see that Phoenix nibbling at that Overlord. A couple Oracles will gather up. Just going to go straight in, looking for the Queens. Queen's going to shoot. Oracle is going to go down, so that Oracle will drop. The Queens will be there. This Oracle getting chased down as well. Roach-Rowan is about to finish. Hatchery finishing up on the low ground in the next few moments. We do see 7 additional Overlords coming into play. The melee upgrade is about halfway done. +1 and Blink coming up. Gateways coming through. A few more probes coming online. And as things settle for a second, I would just like to say thank you so much to Jason1 for the Prime sub and Giant Orange for the 3-month resub. Merry Elimus. Thank you both for the support, and I'll get you guys on the tree after this game. Thank you so much for the support and the StarCraft love. We appreciate you big time. Giant Orange, that's a very apt name to subscribe today, because I just bought Ellie a big orange toy for Christmas today. It's kind of weird. Every time she goes to the groomers, she usually picks out a toy that she likes. So she picked one out, but then when she was in the groomers, I sneakily picked out a second one for her. So she knows one of the ones she's getting, but she didn't see the other one. So she's gonna get a bonus surprise on Christmas. Yeah, she's completely spoiled, by the way. I think I probably bought more for Ellie than anyone else this year. It's kind of funny. Just gonna see those links chase away. Black Bear, man, I don't even know how many bits you're spending because I don't know what any of these effects are, but thank you so much for hitting us up. WardiTV 2025 Championship brought to you by Doggo named Ellie. Make sure to sub to support. Thank you so much for the bits, however many that costs. I literally have no idea what any of these effects cost or do or anything. Lings aggressively across the map with this melee upgrade. Scarlet wants some damage. She would love to cancel the 4th base here. She is going to push a few of the Stalkers back a little bit. Surround on this Nexus. It's going to take a bunch of damage. It will go down. The Phoenix still up overhead. Just going to see a Zergling getting lifted here. +2 melee. The +1 fly attack on the way as well. Hydra Den about to complete. 18 drones on the way. She rectifies what was a little bit of a low drone count for her initially. Again, a big cancel on that 4th base. Slowing that down is definitely going to be a pretty big positive at this point in time. So that's going to be massive. Oh, the Lings get a good catch on a Stasis Ward there as well. So that's going to be a good stop out in the center. Azio, what's up? RVS Soldier, thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime as well. Super appreciate you. Keep up the good work, Wardy. GG's. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Keep on subbing, and I'll keep on the StarCraft. Thank you so much. Ling's still trying to threaten. I mean, Stalkers are playing a bit better defensively now, and Zealots are getting around as well. Scarlet on her way to the Hydra Den. Scarlet on the way to the Baneling Nest. Giving herself that Ling Bane Hydra setup for the next stage of this game is going to be the plan. A few Zealots across the map are going to very nearly get a Queen. They do get 1. They will not get 2. These few Lings going down as they get caught. They lost about 5 drones here. Scarlet, both the players on high drone counts, 83 to 83. Be interesting to see how Geralt survives the next phase of this game. What's kind of happening is that Geralt is super gateway heavy. He's on his way to Storm +2. But, I mean, he's going to have a handful of... He actually has a lot of gas. He needs to start warping in High Templar now so they start gathering the energy necessary to actually give us enough storms to fight against what is going to be swarm after swarm of Lingbane Hydra. But this is Scarlet, who's on a massive economy as well, remember. So she's going to have loads of Lingbane Hydra time after time. I don't mind that Geralt actually morphs a bunch of Archons here initially too, keeps 3 High Templar for Storms. Scarlet will not be completely stuck on Lingbane Hydra. She will drop the Infestation Pit down, so she does look toward the future with the Hive Tech. Obviously, Lurkers are a possibility on a follow-up from this. Sometimes you may just want to add in some of the Spellcasters as additions. There's still, honestly, not a lot of Storm energy. We're also missing Bane Speed and Hydra Speed for a few more moments, though, so Geralt will get a little bit more time to establish Storm control. He drops the Fleet Beacon looking towards the future tech of this game. Lings are going to catch the Zealot run by on the left-hand side. That might take some attention to the left and allows the right side army to potentially get into a better position too. There is one Stasis Ward there that I'm looking at as those Banelings just crash into the Zealots. That's a very quick and effective shutdown as we actually see an attempt to push forward here from Geralt. He steps away from his static defense. He's going to invite Scarlet to run in. First Archon goes down. Oh, that Storm's going to be beautiful after the Stasis Ward creates a little bit of a permanent force field right there and just slows down the advance of Scarlet and funnels units in. Scarlet going to try and get a good spread on this. That Storm I actually don't really love, and these Banes are going to hit that mineral line. There's so many probes there. 19 workers going down. Scarlet with the ferocious engagement in with those Banelings. More Banelings popping, running through. These units come out of stasis, instantly going to cause trouble for Geralt. Stag defense is going down. There are a lot of Hydras remaining right now. The Lings and Banes still in good numbers. The fact we've got so many Banes left over is incredible as well. That Storm again completely misses. If there was any probes left on this mineral line, they've just been deleted on this second effort of Banelings, as these few Hydras remaining will actually be enough right now to fend off the Stalkers that are still about after all of this. There are some Zealots on the counterattack, but 33 probes died here. Will kill the Pylon, cancel some of the warping that's coming through. I think Scarlet might lose those last few Hydras here. If she could get rid of some of the Stalkers, that would have been nice. She does lose out, and those army supplies are going to equalize out. Scarlet goes into a hive. Geralt tries to get the Mothership in. The issue I have is when you look at the armies, Geralt is now 1 Oracle, 1 High Templar, and Gateway units. That's not a lot of tech units, right? And I think that's the big issue, is that if you're missing tech units here, that is 100% going to be something that pushes you into a little bit of a difficult position. I think Hydra will spread out across the front of this base. A hatchery to the upper left-hand side, the Mutalisks on the way up. So Scarlet even going to go for a follow-up here with Mutas. You know what? Honestly, kind of not too bad of an idea, because it's going to catch Geralt, I think, a little bit underprepared, first of all. But I actually think Scarlet did enough that maybe just Lingbane Hydra to attack once more might have just broken Geralt down and got the W here already. Scarlet will clean up these Zealots top left-hand side. She's been pretty good and consistent at cleaning up those run-bys and not letting the Zealots get to do too much just yet. 2 more Archons coming into play. The Hive, the Ling, and the Bane coming up as well. Overlord speed, plus 2 missiles still coming by. The Hydras will get to the bottom right corner for the next few moments as well. Mutas will take themselves a chance to go toward the natural expansion. Lurker Den coming up, Ling's producing, so we're going to see Scarlet will go Lurkers behind this. The Mutas fly in, Geralt now warps in a couple of Stalkers immediately. Just going to get 3-4 probes. I mean, right now, if you just force any amount of units backwards defensively against these Mutas, and then you hit at the front, like, it's going to be very difficult to really deal with this. Scarlet needs to go downwards to get out of here, actually. Going to force a Phoenix to start building, too, which is actually not really a great call, because realistically, like, this is just one round of Mutas. You should not need Phoenix to deal with this. Another mineral line under attack. I'm just surprised Scarlet's not already pushing herself on the 4th base with that main army. Man, she's killing a lot of workers here. This is 20+ workers. Army in the center. I mean, maybe she's just waiting for Lurkers at this stage. She doesn't feel like she needs to go any sooner, but I actually really feel like those Mutas opened a doorway. Like, a lot of stuff pulled back there, and yeah, there's still going to be Storms at the front, but like, maybe could have been an opportunity to take advantage of a Scarlet. Still maxed out, going to open up another pathway here. Knock these rocks down, gives you the chance to move down the left-hand side, so that option becomes available. Geralt not having a good time, because that's a misclick on the cloaking. That's cloaking before we even start the fight. And that's going to fade pretty much as Scarlet engages in, so Overseer's not even going to be necessary on this one. Scarlet does let the Stasis Ward add a couple of shots there already. A couple Storms come down, the Time Warp pops. Things have actually gone through onto the natural, by the way. It's just going to run straight in over here. Cancels whatever structure that was on the way up. A few Zealots warp in against this. Another 15 probes going down. Geralt's economy being kept in a pretty rough position. These Banes are going to come through. Just going to roll into the Stalkers, which only take down shields, but they still actually do get pretty good splashdown. Again, Scarlet is basically just finding all the ways in where she can avoid the Storms and just cause chaos. Stepping back in on this right-hand side. Those High Templars stepping forward. Need to be careful. Now the Banes are coming through. I do think we've got a lack of Storms in this army now. High Templars. Oh my god, they're going to get cloaked, but it doesn't matter because the Banes crash in anyway. A few Banes are going to reach the mineral line. It's 22 probes down. The Nexus falls. These Lings have been a big part of getting some worker damage done as well, of course. And they continue to work their way through this. 28 dead workers in the recent history. Geralt is sub 100 supply, and while the army supplies are similar, again, it's Scarlet who is just mining so much through this. And if she's worried about a counterattack, well, she's morphing in Lurkers. That will basically just say no, no, no. There's almost no way you win this with Lurkers on the field from Scarlet. They're just going to be too good. A counterattack will secure that this is completely all in from Geralt, and then you're all in into a group of Lurkers that you just don't have a proper response to. One Tempest is the only good thing against Lurkers in this game. And as those Lurkers burrow up, Geralt has to turn away. But like I say, you just counterattack the Scarlet to pretty much guarantee that Geralt will be all in with that counterattack. That's what this counterattack does. It forces that to be absolutely guaranteed. GG's. Scarlet takes the opening game on Old Republic over Geralt in our first elimination series of the day down in this lower bracket. Oatboy, thank you so much for the 51-month resub as well. Appreciate it. I'm going to get you, RVS Soldier, Jason1, and Giant Orange all on the tree. Hopefully you guys can kind of see your names there. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I'll get you all on the tree in a sec. Sorry, let me just host the game. I should probably do that first. Tourmaline. Coming up for this game number 2. Let me just host this, and then I'll step over to the tree momentarily. Awesome. Alright, guys. Everyone's just joined our lobby for a second, so we just get all of that set. Game 2 coming up. Scarlet up. Move Geralt up. Match history on. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think is what we decided we were at last time for our casters as well, if I'm not mistaken. Should be able to get this going in just a moment. So, Scarlet, Geralt, game 2 coming up. Go, and good luck to Scarlet. Waiting for Geralt to do the same. Go says Geralt as well. Let's do this. When will the tree fall? The tree's not falling, guys. It's paper. It's paper. The only way it's going to fall is if I literally can't fit the tags on and I'm like wrestling with the tree to try and make space and it falls over in the process. There's no way you guys make the tree fall over. I'm sorry. Those days are gone. Thank you so much, Blackbag, gifting a sub to the community going out to Alta 4. Thank you so much for the gifted sub as we head into game number 2. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, our blue Protoss player here down a map and looking to bring it back. This is Geralt. And in the top right, our red Zerg from the Shopify Rebellion, we have got Scarlet. Look, guys, I already said it the other day. You know, another 850 subs, 2,000 sub count. I'll just pull the tree over for you guys. I'll tie a little string to it. I'll pull it over when we're on camera all dramatically. Ah! But that's the price of having to tidy it up, right? Anything else? I mean, I really like my tree. I like the idea. I like taking a picture of my tree at the end of every year and seeing all the cool names and stuff on it and just being like a cool little memory and another year of WardiTV history, you know? I didn't reinforce the tree or tree holder to the floor. No, it's just standing alone, man. It's just standing strong on its own accord. Like, I have that much faith. It's just going to hold the weight of these name tags. Like, it was a very different story back when we did the baubles. Like, they actually have some weight added to them when you add boxes upon boxes upon boxes of them to the tree, but we don't have baubles anymore. We have name tags, which is way more economically friendly. I mean, I don't know if it's economically friendly to throw away like 300 little bits of paper every year, but much more economically friendly than throwing away 300 plastic, you know, round plastic things, so you know, there's some benefits to the whole scenario. I do appreciate the passion that you guys want to make the tree fall over, though. Like, and you know what? I'm honestly convinced that if we did have baubles, it probably would be leaning a little bit, at least. But yeah, it's it's a very difficult thing to truly make happen. 100 likes on the YouTube. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate y'all. Let's just have a couple lings going to show up here from Scarlet. She's double hatching behind this. As the few lings will get here, and Geralt will have the second gateway that walls. Gonna be in a little bit of trouble. The Zealot. Now they get surrounded there. Scarlet doesn't quite get the KO. Well, not the KO, but the wraparound. How many more people are playing today? We've got 3 best of 5s after this. We will have Shameless versus Rogue, Mana versus Showtime, and Nice versus Creator still to come. So 1 more ZVP after this series, and then 2 best of 5 PvPs. A little bit of a shame we end with back-to-back PvPs, but just the way the bracket fell to be. and just the way that it's going to play out. So, yeah, that's going to be what comes up a little bit later on today, guys, as we round out today's games. And then tomorrow, we're in the lower bracket from start to finish. We start 1 hour earlier tomorrow. So today we started 1 hour late from the normal start time. Tomorrow we're going to start 1 hour earlier than normal start time. So 2 hours earlier than we start today. Just because today I had real life stuff in the morning. Tomorrow I've got real life stuff in the evening. Saturday and Sunday we're starting early, but that's actually just to make sure we get enough time to get all the games in as stuff gets super competitive. Link speed building from Scarlet. She's still building a few more Lings. Obviously, kind of on a low drone count this game. She needs a few Lings right now to maybe play defense against a couple of Adepts. So having to deal with this bit of pressure because we mailed a bunch of units early here as Geralt to play defense. He now wants to make use of these units. If he's got them, he will try and get something done. Adepts will shade. We should be able to protect this queen. The Lings will be able to get on drone. We have killed one. Unfortunately, we can't get a touch on that lower HP Adept. There is our second drone kill of this. Honestly, some lost mining time. Pretty good defense from Scarlet considering the situation. She gets a whole bunch of drones on the way now. It's still not ideal for her. I mean, she's in a scenario where she's just now equalized the work count, having lost a bunch of mining time as well. One more Adept shows up in these drones. Evo Chamber blocked by some time, but that only does buy you time. This Adept still gets around the back there, is on a move command for a little bit. Some Lings will force the Oracle to activate defensively. Scarlet sees the Oracle, obviously backs up herself, does not want to lose those Zerglings for no reason, so not going to try and pressure this position that cannot be pressured. Twilight Council and Forge on the way. I mean, good preservation of drones, but like I say, a lot of lost mining time, and that does add up for quite a bit here. We'll try and get to the sides. Just going to be seeing the Oracle. Going to be there as well. And Scarlet with the 1-0 lead in this best of 5 series in the lower bracket. What's kind of nice is we know everyone that's going to be in those kind of next rounds as well, but at this stage, right? We know we have obviously, the winner of this plays Spirit. Yeah, we're actually going to know all the matches for tomorrow already as well by the end of the day, so that really is exciting. Very, very fun. Feeling still moving about. Again, the melee upgrade coming through. Failing Nest coming up. The drone's on the way out. We get ourselves a couple of Adepts building. Blink and that +1 coming through as well. So just continue to get that going. The couple Oracles will be here. Just going to chase those Zerglings around for a couple of moments. Pushing them back. So far, so good. Lings will step across. The couple of Adepts are going to shoot. One Ling going down. There's a lot more Lings on the way. Scarlet building the Bane Nest and that melee upgrade. To be fair, Geralt's not really doing anything to punish a melee upgrade here, so that is going to happen. Step's going to go down, the Ling's going to get the catch, the Queen moves back over, still got a couple of Adepts going to shade through. A couple of moments as well. It's just going to pull across there. The Lings are going to run in. The Adepts are going to shade around for a few more moments. And I'm just going to see still that melee upgrade coming online. Queen and a few Lings building up. The lair is producing through. Gateways, probes, +1 and Blink all producing. We do have ourselves those Adepts. Going to get caught by the Zerglings. So the Zerglings going to get a wraparound on the Adepts for the moment. Going to get one, going to get two. We're not going to get two. The Lings on the bottom side again. Okay, it was the Oracles on that bottom side. I thought there was something happening down there, but just Oracles over Lings as the Oracles try and come across the map. So they're going to make their way over for the next few moments as well. Just going to activate on a single Queen that's here, and that's going to be a nice little kill. A couple Lings go down too, so Oracle's finding some value at this point on time. Yo, what's up, Turntable Slave? Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. More treats for Doggo. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for the $5 on the YouTube. Appreciate it. Scarlet's about to make Geralt's life miserable. At least try to here. We'll run the Lings in. Try and force the Stalkers to blink quickly. And most importantly, try and clear away for these Banelings to push through. There's that warp in of Stalkers right there. Going to knock a pylon down. There's Banes that still could maybe go off on the Stalkers, but then they're not going to be able to blow up on the probes. Now we're actually in the mineral line. There's Zealots there as well that blow up. That's not a good defensive position at all for Geralt, as these Lings have a wrap around. This Nexus is in trouble. That Nexus dies, actually. Oracles will activate, but a little late here. The Oracles being across the map was an issue, and Scarlet just hits this third base, and she is dealing damage. Stalker's taking a ton of shots. The Lings coming over, just clearing up the last couple of units. Now, the Oracles will play cleanup, but obviously a very expensive cleanup, because Scarlet already did more than enough here The Oracles, when they run out of energy, then there's not really going to be much of an answer to these Zerglings. And Geralt gets hit in the face without really the available kind of units necessary to defend. I mean, kind of the same as the last game. Like, we are 8 minutes in this game, and we have not really seen signs of, splash damage yet. Now a couple of High Templars start to warp in. So those High Templars warp in, the +2 in the charge coming up and online from Geralt as well. Oh, it's not going to be a pretty situation at all here for Geralt. The High Templars morph into an Archon over on that left-hand side. Zerglings will move around the bottom. Again, +2 melee, Baneling speed, all of that coming up at the moment here as well. Just take a second or two. The Queen's going to be in position to push the Oracle back the other direction. We're going to have ourselves the Nexus still halfway done on this third. Baneling speed, +2 melee, muscular augments, all coming about. The Ling's going to get pushed away by the Stalkers. Storm coming up, +2 on the way. Nexus coming by. Scarlet obviously going into the Hydras behind this, and she's 80 drones, so Geralt is going to hit Storm, and he's going to be set up with the tech he maybe needs, but it's going to be a question of quantity. Can he get enough stuff up to truly help against another wave of Scarlet that's now going to be with Hydras as well? +2 melee finished. And like I say, the Storms that are available, he will have a few High Templar, to be fair. Obviously, losing that third base really hit his economy hard for a while, though, so there's definitely a question to be asked in amongst that. To take a couple of seconds. Two Oracles go across the map, gonna run straight into the Hydras. There goes one of them, so not great, because really, they could have still been very useful, obviously, if you get some get some stasis wards down or so. I mean, Oracles are always going to be useful. That's why they're such a good unit. That's why they're built so often, because there's never a time where it's bad to have Oracles still alive. These few Zealots over here, do they actually see the Lingbane right there? No, they don't. So they don't see what's coming. To be fair, they're in a nice little corner, so they'd be safe if the Lings try to jump on them. Okay, now they try and move out, and the Lingbane will see them. So now Geralt knows where Scarlet's coming from, at least from one angle he sees. Obviously, there's other angles available too. The Bane's just going to roll at the Zealots. The Stalker Archon pulls to the side. Okay, easy grabs for the fourth base cancel then. A lot of these things, okay, they get blocked in by the Stalker blink, so a lot of the Lings will go down. But yeah, instant cancel on the fourth base, and obviously that doesn't really bode well for the third base. Storm comes down immediately. We're going to turn around. We can engage on this army with no static defense. The Templars have the Storms. First Storm coming down. We split out of it. Now the Stalkers on the bottom side going to run into Lings. Going to be a messy little situation, trying to storm everywhere. Lings are through on the natural. If they just run through, the door is open already, so Scarlet can cause trouble there. One more storm. High Templars are in the front. They're going to start taking some hits right here. They're going to go down. There's no more storms available. Geralt is going to be in trouble. Lings in the main base. The Bane's just crashing in on the left-hand side. We do defend in the main. We pull Dax down to the natural. We recall some of those units to the natural. I mean, Scarlet should be able to go toward the third base at this stage then, and just kind of work on that position instead if she wants to, as that's exactly where she goes. Banes come crashing through, Stalker's taking damage. Gonna get back across. These Zealots didn't even have charge yet, by the way. As Scarlet, I think these units will go down. Geralt will clean up, and yet Scarlet obviously is already double army supply. She gets ready to go for another wave of this, because she is already on so much better of an economy. She has kept on mining throughout, and she puts herself now into this winning position. 20 new Banelings morph on in, 12 drones come up, the +2 missile upgrade will come about as well. Couple of Hydras getting chased. The Stalker's going to get one Hydra, going to blink for another, and then you've just blinked on creep against Ling Hydra. It's not exactly going to be fun. We're going to lose multiple Stalkers in return. Oh my goodness. Man, Blink sometimes feels like it comes off cooldown in no time at all, and then there's other times where it's like, how isn't it ready to go yet? I'm going to crash Banes into these Zealots, I guess, which, I mean, to be fair, once the Zealots have split up, you don't really want to use the Banes. You can just use the Lings, right? Preserve the Banelings for a larger fight. With no fourth base, a third base that is obviously still alive, but has taken hits in this game already earlier on. Geralt's situation is not good. 80 supply down in this game, 20 of it in workers, a lot more of it in army supply, about 50 army supply down as well currently. This really is looking like a doomsday moment for Geralt. He's about to be 0-2 down in this series. He was 0-2 down against Uthermal yesterday as well. We'll see if he maybe has another reverse sweep in him. And as Scarlet gets ready to make another play, she sees the fourth base bottom side. Some Zealots slip out to the left. They do not get caught this time. Those High Templars are the make or break. Well, instantly units over here on the fourth base. Like I say, the High Templars here are make or break. We need those to do well. We're going to storm. Uh-oh, Banelin's got through the storms, and the High Templars go down. And it was not a make. It was very much so a break. Scarlet will succeed. There's some Zealots are doing some successful things around the map. The real story here is that Scarlet's going to kill everything. You don't save the third base, that's going to be trouble. These Lings and Banes will play cleanup, so the Zealots now go down. There's a few more Zealots in the center. The GG must be called, as Scarlet just has an overwhelming force. 2-0 lead for Scarlet. A map away from keeping herself alive in this lower bracket. Again, it would be a matchup against Spirit tomorrow if she was to survive through this today and move into tomorrow's games. Very exciting. Haven't really talked much about placements in this competition, guys. We are going to swap to Europe here. Make sure I have the copy-paste on the maps. We do 10,000 feet coming up next. We haven't really talked much about placements. Scarlet, at this point, is guaranteed, top 18 of the competition. So, top 18 guaranteed. You win this series, you move through to top 14. There is obviously a prize money increase for each of these positions. Each series you win is basically worth prize money right now. Obviously, that prize money will be increased based on donations on the stream. So if you do enjoy the competition, do consider donating. Any donations go directly to the prize pool during this period. So we are raising money for the prize pool. Again, any donation will add directly to the prize money that the players are winning. It will be split up. Initially, we put some of the prize money into the last places of the groups. From here on out, any prize money raised just gets spread across the other participants. So if you want to support the players that are playing over the course of this week, like I say, donations will do exactly that for you as we get ready to dive in here on Europe. So we just did a couple games on NA. We do the first 2 games on NA. Scarlet's the highest seeds. We do 2 games NA. Now we're going to do 2 games on Europe. Then we're going to go to NA for map 5 if we get to map 5. So Scarlet has won both games on her server preference. We'll see if we can do the same here as Geralt to try and even this up and reverse this slate of games at the moment. Getting this ready to go, go, go. Beautiful. No one to put on the tree. We can just take a second or two. Do I have a prize money count? It's down there. We're at £1,081, which is about $1,300, let's say, give or take. Scarlet just said, maybe I can 12-pull hatch rush. And then she's like, whoops, wrong chat. I'm not sure if it's a bait. I'm not sure what it is. But Carol's like, sure, go 12-pull. Go, go. What happens if we only get 399? It doesn't matter. Anything donated goes to the prize money. That goal is specifically the end goal of doubling the prize pool, which we probably don't hit. It's an ambitious goal. There's nothing wrong with being ambitious. So that's what that goal is for. Anything that gets donated goes to the prize pool no matter what. It doesn't matter if we don't hit the double prize money situation. You think we can hit it? That's very optimistic. We're like 10 or 11 days into the 2025 championship, and we have like 3 days left after today. But I appreciate the optimism. Bottom right side, let's get into game number 3. A man that needs some optimism right now is in this bottom right corner. It is Geralt, down 0-2. 0-2 in this best of 5, as we have in the upper left-hand corner, the blue Zerg player. This is from the Shopify Rebellion, Scarlet. Game 3 of our series. Probe patrolling. Hatchery down on the right-hand side. Gate and the assimilator all coming up. And it was freaking cool as like I say, see Scarlet qualifying for this event. I just uploaded her qualifying matches on YouTube the last couple of days as our uploads because that's just where we're at in terms of the YouTube schedule. And it's so cool to see Scarlet, like, actually just uploading Scarlet games and not just, there's a time where, like, for a while we were uploading Scarlet games because it's Scarlet and she's a name grab, right? And it's like, well, there was, like, a series I uploaded one time where it's like, she won a map off Cure, but the other games weren't really pretty, Was it a good series overall? No, it was, like, one cool game. There's just still a reason to upload, right? But, like, it's so cool uploading Scarlet games in 2025 and actually knowing, like, these were genuinely great games, you know? Like, these were super competitive games. No matter the winner, I mean, in this case, Scarlet did end up winning, but that's why it's so cool, because she's competitive enough to take down some of the top players that we're uploading all the time on the YouTube. And it just feels like we've not had that with Scarlet for a long time, so it's great to see her back playing well and looking good. It's a major plus. Absolutely loving that. There's a couple drones all down the low ground. Nexus coming up, Cybercore on the way. We will get a pylon on the go as well. Just going to see our probe ready to drop in a little bit of annoyance on the natural. Circling speed building through, a couple queens and lings coming up, drones on the way by. And that Stargate will build from Geralt. Just going to get that up and running. And yeah, get that underway for the next few moments. A couple of lings will continue after the probe. Just going to see the Nexus coming down on the low ground there. The Overlord will peel across over toward the right-hand side also. Again, the Adept will Chrono Boost on the gateway. The Cybercore will build the Warp Gate. Zergling Speed will be halfway done. Still got the Queen coming up, the Hatchery coming through. Just going to see the Adept still shading to the top, and there's going to be a couple lings and the Queen there. The Adept will take some damage. Nothing too major, though, early on. Eight lings, the Queen, the ling speed coming about, a couple of drones are coming through, the creep team are going down on the low ground there as well. Just going to see 5 workers building up again. Warpgate, Oracle, and the Adept coming by as well. Just going to see the 2 Adepts coming in. A couple of Zerglings will get a wrap around. First Adept going down already. Second Adept shades out down to the bottom left-hand side. And those few Zerglings are just going to make their way to the bottom as well. Just going to get a little bit of a jump in here. Next is going to get jumped on. That gets cancelled. Now the Adept gets caught. Oracle will activate. A couple of lings already going down. The Zergling's getting caught there for the moment. Again, Oracle and Warpgate still coming through. The Gateway and the Probes building up. And that Oracle getting after a few more Zerglings at the same time. Again, Queen drones, the couple spores coming up, the creep tumor coming about as well. Twilight Council building already from Geralt, our Gateway, and the Nexus building into place also. Again, the Twilight Council is about halfway done. The Spore Crawler will move between bases early. Again, Scarlet with this 2-0 lead. A couple of different ways to get here. Like, yes, it's been that aggressive kind of Ling Bane kind of Hydra push, but that last game was much more just kind of Ling Bane kind of busting earlier. And I do think Geralt, like I say, has been very kind of committed to... He's been very committed to gateway units before Splash becomes available, and that's something which I feel like Scarlet took advantage of a little bit in that last game, especially. It's a good defense on this Oracle in the main base, because it does nothing, and it does take a bunch of damage. Geralt just getting too far forward with that, and Scarlet moving into the Queen in place. Both these Oracles actually hurting, and only a couple drones lost, so early game defense spot on from Scarlet, keeping her workers nice and healthy, not letting them get exposed at all. That +1 and Blink both coming through from Scarlet, getting those upgrades up. The Adept's on the way in. Adept just going to fire. The Zerglings go back the other direction. A few more probes coming up as well, so continue to get those up and rolling right now. Flare and the Rotron continuing to come online. See a couple of these Zerglings already being cleaned out, again pushed back to the top. Adept shade back to the left-hand side. Again, +1 and Blink both coming through. The Stalkers have been warped in as well, and these Adepts with the Oracles will get back toward the front here. We do see a little bit of creep getting revelated initially. Oracles will activate. Zerglings start to drop. Queens putting some damage out on the Oracles, pushing them away. The Lings looking for a wraparound on said Adepts. The Adepts will go down. Those Oracles getting pushed out of here. Again, +1 and Blink still building through. A few probes coming up as well. There's a couple of additional gateways, all a part of this. +1 missiles and the roach speed will come online as well. The Lings get in over on that right-hand side, trying to hit the incoming gateway. Infestation pit, hatchery, a few more drones coming up. The Oracle still activating through for the Lings, so a bit more damage being done on those. We pull right back to the top side of the map. 4th hatchery in the center will come into place. Again, the Overlord's coming through, +1 missiles and the roach speed coming up as well. +1 attack and Blink building. The gateway's in production. And yeah, the Infestation Pit will be finishing very soon from Scarlet, so something a little bit different from her. Nice fast Infestation Pit, gas floating. Not a bad Swarm Host map. There's obviously kind of an interesting layout here, and you definitely would expect Swarm Host to have a little bit of potential impact on a map like this, so probably thinking that that's a possibility right now as well, if I had to make a guess. Definitely feels like an opportunity, if nothing else, so some possibilities there as we take a few moments. Stalkers coming back around the other side, so again, getting settled in. Just going to see the plus on missiles, roach speed, a bunch more lings coming about. The Stalker's going to get back onto this hatchery. The lings are going to run around the back side. At the end of the day now, Scarlet's just building roach speed. Oh, the surround on those Stalkers denied by the stasis ward. That's annoying, because now all of a sudden you got to kind of protect this hatchery at the front as the Stalkers do get a queen. Blinking back. Hey, these lings will come out of stasis at some point, but not just yet. A couple more Ravages coming through. Scarlet's floating so much money. She lava starved. She's lava starved. She has 1.2k, and she just has no way to spend it. Those lings know what they got to do. They got to run. We only lose a couple coming out of the stasis, which really could have been so much worse. Scarlet finished up a round of injects. What is she going to build? Geralt doing a great job controlling. It is going to be Swarm Hosts. Now a little bit close to being supply blocked. She will get out of that. Nidus network coming up. First wave of Swarm Hosts is almost always one of the more effective waves. See how well that first wave can do. She is going to have a Nidus, so she can Nidus and probably Swarm Host toward the main base. It is scary when these Stalkers are on the front door, because you're going to be trying to defend against those with very little. Actually going to catch some Zealots over here with a big round of Lings. No melee upgrades. These Lings are not going to trade as well as usual, or as well as we've seen them in the last couple of games. You can see the Lings again threatening around that side. 14 Swarm Hosts building. Where are we going to Nidus? I think just on that right-hand side is going to be the plan. Scarlet is placed there right now. She puts the Nidus down. So on the right side of the map, just outside of the main, that's going to be the location we attack on. Those Lings are kind of just giving themselves up, or at least forcing these Stalkers back. There will not be a lot of defense in the main, so those Swarm Hosts have some potential. Turning up a couple of Zealots now. Nidus is going to be heard. First round of Swarm Hosts ready to launch their Locusts. I think we're waiting for a few more Swarm Hosts to pop out. We're going to recall. Is that recall into the main base? It is. Geralt is very aware of what Scarlet is likely trying to do then upon hearing that. We are going to drop these Locusts down. I don't hate this position because you can fight the Stalkers, and then there's also the Templar Archives nearby, which is not a terrible target. But obviously right now, I would not say that these Locusts have really done what they wanted to initially. You do see Scarlet still defending back at home, but she really needs more. Especially if that's going to be your overall kind of investment. Second Nidus in the same place there. I guess that was just in case the first went down. Make sure those Swarm Hosts have a getaway plan. Zealot showing up again. Scarlet's going to have to pull back. The Ravagers are out of position to deal with this. We have a couple of Locusts that are going to show up, but, I mean, Geralt definitely taking control of this game. Scarlet's maxed out, and to be honest, it's kind of interesting. She has a way higher economy than usual for Swarm Hosts. Usually Swarm Host players stick like 60-ish drones, because you usually want that extra supply to go into the Roach Ravager that supports Swarm Hosts. And then the idea is you have like an overwhelming army that trades very efficiently, because the only thing you ever lose is Locusts. You can see that massive Swarm Host wave coming out here. With this extra bit of economy, she actually has a better transition than usual out of this. Can we kill this base? Can we just dive the Nexus here? What are we actually going to right-click target down? We're going to go for a cannon or two. The Storm comes down. You can see it's just not really that much damage in the early stages from these Locusts. The first two waves have been fairly lackluster. Another Knight is coming up. Swarmer's going to relocate again. Now we maybe do something. And if Scarlet's got any advantage here, I do like her mobility and her movement around the map. And I do think that's one way she might be able to outposition Geralt and give herself some opportunity still, despite the overall situation not exactly being ideal. A little bit awkward here. No anti-air against those Oracles. They will run out of energy soon. We actually bile one down. The Ravagers get back across to protect the Swarm Host from the Stalkers. Can we get rid of the next Oracle? We have Swarm Host Locusting once again. The entire army's here. There's just no shot that that's going to do what you want it to. Actually, get into the mineral line, kill a few probes would not be a bad thing. We're going to get rid of a handful at the very least. So we do get something out of these Swarm Host Locusts. It did feel like it was just another wave that was going to crash in and really achieve nothing. Pleasant Spine's coming up, Groove Spine's on the way, Adrenal Gland's coming through, Hydra's on the way, Roach Ravager settling down. The Stalkers are going to get Corrosive Bile. We get pushed back, the Lings surrounding. Roach Ravager still pushing through here. High Templar on the high ground, going to get Corrosive Bile down as well. Like I said, I do think Scarlet's advantage right now, she's actually keeping this game chaotic enough that she's making Geralt's life a little bit difficult. I like Geralt's second Stargate and a Fleet Peak, and right now I honestly just like high Oracle production, because I think Scarlet doesn't have the anti-air to really deal with this effectively. And take what you can get. These Locusts might have been able to get the Nexus if they just went for it. In the end, they're going to click on it in the end, but a little bit late maybe. It's going to be close. That Nexus goes very low. It does go down. Geralt pushing through onto the Nidus here, going to try and break that position, which he'll be able to do. A lot of creep on the map, though, that Scarlet can utilize, and she's on her way to those lurkers. The lurkers popping shortly. Geralt's supply block double expanding now to replace the base and to take a new one. Another round of Ravager Hydra just tries to step up this ramp for a couple of seconds. The Queen goes down. The creep tumor will follow. The Stalker's still going after the Nidus right there. Adrenal Glands plus 3 missiles coming through. Adaptive Talons, the Spine Crawler, Spore Crawler. All of that coming into play currently. The Zealots take a chance to get to this upper right-hand side. Hydra playing a bit of cleanup. The Locusts pop up once again. The High Templar will be chased once more. Locusts continue to move forward. Again, another Stalker in some trouble. Burst of Vials coming down. The Storm coming down as well, keeping the Ravager Hydra at bay at the moment. Crawler's finishing. Like I say, the Lurker's coming up is big because it gives Scarlet another... It gives her another kind of style in this game, realistically. Now she's going to have Lurkers. There is a Mothership on the way from Geralt, but he does not have much... Again, his tech is limited, like 5 High Templar, and it's just gateway units beyond that. It's genuinely, I think, an issue, and I'm surprised to see him not doing more to kind of play into something more of an answer, basically, overall. Like, I'm genuinely very surprised. These Lurkers are going to have no issue dealing with these Zealots. I mean, now 2 more Stargates. Now I think you've definitely got to think about, let's build some actual freaking Tempest or something here. Swarmhosts are going to go toward that army. Not great. So as one probe actually baits a lot of the Swarmhost Locusts to land down as well. Again, a lot of Scarlet supplies in those Swarmhosts, so when they're on cooldown, they're just not going to do very much. Funnily enough, they somehow do find a Stalker kill, which is more than they should have had. Game's just a little bit chaotic. Ooh. You can see the scary part of that for Geralt. The moment those Lurkers can shoot, they can do a lot. Scarlet is obviously going to recognize Tempest and Stargate response going to start coming through, so she's going to prepare with double Spire in production. So she's going to get those Spires up, get those upgrades and those Corruptors in general ready to go. Stalker's back around the center. A couple of Hydras shooting at the Oracles. High Templar still moving around. Nidus on the right side goes down as well. Additional Tempest still building by. +3 attack upgrade coming up on the side of Geralt. Something else to note, Locust actually in a good position, going to right-click the Nexus. No splash damage, those Locusts will get the kill. Stalkers don't kill them fast enough. That's why I actually would have liked to see a bit more of early. Corrosive Foul on the warp on the recall. I was going to say, maybe if you timed that well, you could have done something cool there. The Stalkers actually just dying. Lurkers are going to zone on the left-hand side, so we're going to run through the Lurkers. The High Templars and the Stalkers not going to get here. Scarlet is going to kill this right side base, and she just killed the left side base, so she's going to reduce Geralt down to a 3-base Protoss situation. Uh-oh, Geralt, this is getting a little bit scary. Like I say, the Tempests are coming up, but we are going to have Corruptors available to be built soon. Scarlet's actually going to have to free up some supply. I actually think we're at the point where we might actually just want to let these Locusts... I mean, do we want to just let the Swarmhosts die? We don't really want to let them die, but we're at the point where that may be one of the better things to do. We actually rebuild Hydras here. These Ravagers push up, knowing that they've got the support of the Lurkers. It's another Nexus that's genuinely about to go down. The bottom left base got recancelled. Oracle will go down to Corrosive Fouls because this game's getting too chaotic for Geralt to keep up with. Corrosive Fouls on the Mothership, maybe? We just have, like I say, all the Hydras coming back through. We're going to Swarmhost the natural. I mean, Geralt is genuinely about to have no mining. Which is low-key kind of hilarious. Because he had so many bases just not long ago. I mean, it's not hilarious for Geralt, but I just can't believe that it's just fallen apart so quickly. Scarlet, again, attacking in all these different directions. The Locust is just going to go to the natural. I mean, what are you going to do? 50 probes have died in recent history. The Locust dropped down maybe a Mothership Cloak to save this base. Yeah, but the probes aren't in the cloaking, so the probes go down anyway. We've now lost 75, 77, 78 workers on the left side of your screen. Scarlet going for an all-time record. She's maybe going to get 80. She is going to get 80. Wow, I don't think I've seen 80 workers on the side of the screen. Definitely not seen 80 workers on the side of the screen this year. I think is a very fair statement. That does not happen very frequently at all. Spinecrawler is defending against the Lurker. The Stalker counterattack. The Lurkers are setting up over on the left side. And Scarlet may lose a hatchery, but she has won this war. GG and good luck. Geralt eliminated, our first elimination of the day. And Scarlet gets the 3-0 to advance on through. She will move into the next round. She will play Spirit tomorrow. And that could be fun. If Scarlet's playing like this, and Spirit we know is playing well also right now, I actually think that's a really banger matchup tomorrow. I mean, let's be real. A lot of these games are bangers. We've seen so many great matches. Scarlet survives through another round of the lower bracket, so she advances. She will play, like I say, Spirit tomorrow. Let me just send that update through to Scarlet to make sure she knows tomorrow's schedule. And another matchup gets decided in that lower section of the bracket. Cool. Alrighty, so Scarlet is going to get that W. It's a 3-0 as well. Again, ignore the little capture noise. It's just me screenshotting things. Wow. Crazy business. We're going to hop back to NA. It is going to be time for us to head into some Rogue versus Shameless action, as we'll have another elimination match here. Scarlet advances through. Spirit will be her opponent tomorrow. That's very exciting. Let me send this just over to Scarlet already. Cool. Alright. We are going to get ready to go into Rogue Shameless, and they're both here. Perfect. That's what I love to see. Who has the highest seed? It should be Rogue. This is a rematch from the group stage, where Rogue actually did beat Shameless, but it was a 2-1 victory. So I think this is our first rematch of the entire competition here. It's going to happen in lower bracket round 3, and it was a bit of an interesting sequence of events to get here, because obviously Rogue had to win a match, then lose a match. Shameless had to win 2 matches and then lose a match to end up here. I think this is our first rematch of the tournament, so it is unfortunate for Shameless. Going to be Rogue server preference, as we'll get into this in a few moments' time. So Rogue was the higher finisher in the group stage, which means he's a higher seed than Shameless. And one of the big things throughout this tournament is your seeding from groups and invitational positions and so on do define the seeding advantage. So and seeding advantage gets server preference. So for Rogue, he's going to get West, Central, West, which is very good for him, because Shameless is one of the players who does struggle a bit more in West. His connection from the Russian location is not exactly the best of the best, so Rogue does get that server preference. Videos will start here in a moment. It's Rogue Shameless. After this, Showtime Manor. After that, Creative versus Nice. That's what we still got coming up today. The winner of Rogue Shameless will play against Clem tomorrow, so that is going to be versus Clem tomorrow. Very exciting as well. Black Bear for the 1 bit, thank you so much. We had Max Packs Beyond, that was the first rematch. Yes, that was the first rematch, you're correct. This is our second rematch of the tournament. That's not bad, though. That is not too bad. White, 10,000, Tourmaline. Gonna get viewed through here for a couple of moments. Let me just take a couple of moments. So, a couple of videos coming by, getting settled in. Taking a few moments, guys. Ready to go. Great Scarlet game. She's so much better than you expected. Scarlet's been nothing but impressive this term. It's been super fun to watch. I mean, her series against herO was pretty wild as well, to be honest. Like, that ZVZ in the upper bracket was awesome to watch. That was a lot of fun too, so... yeah, love it. Alright, let's head into Mothership as we get into Shameless versus herO. Lobby link coming down, so we'll be in a couple moments. A rematch from the group stages. That Rogue won 2-1. I can't honestly remember. If I'm going to be honest, I do not remember that series, so... what map are we missing here? Celestial 5. Alright. Yeah, I can't really remember Rogue Shameless from the group stage. We cast a lot of StarCraft lately. But 2-1 scoreline is a 2-1 scoreline, so Shameless definitely competitive against Rogue. See what happens here. I do think the server difference is negative for him. I think it's very rough, so... Let's see what happens. Go goes to Shameless. Go goes to Rogue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've gained a caster. I think that's one of the Frenchmen. Let's get into our next matchup, guys. Keeping these games rolling. It is 2 a.m. in Korea for Rogue. We had to play this one later. Originally, this was meant to be before Scarlet Geralt. Shameless has school, so he actually has, he needs time to get home from school, basically. So that takes a little bit of time sometimes, and so on and so forth. I think Shameless just disconnected as we loaded into this game. This is not necessarily a great sign. But that's probably going to mean we get delayed a moment or two here at the moment, guys. So give us a second. Gamba, I can let you guys Gamba. Scarlet gets that win. Oh, no, Shameless is back. Never mind, we are good. Start prediction, which is going to be Rogue Shameless. There you go, guys. All right, let's head into game 1 of another best of 5 here today. I'm going to start off in the top left side of the map. Again, shout out to Rogue. He's playing late because Shameless had to get home from school before he was able to participate today, or university. So yeah, Rogue playing late at night for Korea, a little bit later than expected. I asked him, and he was just like, he didn't even say anything. He was like, okay, see you there. I was like, okay. I was like, I'm sorry it's so late. He's just like, hi, I'm ready. Not a care in the world. As in the top right side, our Blue Protoss player is Shameless. Game 1 of this best of 5. Mothership to start us off. Hell of a map to begin with. Big one. Super excited to see what sort of styles we see out of Rogue. He's been such an aggressive player lately. Definitely expecting to see a couple of twists and turns from him throughout the course of the series. Definitely expecting some wham bam in your face mams in terms of some fights happening. Excited to see if Shameless can kind of withstand that pressure. And I do think Shameless looks good when he gets into a late game. But what's funny is that Rogue also looks good when he gets into a late game. So there's really kind of a combined... I actually, like, it's funny because I feel like Rogue hits so well aggressively, but then he controls his army so well into the later stages. Rogue has done so many cool things from bad positions lately in this matchup. And we're talking about this with Harstam, I guess it was on the Monday Cup, where Rogue is just like, he gets into bad spots, and he's like, oh no, I'm in a bad position. Anyways, let me just proceed to win this game, or make this game extremely difficult for you, despite the absolutely terrible start that I had. His army movement's very unique and very good. It's one of those, it's very cool because, when we lost Rogue to the military, then he came back, military effect plays in different ways. But Rogue was always such a creative player, and I think one of the things that he retained when he returned from the military was that creativity, and I think there's something that that's just like internal understanding of how to move around a map and how to pressure different positions and just how to make do with sometimes not as much as you'd like to have. That's the sort of thing that you don't always lose in StarCraft, whereas, like, obviously, what you do lose when you take time away is the mechanical skill and prowess, and those things are so hard to keep up with. Less so nowadays, where we seem to have been kind of hitting this kind of level where the skill ceiling doesn't keep rising all the time. That's why you see players successfully come back from military service a little bit more often, because the skill cap is just not stupidly increased from the last time they played. But I do think stuff like the understanding, the movement, and those ideas, those things really do get kind of maintained in the game. And I think that's one of the things Rogue's definitely shown himself to be very good at in recent history, to be honest. So, some very cool stuff to chat on about. Anyways, we are going to have our Stargate coming up. It's about to finish. Link speed's halfway done. Is Wikipedia broken for anyone else? In what way? Yeah, that's it looks very broken. Nope, not wrong. It is very broken to me. Yep, well, we'll just hope that that gets resolved soon, as we do have our few lings gathering about, a few drones coming about. And link speed coming up. We ran out of time, apparently, according to Wikipedia. I'm sure they'll get fixed up. I'm not sure what the issue is. I'm not as much of a Wikipedia expert as I used to be, but I'm sure that'll get resolved within due course. Zerglings heading across to the upper right-hand side of the map, so just going to head straight on in over there. A few Zerglings are going to wrap around, just going to be seeing our Adept shading back into the third base. A few Lings would try to and get through there. The Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up. Nexus coming through. Queens are going to be in position. The Oracle in position as well. Zerglings head back to the upper right-hand side. Again, the Evo Chamber, the couple of drones all on the way through, adding the Overlord on there as well. Spore Crawler's halfway done. Twilight Council and Forge both building up on the side of Shameless. Gateway producing on in. Our Nexus is going to be building for the third base. The feelings will get a little bit aggressive. I think one of the big questions in this series, and in a lot of ZVP lately, is does the Zerg want to play melee? Answer, Rogue stocks a melee upgrade. Yes, he does. How do you punish the melee? Or do you build into a style that is not, as good versus melee, but is good in other scenarios? Like, there's a little bit of that rock, paper, scissors effect. It's not quite rock, paper, scissors. And these lings have been great here. Those probes do protect that final probe, at least. That was a wild trade. 9 lings for 3 adepts. So just removing some of the early positioning. That ling does find the right probe in the end, but he never got the shot off. Probe survives. Probably wasn't that exciting. Probably didn't need me to get too worried. Wikipedia looks fine to you. Have you refreshed it? Because when I refreshed it, it broke hard. As we do just have ourselves the couple lings coming back around. Stalker on that right-hand side. Again, melee upgrade coming up to being about halfway done. The lings back down the bottom. Blair finishing shortly. 5 additional extractors. So Rogue taking all of his gases out of nowhere here. It's just been that single gas player up until this point, and now going to mix that up a little bit instead. And just try and get that on track. Wow, look at Shameless. Second Stargate, Fleet Beacon immediately. Ooh, boy. Okay, so we're going to go double Stargate, Fleet Beacon. I mean, Rogue's going to go Hydra Den. So we're not even going to have Blink. We're not going to... We have a Twilight Council, so what? Do we go Charge alongside Stargate units? I won't lie. I'm not 100% sure I love it right now. Stargate and Fleet Beacon coming through, plus 1 air weapons coming up. Hydra Den's about to finish. The melee upgrade's going to be done soon. A few more Hydras building in on the side of Rogue, so 7 of those Hydralisks continue into play as well. Again, the melee upgrade, the muscular augments, all of that continue to come on by. It's going to be carriers. The Overseer with the Scout, by the way, so now Rogue knows exactly what's up. I wonder if that triggers just Rogue to be aggressive. I mean, he's going to try with the Lings at least. I mean, there's not going to be a lot against these Lings, to be fair. I mean, basically the Oracle. This Gateway is taking some genuine damage. There are some Stalkers showing up. Remember, those Stalkers don't have Blink. Right? Yeah, they don't have Blink. It's so weird, because the Stalkers show up as though they have Blink. They're like, hey, here we are, the Saviors. They don't have Blinks. They need to be careful. And Rogue is so convinced he can just kill him that he's just walking across the map with Hydras already. And these Hydras don't even have upgrades yet. The Lings are going to break through. That's going to be an open wall off. The Lings get a wrap around. The first carrier is here. Remember, these Stalkers don't have Blinks. So if they get wrapped around by the Zerglings, they're in deadly amounts of trouble. The carriers do not even have full interceptors yet because Rogue is hit so soon. That Scout from the Overseer, massive. Getting that confirmation so quickly as to what is going on tells you so much information. We're going to try and fight these Interceptors. Honestly, right now, I think we can kill Interceptors before they really outmass you. I think we just target down the Interceptors. I don't think that's a bad thing. More Lings are going to show up here. They will get in front to get on top of those Stalkers. Now, the carrier's in a little bit of trouble. Rogue putting a bit more damage out. This third base is in trouble. Shameless is just not surviving against this attack timing right here. We are going to be seeing the Oracles going down. The Stalker's getting stuck. Zealot goes down. The Stalker's still taking some more damage. The Interceptor's still taking some more hits. Lings can sweep into the natural as well if Rogue does want to split this up. Shameless just going to say GG, as that is going to be a GG. He just misclicked the pause instead of the end of game, but he apologizes. No bad manner meant. He's like, GG, pause. Does he leave? Does he leave? Does he leave? Oh, sorry. Obviously not the case, but would have been funny. Can you imagine? He's like, GG, pause, and Rogue's just like, nice. Leaves the game. He's like, see, I got you. Admin's not going to rule in your favor, surely? Alright, I do wonder, again, I know the ping sucks, Shameless. It is a difficult situation, ping-wise, but he's going to get Central now at least, so we can see how he looks on Central. I wonder if that changes, like, how he approaches it. Like, I wonder if part of what he was doing is based around the fact that he's doing it... It was kind of playing on West for that first game, so... There is maybe that kind of factor in play. We've got 8 people, we've got 2 players, we've got readies across the board. F10's the menu hotkey, but he hit pause break. He might have clicked pause, and he might have went to click. He might have not F10 end. He might have F10 clicked to leave game, but clicked pause instead of leave game. I would imagine is what he did. There was one player that did this all the time. DNS used to always pause, then leave the game. So I don't know if they also just have changed the hotkey to change it as well. That may be impacted, so... Corporal Fudge, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting. I'm going to have to get a new bag of decorations out, so I will do that while we get into this early game. For now, in the bottom right corner, so showing us some solid pushing action, it is going to be Rogue taking the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Top left, our blue Protoss player here is Shameless, as we set ourselves into this game 2. Let's put you on the indie cam. I'm sure you'll start observing in a second, as I gotta go and find us some decorations. Ignore any crinkling sounds you hear, guys. Just getting ready for a sub train. I'm feeling it. Basically preempting the hype train right now. I don't know what it is. I just feel like Rogue Shameless, everyone's hyped. Suddenly they remember the Prime subs exist. They can support the channel for free. Keep StarCraft 2 happening here through 2026 as well by simply clicking a button and just expecting it to happen. I don't know why. It's got a feeling. Thank you so much, Omega4114 coming in also with the Prime sub for the 4 months. Thanks for keeping SC2 alive. No worries. Guys, as always, it's not just me that keeps SC2 alive. It's you guys as well, watching, supporting, helping us out, keeping us doing this. Like, we can't do this without you guys. There's a very real statement. Like, this is not just made up, like, oh, yes, we love you guys. You guys are... No, like, this happens because of you guys as well. So thank you so much for supporting it and allowing us to make it happen. Like, obviously, I love doing this. It's my passion, but I need the support to do it. Like, we do not have an endless pocket of money to fund these events with or anything. Like, these events are funded through you guys. Obviously, we make some of it up with the sponsors and so on here and there as well, but, you know, we need you guys to watch the sponsorships, otherwise we don't get sponsors either, right? Like, it all comes down to you guys at the end of the day. So thank you so much for being here all year long, supporting, priming, gifting, hitting, donating, watching, complaining about advertisements, whatever you've done. I appreciate it. Non-Ember converted from a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Love that. Thank you so much as well. Thank you so much. Are you already on the tree, Non-Ember? If you are not, I will add you for the conversion. Because why not? Why would you press F10 and then put your mouse to click surrender? I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not the guy that misclicked. I was just trying to provide an explanation. I'm sure someone can tell you. It's probably just like a different hotkey or something. Like, they probably just changed the hotkey somehow or some way or somehow. Yeah. That would be my guess. But I don't know. Like I say, not an expert in leaving games. Because when you don't lose games, you don't have to F10N. You can actually, yeah, when you lose games, you don't F10N. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can actually just press S to go to the score screen. So I've never really had this F10 pause instead of leave the game issue, because I never lose. So I'm never on the F10 side of things, obviously. That, or if I do lose, clearly I'm being cheesed by some scrub, and I don't appreciate it, so I'm all dive 4 and out of there. You know, no one deserves my time on the rest of the day on that ladder. Don't think so, Non-Ember? No worries, I will tree you up. What a delight. Flings will come across. Having the Oracle is going to go over to the sides. Just going to be seeing the product counts and a couple of gates coming through. Going to be the choice from Shameless here. Like I said, I do think ZVP right now does have that question mark of like, are you just going to go melee upgrade every time? If you do that, does the Protoss punish you at all at some point during that as well? Five drones going down. Roach on the left coming up. A couple of drones being added on as well. The Queen's We'll step forward. The Lings, drones, Overlord, all building through. Rotoron coming into play. I click manually. Is that not normal? Well, Twitch chat thinks you're weird right now. You just outed yourself to everyone who's calling you out, basically. I think a lot of people do F10N. I mean, your hands on the keyboard. It's more natural to take your hand off the mouse in F10N than it is to take your hands off the keyboard. Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, if you left hand F10 and then you click, I guess that's kind of normal too, to be honest. Okay, what's up, Hamza Gobi in the chat? Sorry, I probably murdered your name, but you're awesome, Wardy. Thanks for these awesome tournaments. Thank you so much for watching them. That's, again, super appreciate it. So much for the kind words. As the Adepts here get caught, we're all going to get a couple of kills right off the bat. So, a couple of Adepts going down. The Lings still cruising about. Some Stalkers will be here to help push these Zerglings away. The Oracles are still up overhead and trying to do their part of things as well. Hydrogen coming about, hatchery building, +1 and blink, all on the way in from Shameless also. Spraying a lot of this through for the moment. The couple Stalkers will still continue. +1 attack will come in, Stalkers will get underneath, and the Overlord will go down. Oracle will put a stasis ward down here. The few Stalkers will pressure. This right side hatchery is in some trouble. Rogue's building the bottom left, but it's fresh and new. That said, he's also just making a bunch of Link Hydra right now. He's got a little counterattack coming across. Shameless. There's a couple units about. I mean, this hatchery just goes down instantly. Rogue didn't even really try and contest it. He's down a few drones right here. His army supply not looking great. Not sure what Rogue's plan is. He's got a bunch of minerals. He's going to throw an infestation pit down. Okay, so he's just going to play a longer game. But yeah, just let that fourth base die. He lost a few drones early. He's lost a few Lings as well, so this early game just rough for him, and so far, Shameless absolutely just capitalizing on that so far. Storm coming up, charge and the +1 still coming through. Hydras. I'm going to see one of those sniped down already. The Queen going to be there as well. Lings will try and run across. Stasis is going to catch a few of those Zerglings already. The couple Lings going back and returning fire as well. Again, Storm charge. +1, all the good things right here. So not an ideal start from Rogue, but this is kind of what we saw from Rogue a lot in CVP lately. The start's not pretty, but once he gets to a mid-later game kind of scenario, he can still play a very solid game. So don't count him out, because he's definitely got ways back into this right now, despite the start that has been, like I say, a little bit rough around the edges. Now we're going to be seeing the Lings, the Hydras continue to push through. So they're going to shove on forward for a little bit. The Lings and the Hydras will continue to chase. 5 on the way up. Lurker Den building. The +1 missiles and that muscular organ still coming in. We do see the Zealots going to be coming forward as well. Trying to get onto those Hydras. I mean, it's a weird moment for Rogue to attack, because he doesn't have a lot of Lings to support. His Hydras don't have speed, so getting back and away is scary. I mean, I like the pressure. It's just, if you can get away with this, then that's fine. And he does get back to creep spread. He splits up on that creep, and he's going to be able to take a bit of a concave against these approaching units. He's not far from the Lurker Den. But now Shameless is like, oh, I've already chased you across the map. What if we now actually just take a fight here? That first storm was not it. Second storm, honestly, not really it either. And the splash damage does not do much just yet. We throw a transfusion down on one of these Hydralisks. The High Templar are kind of exposing themselves on that bottom side. They got split apart from everything else for a second. That looked kind of scary. Do we have another storm available? We do, but I mean, honestly, these storms have felt very weak. Rogue loses a couple Hydras to that bottom side storm because he ran back through it a couple times, but the storms just, I feel like there was just so many better placements we could have maybe seen. Cells on the right side, 5th base in trouble. As we're trying to set Lurkers up on the left, and we are pressing forward with the Stalkers again here. Those Lurkers are not ready yet, and don't forget the Lurkers are also just not upgraded yet either. These Lurkers are very meh right now. No seismic spines, no adaptive talons, so they exist, but they're far from the best case Lurkers we've ever seen, so something to think about that for sure. Stalker and High Templars get back to the top just for the moment. Again, the Fleet Beacon coming online, Stargate and the Robo Facility coming in, Archon and the +2 coming up. Ling, Hydra, Lurker gets over to the left-hand side, ready to run up to the top here. This is interesting because these units are going to run around each other. Rogue is going to benefit more from being able to take position with these Lurkers than anything else, though, I think. These first few Lurkers obviously may not do much. We're going to try and run some links forward just to give the Lurkers a chance to do some damage. A little bit messy from Shameless. High Templar's running into the front. Fortunately, there's not too much to capitalize on that. Like I say, Rogue's Lurkers on this other side are going to be very scary to deal with. Lovely Contaminate actually shuts down one of the producing Immortals. Hydra's in production. There's a few Zealots already slipping into the mineral line. The left side base of Shameless has gone down. The left side base of Rogue has not gone down because, well, Shameless left it alive. He's going to give up the next base, though. Rogue is not going to fight that. He just needs to get up as many units as possible. Tempest on the way from Shameless. Wonder if he can get enough of those for impact to really be in play. What I don't really love here for Rogue is I genuinely think this is a situation where you're basically... Okay, that Immortal stops to fight the Lurkers. That was not smart. You're basically going to end up in a scenario where eventually this army of Rogue has to fight, and there's not going to be a lot of rebuild potential. He actually fights quite early on here, to be honest, but it's working. These Stalkers are in some trouble, and Rogue is kind of cleaning this up. These Hydras will chase. Do we get away with anything here? Do we have a recall even to drop? My Templars will go down, so all of that falls, and at the same time, on the other side of the map, this natural expansion of Shameless is falling, and what's really awkward is that he never killed a hatchery of Rogue. He left the hatches alive to go for the next thing along. Let's just make sure we kill this base here, Rogue. Oh my god. That should have been a base kill. There's no way we should have let the natural alive. Because that's now 23 workers that are going to mine that should have been oversaturated. Like, those workers should have been nigh on useless. And now they're going to have a home to mine from. I'm not going to say that loses you the game as Rogue, but it's definitely a bit of a smack in the face, because all of a sudden, Shameless actually comes out with a worker lead. The 15 worker advantage meant nothing when Rogue had 4 bases and Shameless had 2, one of them being the mining out main base. Now that natural being able to mine is such a huge issue. Oh, that's really... Yeah, I can't actually believe that he's... I can't believe this has happened, basically. I mean, he started to hit the Zealots, but you're never going to kill many Zealots in that scenario either. Just, you know, do the right thing. Finish off the Nexus. I mean, maybe he feels like Shameless is going to rebuild the Nexus, but at least then that's time where you're not mining properly as Shameless. These Zealots stack up against those Lurkers, and the Lurkers do well to hold this position off. Rogue is down so many workers right now. I mean, the right side base in trouble, so what? Let's be realistic. That's not going to matter in this game. That right side base is never going to be a thing because, well, it might be eventually, but right now it doesn't matter because, in theory, Rogue was going to be fine on 4 bases. Now he's actually droning up, so he's going to have to take time to re-drone while Shameless has an eco lead. Shameless does have to replenish some tech units, or tech structures, I should say. A couple of robo facilities back on track. Bringing those straight back into play. Ling, Hydra, Lurker moves to the top of the map here. The Hydras will step up. Nexus in some trouble. A couple of Zealots coming through. There's going to be some Lurker in position. As Lurker goes down already, the other Lurkers are going to burrow. Zealots are still chasing forward. The Archons are not being able to hit the Lurkers yet because the Observer wasn't there for detection. Rogue takes a supply lead after that fight. He's knocked down a lot of the cheaper units. Oh my god, we're back! Revenge of the Zerg. Unfortunately, now there's another base for these probes to run to, so it's way less impactful than what it was before, but better late than never. This Oracle just cast Revelation from across the screen. Hello? I swear down the last couple of days I've seen some range on spellcast that I've never expected to see. The other day it was the freaking Stalker that shot us something, that shot the medevac down from off screen, and this time the Oracle. Can't believe how far that Revelation reached. That must have been just max reach. And maybe a bit of a funny angle, which made it look a bit weird as well. It's an ugly game because Rogue is obviously still just losing out on units. He's making things happen, but at an expense, is the reality of this situation. I mean, both of them are in a scrappy scenario. Rogue has taken a worker lead, 60 to the 49. Army supply is similar. I tell you what, Shameless has amazing upgrades. +3 attack to currently just +1 missiles of Rogue. So upgrades, not something we always talk about in CVP, but it's got to be a factor. The value of just every single attack that Shameless fires is pretty huge. That one Lurker up there is not going to do much. These Zealots go down. I mean, Shameless is out of position. What, we're just going to enter a second round of a base trade? You know what? I don't hate it. I don't know if we can kill these Archons if we base trade. Like, I don't know if we ever really stop the base trade kind of aspect of this from Shameless, in which case, if these Archons are just unbeatable, I mean, what beats the Archons are the Lurkers, so we pull a lot of the Lurkers back. Storm's coming down. Hydra's just going to stand in those storms just to do as much damage as they can. High Templar both die, but these Lurkers are just in the storms. I tell you what, these Archons are super low. One of them even lost all of its shields. A few Lings are going to run in. The Lurkers are going to try and reposition. The Tempest will do what it can. The Lurkers will get some good shots off. We are actually very close to getting rid of these Lurkers on the other side of the map and denying all the mining. The third base is in trouble. Hydra's kiting backwards. The Archon's running out of shields. A couple of Hydras remain, and we're going to try to recall. We will successfully recall. Funnily enough, the Observer there will end up going down. Somehow this base lives on no HP. You're kidding me. For the second time in this game, a base surviving on super low HP will keep Shameless's economy somewhat alight in this matchup. We are not going to kill too many more probes there either. This Lurker will go down, 7 kills on it as it dies. Shameless is still down 30 workers though, and I think at this point, more Lurkers coming up. There's just not enough of an answer to this. I mean, the Immortals I like a lot, but I think army supplies are similar. There's 5 Immortals. Where the hell have they been? I guess they were defending, but geez. Oh, he could have told me about these a little bit sooner, Shameless. They make me believe a whole lot more. I was like, oh, like he's building Immortals, but I don't know if he's going to have enough for it to matter. I'm like, it's got a good army supply. What is the army supply? Now we're going to try and kill this Nexus. A few Lings show up. The Zealots warping in to deal with it. The Nexus will go down. 3 Lings get the final KOs. As we push in across the map, the Immortals are going to hit hard. A few Lings over here to get in front. A Templar going down. Storm on those Hydras. A couple Zealots going down as well. Lurks will push up aggressively. We will see the Lings just going to be something the Immortals can't answer. We have no Archons here. Shameless has to say GG, and Rogue will scrape a second game win together in this best of 5. That was absolutely, utterly ridiculous. Okay, well, that was a game. Thank you so much, Non-Imber, Corporal Fudge, and Omega4114 coming in with the subs. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much indeed. As we head into map 3, Taito Citadel. And we'll get you guys on the tree just once I have hosted so I can invite people through, get that on the way, and kick this off. Alright, let me go and tree you guys. Players are ready. Ready, go, go. GLHF. Those are the fighting words we like to see. 8 casters with the correct amount. Perfect. Get that started. Let me get this ready to go. Great game. Rogue our favorite here, but Shameless is putting up a fight. Hey, again, the winner of this plays Clem in the next round of the lower bracket. Clem Rogue. I actually think it'd be very interesting. Rogue is the guy that's beat Clem in kind of unexpected circumstances a couple of times in somewhat recent history, you know? So that could be a wild matchup for tomorrow. As our lower bracket starting to chill out a little bit. At the end of the day, 14 players will remain. Then tomorrow we eliminate another 5 of those 14. Maybe 6 if time allows, but most likely 5. And we get in towards the top 8 territory on Saturday. Very exciting, as in the bottom right side, our Bread Zerg player is up 2-0 in this best of 5. It is going to be Rogue. Man, even if this is a 3-0, this has been another great series. I think something that's been really apparent in this tournament is even when we've had a 3-0, I really feel like we've not had a 3-0 that was like, well, that was just one-sided. Like, even when we have a 3-0, I really feel as though we've like had such a great matchup out of the 3-0. We've really not seen a lot of one-sided matches at all. This is you know, this feels like a tournament that we run after like an EWC or like after a you know, after like another, like after a Katowice. Sometimes throughout the online the year when you're doing online events, certain events are really good because they're just at the right time of the year. And usually that right time of the year is basically this event happened just after a major tournament where everybody was practicing, and so everyone's been at their very best. Katowice was the best example of this, because Katowice pretty much everyone went to, and everyone was in tip-top shape from. And anytime we had an event after Katowice, it was amazing, because everyone's playing their absolute best StarCraft 2. They leveled up to the best they could for Katowice, And bam, that level is still right there the 2 weeks after when we run a tournament. Now, I don't know why everyone's feeling like they're playing their best StarCraft 2 right now, but I really feel like that's the vibe I'm getting from this event. Everyone feels like they're playing absolutely great. Like I say, even the matches which are maybe not scoreline-wise close are still pretty close within the games. It's been awesome. Crazy stuff. Love to see it. Just gonna see our drone chasing a probe, and the Overlord and a couple queens coming about. A couple lings on the way through as well. Just gonna have a little Chrono Boost coming down. Couple lings get after our work here, and we take a few moments with the Stargate starting from Shameless, so a little bit of build-up time for the next little while. Stargate will be done very soon. Again, a couple of probes, the Adept, the Warp Gate all coming about. Ling speed's halfway through here. Queen, Hatcherin, and Overlord. Again, little bits of everything coming about. The Adept will go for a shade in toward the natural expansion for just a little bit of time. Again, set up for a few moments. Yeah, the Adept is going to shade back again just a little further. Queen going to shoot. We see the Adept taking damage. A Ling going down. A few other Lings coming about as well. Ling speed, drones, Queen, Overlord. All building up to the moment. RSL surely helps. I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't say RSL is the kind of tournament people are going to practice their socks off for to the point of like, yeah, this is it. This is our... Especially, I mean, maybe a little bit more so for the Koreans, sure, but then the Europeans didn't partake in RSL, so... Yeah, I don't know. Hey, maybe it is just, you know, people have been enjoying the new patch, and so everyone's been playing a little bit more lately, and people have genuinely just been practicing. Yeah, maybe it is just that. Ling is looking for a catch on the Adept's Queens. Very close to getting rid of that Oracle. Just gonna have our Nexus coming through, the Gateway coming up. Having that Evo Chamber coming online, the drones coming into place, the Adept coming over as well. Nexus will be building on that third base. A couple of assimilators coming on through, and we just have our Nexus about halfway done. Those Adepts are going to shoot, Lings are going to be firing. And that Twilight Council coming up and online. Just for the moment here from Shameless with that Forge. And we're going to go melee upgrades, and I don't think the current setup from Shameless suggests that he's going to do something aggressive enough to punish that melee. So I think that's going to be a problem immediately. Oracle gets taken out. Queen is going to be there. I mean, that's always good. Get rid of an Oracle is never a bad thing. Never hear about me complaining about an Oracle. Not from the Zerg perspective, obviously from a Protoss perspective. Ooh, not great. I'm gonna go charge. Just gonna open charge. I mean, that's way better against the Zerglings, sorry. Because you're not gonna have the Stalkers that are then susceptible to melee. Templar Archives quickly as well. So yeah, maybe this is much better setup. We do have a Roach run from Rogue. It'll be interesting to see if he plays like maybe a Roach accompaniment, but it depends what he sees. Because I imagine the Roach run is specifically going to come into use here. If he saw something like Glaives, for example. When he sees a couple of Stalkers here, not really much else right now. I don't think he's going to be in a rush to do much. These Lings. What can we kill at the end? Oh, the battery got a little bit more healing available, and it does bring that Stalker back up to enough HP to survive right there. Banelings starting. I mean, the Banelings against the Zealots are obviously very good as well, though, so there is that aspect of it. I mean, the thing about going charge is it's not like you're going to be as aggressive as you would be with, like, Glaive, so you're going to have a bit more preparation time for Rogue. Banelings are more realistically going to be on the map before a big fight happens. Yeah, I think Archon's obviously going to be one of the issues you don't have a great response for immediately, but we're on the way to Hydra Den as well, so in general, Lingbane Hydra as a complete composition should be relatively okay against this opener. Like I said, I don't think this is one of those openers that's super punishing to the melee upgrade. It's just not as bad as if you were going... It's like one of the middle-of-the-road builds, like It's funny because we don't see this one as much, but it's probably more middle of the road, and that's probably why, because it's not really a super big win against the melee upgrade. It's not really a big loss to the melee upgrade. You know, there's positives here and there. I mean, this timing's pretty nice, though, right? 2 Archons, a bunch of Zealots. Banes are available to morph in, but we don't really have any ready yet. We actually morph a bunch of Hydras initially. Do we have any gas for Banes? We can make a few. Cancel this hatch. He's already on the bottom left base, so that 5th hatchery is... It's obviously would have been nice to keep alive, but it's not essential. Another round of Zealots warp in here. The Banelings are definitely very important right now. We really need the Hydras too, and we need these Hydras to pop out and to try and stay safe. Feeling's gonna get caught up in the back. Where the hell are the Banelings? Oh, the Banes are across the map. Well, the Hydras will do a lot to these Zealots here, to be fair. At the same time, this army on the natural has already done a lot as well. Probes are going down. It was 6 workers to the Banelings, so it was not really that effective. Uh-oh, Prism, Prism, Prism! Prism's gonna die. That means nothing gets out of here alive. If there's enough Zerg units, and eventually there should be, but that's my question mark, because for a moment I was like, well, nothing gets out of here alive if we can kill it. But 1 Archon recalls, honestly better than I expected once the prison went down, and to be fair, Rogue lost a lot. 6.1 to 4.1k. The timing was critical here, right? Because the timing hits before Rogue. He's so close to all the things that, I'm talking about this being like middle of the line, or middle of the road. So I'm talking about this being like middle of the road kind of build against the melee, but actually like the timing of this made this not middle of the road. The timing of this made this very effective against the melee upgrade. That Ling on the left side will nibble at the Nexus. 2 High Templar warping in. Stalkers, the Zealot getting rid of the Zergling there. The Archons gather up. The High Templar will join together. Zealot will slash down a Zergling already, taking that away. Hydra, Bane, Drone coming through. Groove Spines coming up. Our Lings will run in toward the Zealot here as well. Just going to take that out already. A few Hydras coming up as well, so continue to bring that through for the moment. I'm just going to get across again. A few more drones going down. Uh-oh! I was going to say, you can storm these Lings, and we will, but we lose a couple High Templar. Well, we morph the Archon, I guess, so it's not as terrible. I thought he actually lost the High Templar. I didn't see the Archon in amongst the storm. It was camouflaged. I think that's what Archons look like that for, because they is to camouflage in with the storm. It's like, they'll never expect me here. Hydras are like, we can tank the storm, and the Archon's like, surprise! No, probably not. Probably just, you know, they're made of the same thing, psionic energy. It would have been cool if it was for camouflage purposes, though. Somehow. They are the storm. What if Archons... Should Archons really take damage to storm? Because Archons shouldn't... You know, that you're basically saying that their own being hurts themselves. Are Archons just in perpetual pain all the time? How come they don't take damage over time from just being an Archon? You know? They should get powered by it. Oh my god. Archon in a storm regenerates shields. Now we're gaming. This is the buff Protoss needs. Tank shouldn't take damage from a tank. I mean, if a tank shoots at another tank, I feel like tank dies, no? So I feel like that one's reasonable from a real life perspective, I suppose, from a lore perspective. Anyways, enough nonsense. Chipper, thank you so much for the 21-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much for the support, as we do see this army pressuring that gold base. Rogue has the far right side base he can take instead of this, but obviously that's not going to be a gold, so you're going to be a little bit goldless there, if nothing else. I'm just trying to get a wrap around on that force. I just don't think Rogue has enough. Lurkers will change this, though, right? Lurkers are going to put you in a position right now where you're going to be able to actually trade a little bit better. Although, that said, this army is still amazing from Shameless. It's Archon heavy. It's Immortal heavy. It has so many of the tools that you need to make this situation just so much better for you than it would be otherwise. Archons, High Templars, and the Immortal continue to gather up. We'll just see our Mothership coming through. +3 attack, +1 shields continue to come on by. Just having the +1 missiles and the few Zerglings building through. The drones coming in. A hive about to start as well. And the drones will build too. Evo Chamber coming up. Hive on the way. The Zerglings coming through. The Banelings going to try and roll across toward the Zealots. A couple of the Lings just going to get turned away on that left-hand side. Immortal Archon coming around. The Overlord will go down. Just going to pick that off. see the rest of this army from Shameless coming back through the center. This is one of those games where I feel like Rogue's in a tough spot and he's going to get to Lurkers and make a really good game of it. But then at the same time, I'm like, surely not, because this army of Shameless just looks that good. Like, every unit here is a tech unit. Archons are tanking Banes. I just don't think we actually have enough support to make the Lurkers do what they need to do in this one. The Lurkers do get burrowed, and Shameless just needs to be careful not to attack into that too heavily. He's already winning the base on the right side. Rogue's just going to tap out. This one is indeed too far. I'm only believing in this game because I've seen Rogue play from silly situations beforehand, and so I'm already like a little bit more of a believer than I should be, perhaps, because like Rogue's been playing well from behind. So yeah. Alright, we're gonna go into Old Republic. Map 4, correct? Yes, double checking that. Get this on the go. Alright, alright. Give Rogue up. Shameless up. Go GLHF. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. Start. Chipper, I've got you to go on the tree here. Kaboom. Okay, on the tree. Alright, let's jump in as we kick this off. We are going to have, in the top right-hand side, our red Protoss player. This will be Shameless. As he has taken a map back, and he takes on our blue Zerg bottom left Rogue. Early probe across the map to get some blocking done. Is going to be the call early from Shameless. So we move along with that initially, get that on the way. Away we go. That probe gets over here, just going to cause a little bit of chaos to start us off for the early moments. Again, the gateway and the assimilator continue to come by. I have the hatchery coming up and get that underway. And yeah, the overlord from Rogue in the center going to be coming back toward the upper right as well. I just need a guy called Fisher to sub. We can put them next to Chipper. Fisher and Chipper. I don't believe I read this out, but sure. Alright, drones moving about. Cybercore and the Nexus coming through. Hatch gas and pool coming up. The Overlord will come by as well. Let's get ourselves a better setup here as we take a few moments. The drone will nibble at the probe just for now. It's just going to get that straight underway. Get that into position initially. Get that started off. We do have our Nexus and the Cybercore both building into place for now as the Ling speed will start. A few Lings and a couple of Queens will be coming up as well. So all of that coming through. A lot of setting up for the moment. Lings will get across. Our probe in some trouble. It's going to be chased for a couple of seconds here. Ling will get across. Probe will go down. Bam. Probe falls. Cleaned up immediately. Again, the warp gate coming online. The Stargate halfway done. Let's continue to get that on the way initially. Queen holds the Adept out on that bottom side. Holding back for a couple moments. Ling will nibble. Probe goes down. Just going to be seeing the Adept holding out for a couple moments as well. And the Oracle and the Warp Gate both building through, and we just have ourselves the probies in production. Ling speed about to finish up. The drones and the Queen build. Adept will take a chance to move downward. What does Rogue want to do this game? I mean, last game really was just a much better build from Shameless. I mean, honestly, the first timing just hit at the right point. I really felt like Rogue is just like, it didn't matter that it was a charge opening. And then you just hit at the right time to really, really punish it and really make it a little bit more painful. Let's see, the Lings will get a wrap on that Adept at least. And just waiting for Rogue to make a choice. Show us anything, Rogue. Show us what we're gonna do. The extra drones just coming up. The Queen will be on the way. The Oracle and the Warp Gate building across. The Oracle will just be right there to push the Zerglings around. Ling will nibble. Oh, a couple probes are going to be there. Just going to push it back a little bit. The Ling gets taken away. Pulling out over that side. The few Lings at the front. Want to go after the probe as well. Not quite going to get there. The Adepts will hold out and the Zerglings will get pushed around. Still got our Twilight Council and the Forge building on through. We got a gateway and a few probes coming up on the side of Shameless. Overlord's building. Drones producing. Spawn a hatchery and a lair. Building into place. The Queen's in position to push the Oracles back once again. Now, lair drones, Lings and the Overlords continue through. Twilight Council and the Forge, additional probes coming up. These Oracles want to try and dive in. The Spore Crawler will hold tight for the moment. They get into the main base. One of those Oracles is low. A little bit concerned that it might have gone down there, but it does not. That lair's going to finish soon. Okay, now we're going to see an Evo Chamber. Still yet to see really anything really defining here from Shameless. From Rogue, sorry. Shameless has shown us the blink and the +1, so do start a little bit of that at least to come into play. The probes will join up. The drones will be on the way through. And the Evolution Chamber will continue to settle. +1 and blink. Building in just for now. And get that going for the moment. Gateways, Robo Facility coming about. The Queens will be here. And again, just going to put some damage out onto those Oracles. Spore Crawler put a bit more damage out as well. +1 missiles coming into place. And those Hydra Den still very much so coming through. The hatchery about to complete. Zerglings and the Queen on the way in. The Overlords producing for Rogue currently. And get a little energy recharge onto that first Oracle right there. Again, Adepts and the Stalkers will come through. The Hydras will be continued up. A couple of Overlords, +1 missiles. The Muscular Augments coming in as well. Hydralisks will continue to produce Zerglings on top of that. And we do have Stalkers, Adepts, the Oracles making their way to the bottom left-hand side of the map here currently. A couple of those Creep Tumors immediately going to be in some trouble. The Adepts will be there to try and fight those off. We do see again a little bit of the Creep coming through. Hydras coming into play. Robo Facility and Robo Bay coming down. Gateways producing. Prism on the way about. Blink and the +1 upgrade coming through as well. Try and get rid of that Creep Tumor. We do not quite manage it though. Extended Thermal Lance coming through from Shameless. We get that on the way about. A couple of Stalkers coming through as well. The Colossus still building. We have the Lurker Den building into place. The Infestation Pit coming up. Lings on that top side going to move back around. We have the Infestation Pit, like I say, very close to being done. Hydra Den producing some Hydras. +1 missiles and the Muscular Augments coming about also. Bring a lot of that into play as the Ling Hydra over here. Just going to set up and come around. The cannon going to fire. The Ling Hydra coming through. Hydra's just going to come around as well. A couple of these shots coming in. Just going to be seeing the Hydras Able to jump in toward the Stalkers already. Cannon in some trouble. The Colossus steps through. A couple of Oracles go down immediately. So Oracles go down. We have the Lurker Den coming up. So this first shove of the Hydras is not, you know, the be-all and end-all for Rogue. Now with Colossus coming up from Shameless, what is going to be pretty cool from Rogue is the ability to really utilize the Hive. Because if you get some Vipers up now, it's going to be a great answer to the Colossus initially, while Lurkers will sturdy your main force on the ground. So I got to imagine that has got to be something of an idea for us here. Something of a plan. Shall see soon as the +2 missiles still coming about. That Hive coming into play. Bling's producing. Lurkers on the way out. +2 attack and the Thermal Lance. Both coming online as well. There's that Spore. Just going to get burrowed up at the front. The Spore still building through. The Ling Hydra. The Lurker just going to get through that set of rocks on this bottom side. Going to get taken down in the next couple of moments. And the Thermal Lance still coming by. The Colossus and everything else coming through as well. A couple more Stalkers building into play. Stalkers blink across. We get rid of the Zergling. +2 missiles and the Size Expands all wanting to come up as well. The additional Overlords will build for the moment. Press forward. The Stalkers take some Lurker shots. It's going to be the difficulty attacking into the Lurkers. The Lurkers don't have a range upgrade right now. The Hydras will just try and be here as a buffer, but then you're buffering against Colossus. We need an answer to this. These Colossus, like I say, the range upgrade is missing for the Lurkers. It's just not ready yet, so this is a great timing. We have not got a Viper yet, that's just now building as well. Rogue needs to buy himself a little bit of time. This is, like I say, a little bit of an awkward situation. We dive in. We actually make a play for Colossus. It pulls back. Good job there. Things are going to try and dive in again. Now we're just going to go for this. I mean, we get rid of some of the shields on the Colossus, but Shameless is doing this right. He's just letting Rogue run units in and basically give up free supply. And Rogue doesn't really have a choice, because otherwise he's just losing units constantly anyway. Now the Lurkers get their range, and that is going to make a difference. One Colossus died on that right side. Ooh, that was scary for Rogue. That really felt like a moment where things were going to become very, very troubling for him. I do get that a little bit more back on track here. Coming back around. Again, Stalkers, the Colossus still laser beaming. Pressure on the bottom side goes down. The few Broodlings coming in to return for the moment as well. Just really seeing the Hydras. The Lurk is going to be there. Abduct on the first Colossus, abduct on the second. That's why the Vipers are really good. And we see Shameless is going to be sub 100 supply in a second. Colossus just don't fare as well in these kind of armies. It was scary for a few moments for Rogue, but he handled it well. He played with patience. And that is going to be the victory screen for him as he takes a 3-1 advantage. Moves through with that just for now. All right. So we will head into another series. We're going to head on over to Europe. It's going to be Showtime versus Mana next. Rogue advances. He will play versus Clem tomorrow. Sorry, guys. I'm just quickly editing my schedule up so I can tell the players what the dealio is. It's a fun series. Credit to Shameless. He played great in this event. Super, super impressed. Excited to see more from him next year, hopefully. Right. What do I want to do here? Perfect. I'll get this on the way in a second, guys. Just get some videos going. Just hop to Europe and apparently did not join the WardiTV chat channel because I love that for me. Alright, Showtime and Mana will begin to veto up. Let me just send some scheduling stuff over as Rogue advances. One second, guys. Yep. Cool. I message everyone. I need a message apart from the winner of this series. Perfect. Yo, Captain Hair with the bomb. Holy, the 20 gifted subs. Let me get to that in 1 second, mate. Holy goodness. 1 moment, please. Let me get this series started and host. Captain Hair, that means you get to go. You get a decoration from the Lucky Dip bag. You know, we don't do this every day. But you get a Lucky Dip bag decoration. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. Going out to Sodal Vlad, House Peddler, Cuban Army, Soccer's Pen, Brad Hakarius, Bob Harris, Kazgri, Chatilli, Oatmeal is Delicious, Most Evil, NVSSXRN, Pizza Pie, Wormy Monster, Capped Buggers Not, Mind of Frost, CT Lease, IB Sickness, Cold Eyes, and SC2 Sharp Flex. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted. Super appreciate it. Just gonna drag a couple people around. Alright, you get a decoration from the Lucky Dip bag. How this works is there's a bunch of fun stuff in here. I'm gonna even throw something else fun in. Cool. And basically, when you say stop in the chat, you will get whatever my hand is on. So, say stop whenever you want to say stop. Oh god, they're falling out. Everything's falling out. And if you don't say stop, someone else can say stop. That also works. Stop? Bro. The freaking candy cane? That's one of the better ones, not gonna lie. You just lucky dipped the Lucky Dip. Alright, players are ready. I will get your candy cane on this tree in just a second. I think the candy cane is actually one of the highest tier prizes we have, I'm not gonna lie. Players are ready. Let's kick off. Let's get this going. Captain Hair. Boom, you are now a candy cane. And this lasts for next year as well. So next year, if you remind me you have a candy cane, I'll get you a candy cane out. Now, guys, if you're going to make the tree fall over, the candy canes are probably the way to do it. I'm not going to lie. So we just need to hit enough Lucky Dip bags. Alright, let's get into this PvP. This will be our last live match of the day. Creator versus Nice after this will be from replays, guys. So just a little mention of that. As we get this up and running, get this on the way. So, we have ourselves in the top left-hand side for this PvP. It is going to be Mana, Geralt, and then lost out to Shameless. So it's been a PvP tournament for Mana so far, as he now ends up against Showtime, who was 2-0 up against Spirit, and now lost that. Ending up down here. Thank you again, Captain Hef, for those 20 gifted subs. Super appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Let me start this prediction up, because you guys are degenerates, and the moment a game starts now, apparently you're just gonna you want to predict straight away. There you guys go. I just needed to set it up, guys. Needed a moment to set it up, that's all. Oh, how are we all doing, guys? Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been, honestly, a bit of a banger. Bit of a banger. Appreciate you all. We're having the Proby coming about. This is going to be having the Stargate coming through, the Sentry and the Warp Gate coming up. Let's get ourselves a few moments of production underway, getting this started, see where we're going to go to. Getting the Talon coming about, going to see that Stargate coming through, Stalker in the Adept building, Warp Gate coming by, Stalker's coming up as well, so a little bit of setting up Showtime and Mana for this PvP. Mana has been very 1-gate heavy, but he is going to 2-gate in this game into that Stargate. Showtime with 2 gates, and the Sentries for Hallucinations. Obviously we've got the Hallucination versus Oracle, so the Hallucination will scout one way, the Oracle will scout in the other. It's going to be kind of the game plan for the moment, as the couple Stalkers will chase down an Adept. I'm just going to be seeing the Probe popping up, Warp Gate coming through, Nexus and the Battery on the way in. Series 6 of the day, guys. I really appreciate the viewership lately, by the way. We've had 300 to 400 people pretty much constantly on YouTube, which is incredible. If you're on the YouTube, obviously, it's never too late to hit the like button, and please consider subscribing. We have so many people not subscribed watching the stream every day. I do know a lot of you don't watch logged in or stuff, so that's all good, but if you are logged in, please consider hitting the sub button. It really, honestly, like, YouTube's random, and one day enough people will sub, and YouTube will just be like, let's just make a load of people sub, and it just works like that, so hit those buttons if you don't already. Super appreciate you. And thanks so much everyone watching on Twitch. 1,500-ish viewers all day is pretty incredible as well. I actually have a pretty crazy stat. I'm not going to reveal this yet, but when we get towards the end of the tournament, there's something that I'm keeping track of that might happen. And a lot of it's based on the viewership you guys are providing, so I will keep you guys updated on that. Just want to say thanks so much for watching the last few days. Obviously, great games coming up the next couple of days. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are stacked. We'll have a look at the bracket once today wraps up once again, and look at all the awesome games we've got coming in the next few days as well. That's a nice denial. The Stasis Ward going down, so Showtime. I tell you what I was really impressed with by Showtime yesterday was his mini-map awareness and just ability to just kind of jump on things with immediate effect. Like, his mini-map awareness and his response time to anything happening, basically, was really incredible. He was super on top. Like, I think I said he was, like, laser-focused in at one point yesterday. And that felt very, very true. He really did feel like just nothing could get by him. And if you come in with that sort of attention in the PvP as well, that would be really solid here. Showtime will be a favorite here, but this is not an unwinnable matchup for Mana. Obviously, a little bit of volatility in a mirror matchup in the first place. I actually think Showtime and Mana have been pretty back and forth in series. Showtime won the most recent one, 2-1. The one before that, 2-1 in favor of Mana. That was actually in the European League by WardiTV this year. Showtime before that one, 3-1 and 2-1. So there's always maps being taken. Showtime's 3-1 this year. But there's always been a map taken, and 2 of those Mana losses have gone to the final game of the series. So, yeah, definitely don't count Mana out in this one if you're just kind of picking favorites. Showtime probably is the favorite, but Mana's definitely got a good shot at it. That blink still coming up, so we get that on the way. Bring that straight through just for the moment here. Bring that up, get that going. Again, Robo Facility will come about as well. Nexus coming in to place. Get that set up. I'm just going to have, yeah, the Robo Facility coming around right now. Blink is going to complete. Stalker and the Observer coming through as well. The other Stalker coming across here. Just going to settle down with everything else. We'll drop down a battery. The Nexus still coming through. The couple probes on the way up. Observer on the way. And our Stalkers around the left side. We'll try and figure out what else we can get up to. You're too poor to sub, but you like being poor. That's all good. The best part of our stream is that if you don't sub and you can't afford to, that's all good. Your viewership means a lot. That's why we run ads. That's why we do the sponsors and stuff. There's loads of ways to support. Simply being here is amazing support in itself. Thanks for watching StarCraft. You rock. Never feel like you need a sub. It's just a great bonus if you can. This nation moves about. Again, the gateways will come around, charging the +1, building from mana, so we get all of that on the way. 2 gateways and the Forge coming up from Showtime as well. Will the finals be a best of 5? No, the finals is going to be a straight best of 7, no advantage. I'm pretty sure is the plan we're going to go for. Yeah, I don't know if I maybe we should have like a winner bracket advantage. We've had the winner bracket advantage before, and it was a 3-0, and it was just very miserable and such a sad way for things to end. So I think we're just going to do straight best of 7. Your advantage, especially on the final day, is a bit of a grindy day, so it's just getting the series rest before the final. Having to win one less matchup is going to be the advantage I think we run. Because I just want a clean best of 7 final. I think is what it's going to come down to, so... Stalkers into the natural mana. We got a pylon, obviously has the blink out potential over that left-hand side, so gets out of there without too many issues. Nothing really going awry there right away, so not too much of a problem initially. Just going to see the Archon, the challenge, and that +1 upgrade coming through as well. Robo Facility and Nexus continue to build into play. That Archon setting up. The few Zealots are going to come about. They get warped in. They head down the left-hand side. Do a best of 9. It's very weird to go from doing best of 5s to a best of 9. The problem is the final day of the tournament is already super long. So the final day of the tournament is already... It's 6 series long. Which when you've got, like, if you get, like, really good best of 5s, that's, like, a long day, especially for someone that's coming from the lower bracket. If they make a run, you know, they're most likely starting and finishing, like, within, 6 hours later. So the advantage of the upper bracket truly is that you get an easier time. Like, you get a series off, you get a series break, you get a little bit more time to prep the final. Yeah, I think we're just going to do that and just keep it best of 7. Because, like I say, 1-0 start and then it's a 3-0 feels very eh. Like, obviously, if it's a 4-0, then, it's a little bit more impressive at least, so, yeah. I know people will disagree with this. The beauty of it is I'm the tournament organizer, so whatever I say goes, and we've had all these discussions 100 times before, so it doesn't matter. We can have them. You can have them again, but it's not going to change my mind. So yeah. Well, Zealot's going to charge through. Zealot Stalker will come rushing across. Actually, Showtime looking for a catch on these units. Zealot's going to charge in from the top. Mana can blink bottom left. I was going to say, does Showtime keep chasing? He is getting kills. He could obviously peel away and go upwards, and he's actually going to meet some Zealots here. As Mana tries to bring his army down as well, Showtime's still going to be the one that's kind of jumping on this and getting some of the kills initially. Not going to be a major commitment or engagement just yet, though, for the moment. 40 the Tyrant. Yeah, I just know what I want for my tournament, Like, at the end of the day, there's no right or wrong answer to win a bracket advantage or whatever. But, I mean, I don't think you should reset best of 7 to best of 7. Sorry, Stellarfest. I think that was one of the crazier formats we've ever seen. But I think they all have their benefits. I just want a straight best of 7 final. Let the better player on that grand final be the champion. Like, the competition is good enough that no one wants to go via the lower bracket, so... Yeah. This is a hell of a fight for Showtime, it feels like, but then Mana will have some faster reinforcements. He's got Stalkers around the back, so actually Showtime will not reinforce into this easily. I think this is one of those times where Showtime looks great initially, but then Mana probably cleans up toward the end. I mean, Showtime's army's not disappearing still. Can Mana actually shut this down at all. Yeah, Showtime's going to actually get away with a few Stalkers. There's some Zealots finally showing up. We get rid of the Prism. It's a nice little play. There's a couple of tech units left here for mana, but Showtime's making sure to target fire those down with the Stalkers. One Archon will survive out of this. Supplies are very even at the end of the day on this one. Just going to bring that out. You see some extra High Templar coming through. The Immortal and the High Templar coming about. Archon's morphing in. Maybe I should just ask the players. Has anyone ever stopped to ask the players what they prefer for the double elim? I bet if you ask most players what their preference is, most of them are like, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. Well, they probably pick the option with less overall series, if I had to guess. Obviously, if like you're the stronger player, you probably want to like pick the one that maybe prefers the winner bracket player. I bet there's no strong preference amongst the players. Yeah. I don't know. This is a debate that's been had so many times. Like I say, there's not really a right or wrong answer. I bet the Koreans would just say any less series is good, and then any Europeans would be like, yeah, more games are better because it makes the Koreans play later at night as well, you know, like... Yeah, there's no right or wrong answer, really. This is an interesting fight, because Mana comes across swinging. He has a lot of Archons, and they really melt the Zealots of Showtime, but Showtime is going to push this back in the end. Showtime could do with a couple more Archons. That's really what was lacking here to really make this a fair and even trade initially, so... Kind of missing out a little bit on that one. Just going to be seeing the rest of this army collecting back together. Just have ourselves the Prism and a couple more Archons coming through. Mortal Archon still coming up. That put into place. Solid Archon gathering together right now. Nexus building from Showtime. We will see this army back to the top. We got the Nexus going down the center. There's going to be base 5. Mortal, High Templar, +3 attack. All of that coming through. The additional Zealots coming in from Mana as well. Actually build a base down the left-hand side, so it's a funky location for Mana's 5th base. It's going to be very close to the 5th base of Showtime, which is interesting because then Showtime has a good attack onto it, but then Mana has more swing potential to the right side while counter-attacking the left side from a warp-in point there. Then just going to have the Nexus, the Archon, coming back around. Just going to see a couple of moments of diving in. Another big fight. I mean, Showtime the defender, but he doesn't really have any defensive things to help with, apart from just instant reinforcements nearby. There's no Prism play really coming in until just now, and those Archons from Mana are absolutely swinging. I think this is just an Archon game. Like, Archons really feel like they're just hard pressing in. Mana has a little bit of an army supply lead still as Showtime tries to back up. Gonna have a better shield upgrade here. He's gonna have a sooner +3 attack upgrade, but none of that's mattering versus Mana's just Archon count and Archoning it up. Mana pushing through here on Winter Madness. Down this right-hand side, Archons will keep firing, Zealots will go off. Just gonna be seeing those Archons still connecting through. The Nexus will fall. We do have ourselves the +3 attack upgrade from Showtime is about to complete, so that's great and all, but we're down a lot of supply right now. Can we make up for this some way, somehow? We need Archons. We need Splash to get rid of these Zealots on the front line of Mana, and I just don't think that's happening anymore. As we do see the retreat back from Showtime as far as it can possibly go, but I think this one is coming to a close. Mana getting it done in some of a little bit of the longer game. I feel like Showtime's had some of the better fights at points, but at the end of the day as well, I think we just have, quite frankly, a pretty comfortable... I mean, it was like, there was no fight that was super favored for Showtime. It was a good fight. But then Mana cleans up in the end because it was even enough across the board, right? So, GG's, and we'll get into game number 2 of this PvP in a second. We will go to 10,000 feet for our second map. Alright guys, are you ready for the final sellout, subscription-wise, of the day? We have a Surfshark sponsor read to do a bit later, but I think we're going to go for our final make people subscribe of the day. You guys ready? Limber up. First of all, let me make sure people are in. Alright. Ready GLHF. Who are we missing? We lost Rex. We lost Pommy. Oh, I guess we only had 5 in the last game as well. Probably makes sense. Best of 7 into best of 9 reset. Best format. And every map that you won the best of 7 by. So if it was a 4-0, you have to start 4 seconds later in each game. You just have to AFK for 4 seconds to make it fair to the other guy to give them an actual chance. You know? You can just throw rules on rules. Wardy, please tell us how can we subscribe. Well, if you guys are desperate for it, I'll just not. If you guys are gonna get desperate for the sellout, then I just won't. Hey, I tell you what would be cool for you guys to check out. You guys might have heard of this thing. It's called the Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV. Patreon.com/WardiTV. What's that? You didn't hear that before? That's where you guys can access replays, but also you guys can support WardiTV tournaments. TLDR, everything that we make on Patreon goes 100% into the prize pool of WardiTV events. It is our foundation for tournaments like this one, like the 2025 Championship, like our events throughout the year, the Spring Championship, the Summer Championship, the Korean Royale, European League, all of these major events. Sometimes we use some of our base prize money for the Monday Cups as well. There's not a hard and fast rule of where that prize money goes, apart from it goes into tournament prize money, and 100% of it ends up there. So if you guys pledge $10 on Patreon, $10 goes to the players. We even make up any transaction fees. So if Patreon takes $1 for you pledging $10, we make up that $1. That's still $10 that goes in. We don't get, we don't do transaction fees here. They don't exist. The money goes to the players. So check it out, patreon.com/WardiTV. It's a great place to check out, especially heading into 2026, when we're going to have a whole new 2026 series coming up, a whole new circuit coming in from WardiTV. It's a great place to support because, like I say, it can give us so much more opportunity to run so many more tournaments. Like I say, we really use it as our foundation to pay out the players. Do I pay the transaction fees? Yes. Yeah. So say right now, say we get like $1,000 a month on Patreon is what's pledged. That comes through as like $960 or something. I still make sure that $1,000 is put into players from that month's Patreon payment. We make up that money. So do check that out. Patreon.com/WardiTV. I appreciate you guys for listening to the little Patreon sellout. Oh, yeah, I'm going to tease you guys. I'm not even going to do the subscriber sellout just yet. Maybe I can. Oh, no, that's the Void Ray sound. Have you heard of Twitch Prime? You can support the stream right now with Twitch Prime. Don't forget to also follow the stream, subscribe to me on YouTube, give me money on Patreon, donate directly, and cheer in the chat. And don't forget to gift all those subs so we can hit that level 5 hype train. Level 5 hype train, as if we've never seen one of them in literally like 3 years. Maybe someday. Maybe some crazy day. There you go. There's the sellout button for you guys. Thank you, Black Bear, for more bits, I presume. I honestly have no idea what you're doing with those, but like it doesn't even tell me. Well, it tells me on my dashboard, but I have to tab out to see it. Crazy. Alright, thanks so much for listening, guys. Let's actually head into this PvP. Not a lot happening, otherwise we would have peeled away from selling out to talk about the game a little bit more. You love how I say yours? 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 I don't even know what you're trying to say that I'm trying to... What you're trying to say, I say. Stalkers are going to try and deny this prism as adepts get in here from Showtime looking for some worker damage. Force field on the top side, going to keep a couple of the adepts away. It's going to be coming back up to the top side. I don't know how we make up that money. Prime subs pavy, so I missed that. That's funny. But we make it up in a lot of ways. I mean, there's a lot of, like, the revenue streams for the stream are pretty complex. We have a lot of different stuff going on. We balance a lot of different things in a lot of different ways, but Patreon, like I said, that's why I say the Patreon's a great foundation. Because that's how, like, every month we have at least that much money, no matter what else, to put into tournament prize pool, you know? So no matter what else, we can run a tournament based on that. And sometimes we couple it up over 2 months and run a bigger tournament as a baseline or so. But yeah. Showtime has that proxy robo. He's getting an immortal on the way. I'm not convinced by this situation, though. I mean, Mana's got a robo up of his own immortal coming about. Sentries with force fields availability here should be able to kind of keep you very safe as well. I just don't think this is really going anywhere for Showtime right now. Hallucination on that left-hand side, going to keep a track of that prism as it moves around for the moment. What's up, Hunt Ember? Thank you for the 120 bits. Even using the Wardy bit emoji. Is that what it's called? The Wardy bit cheer mode? I think it's called a cheer mode, actually. Even using the Wardy cheer mode. Man, I got those made so long ago. We barely ever see them, especially because bits aren't super useful. We never see, like, the 10,000 bit one. It has, like, full-on, like, flashy hardy eyes and stuff. It's, we never see any of the higher ones, I don't think. It's always cool when we see it. Thank you for the 120 bits. I appreciate it. Guys, you can't just say you love how I say different words just to get me to say them randomly. It's not gonna work. I'm not falling into this bait. I'm sorry. So, what Showtime has here is map control. And map control is quite important because what Showtime could do is he could expand now and just take an advantage from the expansion, and he can chip away his opponent's structures. I didn't realize Mana has a prism across the map, so maybe Showtime can actually just push up here. He's going to be 4 mortals to 3. What's actually a big deal is the fact that there's not going to be a prism at home for Mana. That does make things a little bit more complicated. Force fields come down, and that's exactly why. Because, Indy, what are we doing? Because now these immortals are obviously trapped forward, so if you can't prism them backwards, that is scary. This wasn't good enough to catch them completely, though. So that doesn't become as much of an issue as I thought. Mana, Showtime lost his gateway power on the other side of the map. But that will be all Mana really achieves there for the moment. More shots coming through. Immortal gonna get pushed back a little bit. What if they donate bits? Oh yeah, if you donate bits, I'll do anything. I'll say whatever you want. You know, I'm a sellout in the best of ways. Like, if you want me to do something, just pay me. Like, there's very few things I'll say. Well, there's quite a lot of things I'll say no to. But, you know, if it's for the good of StarCraft too, like, you know, that's what I dedicate it to. If you want me to say a weird word, go wild. Unless it's going to get me banned, obviously. Like, you know, there's some common sense logic to it, but, you know. But, you know, $5 more for StarCraft is $5 more for StarCraft. I mean, I'm basing this on the fact that people are trying to make me say some very normal words. Not trying to make this get weird fast, but I guess that's how it does get weird fast. Nexus from Showtime. He built a Stargate. He's building Phoenix, and I like that a lot. You can take Immortals out of the equation. What's really cool is if the Prism harass continues, you can shut down the Prism with this Phoenix as well, right? So there's definitely a pretty big factor there. Again, Prism about to finish, Immortal coming through. The Nexus coming around, and so just have ourselves the Nexus to the low ground from Mana. A Prism from Showtime. This is what I mean. Like, if this was Mana doing this with his Prism, Showtime would have the Phoenix to shut it down. Mana actually has double Prism, by the way, which is fun. Wonder if he'll do anything funky with that now, as the 2 Immortals defensively placed are nice. The Prism has to be careful, because the Stalkers can ping it. Showtime has to find a cute corner to hide that Prism in. I think that should be okay there. I was going to say, if that Stalker can hit it there, you could now fly upwards and probably unload and kill off the Stalkers. Yeah, Mana's building his own Stargate, so he's getting the same idea just a little bit later on. Showtime Scout confirms the Nexus. Double Prism across the map would have been, well, I was going to say would have been terrible, but then he tried to pull it back, but then he stops again. Still could be kind of terrible. Like I say, Mana's now going to go double Stargate. Oh, I love PvP. I don't even know what to explain this by to you guys. I mean, double Stargate better than 1 Stargate, no? I mean, is this going to become a Phoenix War at 9 minutes in game? It's definitely becoming a thing. Because that Phoenix will come in, so we just drop the Prism down, and the 3 Phoenix show up, and 3 better than 1. Like I say, double Stargate better than single, but Showtime Stargate faster, definitely better. And actually, I do think Mana's army is a bit better. I like this. Go into the main base, the Phoenix have some lifting potential, so they can deal with a lot of things here as well defensively, and you can get so much done in this scenario. New Phoenix goes down almost instantly. Okay, it doesn't go down, but it's super low. And these Phoenix will just zone as the Immortals will do their thing. The Adepts are kind of annoying to deal with, but Showtime gets a few workers and just plays the slow and steady game, trying to take whatever advantage he can. We kill those Adepts for free. Now we lift a Stalker. I was going to say, if we lift anything there, I think the Sentries would have been something that made a little bit more sense, perhaps. Come back around into the center. The Adepts are going to shade through once again. Immortal's going to step up. Force Field's coming down. We're just going to get these Immortals getting lifted right away. It's going to push through. The Adepts are going to be in the backline, which I love, because they're going to get involved on the probes that get pulled into this. The Phoenix obviously lifting Immortals takes so much damage away from mana. Showtime is going to capitalize on this opening. It was not the smoothest of openings for Showtime. It didn't feel like he was making major progress quickly, but he got enough done, and he's going to level this series out. One map each in this best of 5. Showtime and mana. We'll go to game 3. So we will kick this off. So, play the ads. We host game 3. It will be Tydo Citadel. I'll get this logo going. Loco with the raid. What's that? Is that one of our WardiTV Monday sponsors, Loco TV? But you can tune in to watch all the games I already casted. Incredible stuff. Love it. Thank you, Loco, for the raid. Stream numbers popping off. Stream numbers are popping off, mate. It's wild lately. Bro, you're going to have a good time with this replay pack. There are so many good replays this week. This tournament is popping. We're not even at the best part yet, but we've already had, like, literally just amazing games consistently. Mickey Verix, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Super appreciated. Thank you so much. As Mana and Showtime are here. And Loco with the 106-month resub. Oh boy. Loco. Ready to go on the tree. This guy just waited to make sure that everyone in his own stream saw that he gets to go on the tree too. What a champion. What a champion. Ooh. So excited to get rid of all this Christmas stuff off my desk though, I'm not gonna lie. Had a Citadel coming up for Mana at Showtime Game 3. Loco! Look at that. Look at that production value. Look. Merry Christmas. Beautiful. And you guys know where Loco goes? In the best place possible. At the back, out of view. We don't let YouTubers buy their way onto our tree. Don't believe in their lies. That's what you get. Filthy StarCraft YouTubers. All right. Sorry. I'm so used to talking to Harston. I just get aggressive every time. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the resub. Let's get into the top left-hand side as we jump into Tydo Citadel, map number 3 of the series. We are going to have ourselves the red Protoss in the top left-hand corner. It is Mana. In the bottom right, we are going to have ourselves the blue Protoss. It is Showtime. Cool second game from Showtime. Obviously, like I say, one of those games which is a little scary because it feels like your initial aggression does not really work the way you want it to. It feels very countered, but then you know how to play it out, and you know how to play it out, you can put yourself in a good position again, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Probe nibbles probes. Just gonna see our gateways coming up. Let me get that one. Go. What's up, Kieran on the YouTube? You broke £1,000? Yes, we did. We are a quarter of the way to doubling the prize money of the tournament. Again, guys, any donations on stream go directly into the prize pool of the tournament. We are very ambitious to try to double it. We're running out of time for that, but it doesn't matter if we double it or not. Anything counts. Anything goes towards the players. So if you're feeling like you're enjoying the games, enjoying the content, enjoying the players, specifically giving us some great matches, get those donations in. Cybercore's coming up. We do have ourselves the gates coming through, the Zelt coming by, probes producing up for a couple of moments as well. Just bringing that on into play for now. The Council will build from Showtime. You're going to see the Stargate halfway done from Mana. So we are going to see a little bit of a switch on roles compared to what we've been seeing previously. That Stargate from Mana will give you a lot of control and scouting. Showtime, how aggressive do we get with a 1-base Twilight? Because it is 1-base Twilight at the end of the day, right? This is not a, an expansion or anything just yet. He could expand after Twilight, but he'll still have a very fast blink, and that's going to be what he does. So it's going to be like, it's going to be an expansion, but you're still going to have very quick blink to apply pressure with. Thinking the Warp Gate continuing through, just going to have ourselves the Oracle coming up, the Twilight Council and the Nexus building from Mana. Probe around the top right-hand side, going to throw a pylon down over there, the Nexus coming through. That Stalker now, blinking out, Warp Gate continue to come about just for the moment. Do you see that one Adept? Going to try and shade to the natural, going to try and go up toward the main base. It's going to be a pylon in position. The Adepts are going to come up toward each other, shut that down and push that back. Got this up, again the blink coming through, just going to see the gateway, the Nexus continuing into position for the next few moments. The Adept going to go for a bit of a shade from the natural to the main. See our batteries coming up from both players. I mean, blink will now start from Mana. This is one of those times where you open Stargate and you have a significantly later blink, and that's purely because obviously Showtime did go blink so quickly. That Twilight counts again before that Nexus. So you have one Oracle, that's your advantage as Mana. But you will be up against some Stalker pressure almost definitely. There is a gateway coming down across the map. There is no doubt that Showtime's going to get some warp-ins and some pressure going onto Mana's front doorstep. And it's kind of down to this Oracle to try and do at least a little bit of something to make up for what is likely going to be some damage taken on the other side of the map, because Blink's a very good ability. That Oracle has to be careful though, because Blink is done. And if you don't know Blink is done, you play kind of with that Oracle as though you can just get away from those Stalkers, and then bam, they blink on top of you. That ain't going to be fun. Stalkers, clean up that Adept. Now we should probably warp in. I guess we can warp in here for now because we're about to walk across the map, but then warp-ins across the map from here. And Showtime will definitely get a few moments of trading with Blink versus no Blink. There will be one battery defensively from Mana, which is not a lot. He has 2 more gates now, but he's going to be down at 2 gates to 3 for the moment. And Showtime's arriving very soon. The Oracle's just on the bottom left side of the map, not doing much of anything just yet. Still deciding exactly where it's going to move to. Oh, Mana sees. Okay, he doesn't just see the Stalker there. He saw the blink back, and he immediately is like, whoa, you got blink, I'm getting the hell out of here. 3 more gates from Mana, like, eventually that's going to be very good for him, because he's going to have so many gateways. Showtime putting a lot into this attack right now. He's going to get a pylon to start us off. That is a supply block for Mana as it goes down. New pylon only halfway done. Stalker's pressing through. Showtime has the 2 Stalkers on the other side. We'll blink 1 forward just to chase the Oracle. It's going to go in toward the main. That's why you only blink 1 Stalker forward. You can blink another if needed. If Oracle denied, I mean, Showtime's building a 3rd base. I'm kind of afraid for Showtime on this counterattack, though, no? Like, 6 gates to the 3. Showtime's going to build a Robo. I think Mana's going to have an amazing counterattack opportunity here where he's just got so much potential, because he also knows the pylon and the gateway is up here. So you can take one of the gates of Showtime out as well, and then Showtime's even further behind on gateway count. Puts you into even more trouble. Stalkers get to the front. The pylons will take damage. See the Robo facility trickling along. Going to be finished soon. The Stalkers come back down the left side. A couple gates going to be online shortly as well. The Forge still building into play. Stalkers set up out the front. We will see that gateway coming down there as well. Nexus building on the right-hand side. Just going to be taking this forward. Just going to see the battery coming through. 2 more Stalkers warping in. The Zealot will take a swing at the gateway over here. Let's gather around. We do see our charge and the Observer coming up. Stalkers and Mana head down to the bottom. Gonna see again charge on the +1. I really don't know what Showtime does to defend this. I think he's just dead. Like, he's down 9 Stalkers. There's no advantage. He's not. He didn't expect to be playing defensively. There's just no way. GG. Yeah, he had no idea what Mana was up to. it's not even an exciting fight, because, like, I mean, from our perspective, we could just see from a long time ago, like, Showtime was on a timer, and then Showtime was like, I don't feel like I'm on a timer, and we're like, yeah. It's like, I don't know, he doesn't think he's on a timer. That was bad. That was the moment where we kind of knew, right? So, at 4, Tourmaline, and it's going to be Mana that goes up the game, looking to keep himself alive in this lower bracket. One more map to get it done. Can Showtime bounce back? The winner of this will play against Cure tomorrow, guys. That lower bracket is getting played out. So far tomorrow, we've got Clem versus Rogue. We've got Spirit versus Scarlet. Cure versus the winner of this series. Björn versus the winner of Creator and Nice. So, we've got all that coming through, setting up as we get ready to go. Get ready to play this. So, let's kick this off. Let's get this started. Ready GLHF on both sides. I think we are down to 5 casters. I think that's correct. Quick start. Let's do this. Alrighty, let's go, guys. Countdown is done. Showtime down a map, as Mana is a map away from another round further through. Man, Showtime honestly played really not bad in the seeding matches. He got 4th place, but he played some really competitive games. He went 5 games against Spirit in that upper bracket. And now he's a map away from just elimination without winning a series. Like, just crazy business. Did not think that was going to be even remotely on the list of kind of ways that this could go. This is the competition of this event, as we do have Showtime in the upper right with Mana in the bottom left here for this game 4 of the best of 5. Clem's in the lower bracket. Yep, he lost to herO. We had that on the first day of the playoffs. Was pretty crazy series. Tourmaline for this map number 4. Can Showtime bring it back? Like I say, Mana with a great build in that last one. Just really felt like he made it so that it didn't feel like Showtime could do much with his opener, and he completely took advantage as Showtime was just tacking up and getting ready for everything else. And Mana just set up units and was ready to go. Probe coming through, Serbicore's coming up, Gateway producing for a few moments currently. So we're just going to move about. Again, Robo Facility in the depths come about, Warp Gate coming through. Step comes down, just going to see that Stargate on the way through. We got the Nexus coming online, Stalker coming up, Warp Gate coming by. And some little bits and pieces you'd expect to see for the moment as that Prism comes online as well, so Showtime. Proxy Robo, seen by the Zealots, so it's going to be Prism first, apply pressure. We're going to go back to a little bit of what we saw in that game number 2, the one that Showtime was able to win out on in the end. Will Mana make adjustments? Nexus coming down that low ground currently. One Gateway expand from him. Dep will commit in, and we'll just start to drain this battery of energy slowly but surely. We'll just be able to get something out, I imagine, at some point and deal with that. Showtime's Adepts protect from the Zealots. The pylon stays alive, and those Adepts can get into the Prism to go and play a bit of aggression. The Oracle going across the map. That's why the battery being drained of energy is actually a big deal, because obviously that does mean that you are able to have more of a chance to actually break through here with the Oracle. It did mean, however, those Adepts had to go back at home, so there's going to be less units to harass with initially over on this side. That's going to be the downside at the moment as we figure out the next stage of this. Focus mine about. There's the Stasis Ward. Good response from Showtime. Mentioned it earlier, but he's really been just super on top of everything lately in terms of just, you know, mini-map awareness and kind of reacting to that. So that is a big deal, and that's going to be, you know, a good reaction there pretty much right off the bat. No problem at all. 2 more batteries coming up. The Gateway and the Void Ray coming through. The Void Ray activates. Going for the Prism. Now the Stalkers will take some damage. The other Stalker taking shots as well. Stalker very nearly going down. Stalker chasing over. One more Stalker warping in. The Adept sitting underneath. They're going to make a shade. Get out the front. Cancel on that pylon. Battery coming up. The Adepts are going to make a shade forward again. So they're also going to try and come through for a couple of moments. See if there's anything more we can get done here for now. Stasis Ward this time catches. And praising Showtime for that mini-map awareness. But this time it does not go that great. The Void Ray defense looking reasonable for mana for now. Showtime needs to get enough Stalkers to one-shot those Voids and then make the play. Oh, the Adept shade through into the main base is going to take a lot of attention into the main. That allows Showtime to push at the front. And now you're going to be... is this going to force mana into a one-base defense? It might. If mana is going to defend one base here, I think we take the idea of the fact that Showtime is probably not going to push up the ramp into the main. And then you can probably throw down a Robo. And it comes in to try and play defense. Some Stalkers going down. We're going to hold the low ground for now. I'm impressed. I didn't think that was going to be kind of on the docket for what we were going to potentially do here. So I thought that was going to maybe be a little different. Not the case, though. Void Stalkers pulling back over. Getting set up once again. More Stalkers coming about. Just going to be having the Void Rays obviously still there, ready to threaten. Still a lot of Stalkers from Showtime. Some of them are low HP. Once a shot onto the Void Ray, loses a Stalker. Stalker count is so important right now. Doesn't get enough on that one. Uh-oh. Are we going to be able to get rid of all the Voids? Oh, it's going to be very close, but I just don't think he is. And the Stalkers on the ground from mana are growing in numbers, and Showtime might be about to face elimination here in this lower bracket, because he needs to win this game to stay in this, and Mana's defense so far is looking good. Shots on those Stalkers, the Void Rays. Gonna be in some trouble. Good micro on the Prism. We get rid of one more. It's not over yet, but I do get scared because, again, I think Showtime is just not... The biggest issue truly is the fact that there's just so much... Gonna kill the Oracle. There's just so many Stalkers on the ground now, so you're gonna take so much damage while dealing with the Void Rays, and that's where your issue really comes from. If you take too much damage while dealing with the Void Rays, then you have no real advantage here. You have some Prism micro. He is building an Immortal now, which is good if you're going to need to fight those Stalkers. That's probably an essential part of this. I like the Sentry too. Some good force fields could maybe dictate what happens next. Showtime is going to pull back to warp in 2 more Sentries, trying to hide what he's doing a little bit. Maybe get that Immortal over here before Mana realizes what's up. Good force fields could be everything right now. Cut these Stalkers in half. Give yourself a chance to get some kills. The Void Rays are hanging back. They're afraid of the play into the main, but we are going to push in at the front. Where we're going to drop the force field. Yep, 2 Stalkers caught immediately. A lot of the Stalkers kept away. Now we can finish off the Nexus as well very safely. So the Sentries allow you to do this. Man, Showtime steps very far forward. Another force field. We catch a bunch more of the Stalkers. Now we're going to step through. The Void Rays in some trouble. Becomes a slow warp in on the low ground. Mana's going to warp in with the Prism. Showtime's going to warp in with the Prism. The Stalkers can step forward and kill that. No high ground vision with the Prism dead, but Showtime is going to keep chasing through. Or is he? Man, those Void Rays are so low. They're so close to going down. The battery energy is almost gone, but Mana still has a little bit of healing available. And right now, that's what's scaring Showtime away from just pushing up that ramp, killing the Prism. I mean, he stopped to warp in on the front line. It's a very risky move. We have another force field. We'll kill 2 more Stalkers because of it. We're out of battery energy. No, there's like so little battery energy left. Mana now down a lot of army supply, and as a new Prism comes up, I think we're going to be okay here at Showtime. I think he's actually going to make it work by switching into the Immortals and into those Sentries. Those Sentries were huge. Like I say, we still got 3 voids, but right now you're not in as much of a rush as Showtime, and I would imagine we're going to get a chance to build a bunch more Stalkers. And the issue I was talking about of by the time we deal with the voids, there's a bunch of Stalkers that are dealing damage throughout. That's completely gone because the Void Rays are now only supported by 1 Stalker, so it's a very different scenario. Showtime actually begins to expand from this, so he's going to switch his tune a little bit as he realizes maybe, you know, just in case he can't end the game with this pushing, he's going to create an advantage behind it so you don't feel the pressure of having to push up that ramp, because there's just not going to be a pressure situation at all. Gonna see those voids taking some more damage. We step through. Stalkers still fine. To be fair, there's just not a lot of damage coming out in return. The energy overcharge here, or recharge I should say, to give it a little bit more energy back on that battery. But that is really going to be one of the final stands of mana. Now he's got 0 battery energy, and the front wall off is starting to fall as well, as Showtime just picks at it from afar. Pylon in the front going to go down. Will depower the gateway too. Wow. I mean, Showtime was on the verge of elimination. Like I said, he had to make a play, and it was starting to look worse and worse for him. But he made the switch. Like, he went from pure Stalker to the Sentry Immortal, and it just was enough. Because the threat changed. The threat was no longer as much the voids in the sky. The threat was that ground army of mana getting to be too big. So he built the 2 things that counteract that. The sentries for the force fields, the immortals to hit the Stalkers down. And that takes us to a Game 5 of this series, which will be Ruby Rock. I have to run ads on this one, guys, otherwise they're going to come up in-game. Let's make those happen on Twitch and YouTube. If our players are ready, we can go. Get started at least. GG, very well played. I actually think it was from Showtime. I think he had to identify... Both games he's been aggressive. He's had to identify the issue with what he's trying to do, figure out why it's not working, and adjust to the situation. And he's done it very well both times. So it's definitely been a positive for sure. Alright, let's have in the bottom right hand side, has had the lead in this series a couple of times now. Will he be able to take it when it matters most? The point where the lead can no longer be stripped from you because it's the final map of the series. Our blue Krolos player is Mana in the bottom right corner of Ruby Rock. See which player gets eliminated in the WardiTV Championship and which player advances to play Cure in what will be a difficult matchup tomorrow. I'm excited for Mana as a bit of the underdog run. I'm excited for Showtime because his PvT was looking great yesterday. I'd love to see how that fares. Him and Q have played some great series, you know, over time in WardiTV events. I'll never forget the Team Liquid Map Contest finals that they played. That was an amazing series that they played back then. It's a 4-3 victory for Showtime. They've had a few other meetings as well in the WardiTV circuit across the years, obviously. Simulators come down. Get that on the way. That ready to go. Yo, what's up, Shameless? Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Don't see those every day. Super appreciate when you choose to support on the YouTube, guys. Thank you so much for becoming a WardiTV Bronze member. Thank you for supporting the channel and the content. Thank you so much. And Sir Wriggleston, thank you so much for the 44-month resub on the Twitch. Appreciate you also. Thank you for supporting. Once again, appreciate the support. Alright, we've got a pylon down from Showtime off over to this right side. He's going to throw this down instantly as the finishes. We're going to go proxy Robo, so he's just going to keep Roboing it up. I mean, he's 2 for 2 on the proxy Robos this game, even if it's been fairly complicated in terms of getting the job done. maybe it's time for a proxy robo that isn't complicated. Maybe that's what he's thinking. It could also be time a proxy robo doesn't work. Uh-oh. I think the thing with the proxy robo is it gives you so much versatility in terms of how you can follow up, things you can do, ways in which you can still make it work when it feels like you've been countered. So that definitely is one of the reasons why you gotta feel a little scared as mana, because Showtime's clearly shown very good understanding of the ways out of this situation, the ways to figure it, to get away from what's been taking place. Gonna Stargate coming through, just gonna be seeing the Stalker, will chase and kill the probe. Taking that out already as well. Two Stalkers. It's gonna get the probe there. A couple of Adepts will come on down. So they're gonna move through also, as we are just gonna be seeing a couple of probies. Gonna wrap around, and those Adepts taking quite a bit of damage. Again, Prism and the Warp Gate coming up. Just going to see the Stalkers. Just going to take that down as well. We'll recharge. 5 workers going down early from mana. Obviously, this is 1 base to 1 base at the moment. Mana, recognizing it's a robo, I believe, is going to... Oh, Showtime's Prism just got caught. It's going to survive low HP, no? Yeah, just about gets away. There is... I was going to say the Oracle there. Revelation on the Prism. Yeah, Mana's building the Phoenix, though, right? So the Phoenix are a great counter to pretty much anything Robo. The Oracle will see the Robo to the right side. Now the Stalkers might be able to get over there as well. Showtime has a Stalker rally into the center. Misplay there, unfortunately. Man, that Prism is so low. Taking damage like that is brutal because it really puts a limiter on what you can do with this Prism. Because it's just so exposed. Like, you're a Stalker volley away from just dying. And as you press forward here, you're going to die to a Phoenix as well. Showtime loses the Robo. Supply blocked. Tech structure denied, and I mean, realistically, where do we go from here? I mean, he probably wants to try and expand, which, yeah, maybe Mana's not super scary with Phoenix up on the map, but, I mean, enough Phoenix lifting your units can put you in trouble. Oracle pushed away at least. 3 Stalkers warp in from Showtime, so he will build a little bit more aggressively placed. He knows the Stalkers are on the map, by the way, so he's going to try and come around and catch them. The Phoenix will reveal where these Stalkers are at. In the end, this is actually going to become a little bit more of a Showtime catch because Mana is going to be able to work his way towards this. Obviously, no blink. Phoenix is able to get rid of 1 Stalker, but everything else runs away, so Showtime gets out of there for the moment at least. Continue to run for the moment. Prism getting away. Well, Stalker's coming about. Phoenix still coming through the Prism. It's going to be then jumped on there a second. Again, that Prism's so low. We are going to kill this Phoenix. Full retreat from Showtime. Gets back at home, but like I say, he has no tech right now. Like, he has no Robo for the future of this game. This Oracle will just drop a Revelation and back off. And Mana will hold map control. He has 3 warp in 3 more Stalkers again, but now coming down this ramp's going to be difficult. Did get an Observer up, a mild bonus as well from this situation as Showtime has the Prism advantage for now, but again, you got to be super careful with the Prism because it's low HP, so it's exposed. And Mana will be the first to drop the expansion down, taking advantage of this current situation. Getting that in place already. It's just going to shoot. The Prism will take some damage. You see the Stalker's actually going to break down this ramp. Showtime. I mean, this is the benefit of having kept a bunch of your Stalkers alive via the Prism. You have a little bit more firepower available there. Robo facility building from Mana. Great tech addition in the long run. A Sentry just warped in too. Showtime, what are we going to do? He's going to have the money for a Nexus shortly. Does he expand? He's got the money to tech as well. Or is he just going to warp in another round of Stalkers and send this? And just, he's going to send it. He's just going to believe. Needs a pylon if he's going to commit to another warp in soon. Unless he loses that before then. Just walks into the stasis. 2 batteries on the low ground. I don't think this is it from Showtime anymore. I mean, it was going to have to be like a go, go, go kind of deal. He still has the Prism advantage. There's an Immortal on the way from Mana. Like, he's still going to give it a go. 10 army supply up against triple battery, though. Like, you have to force field amazingly. You have to cut off so much of this damage output of your opponent. And micro like a king at the same time with the Prism. There's a lot of requests right here in terms of this, how this goes down. Showtime taking a bit more damage. Stasis across the map is dealt with well. A single probe only walking into that. 1 more force field. We lift up a couple times. Now a couple force fields in return. There's a lot of Stalkers kept out of the way, but the Immortal... Showtime's... he's too committed. Like, he can't stop at this stage with what he's decided to do, which is to counterattack into this. Right? Like, he's got no option anymore. Couple more force fields. Mana has all the tools, it seems. There's force fields still available from Showtime, to be fair, and he needs those force fields to be good. He gets the Zealot, so that's nice. Picking off from afar, taking advantage of the whole position. Still a 10 army supply lead. 2 of the batteries are out of energy already. Force fields the Immortal in the front. That's going to go down quickly. Showtime will warp in 3 more Stalkers. Mana has no way to get on top of that. His own Prism shows up a little bit late to the party as Mana now down 20 army supplies. Showtime on the must-win bus is so far making it work. The Prism is going to load up. We're going to evacuate. The Stalkers get force fielded out. The Prism is going to take some shots. It will not go down, but now it's a high ground defense from Mana, who is now desperately morphing in an Immortal off of that Robo facility. Down 20 army supply, and once again, Showtime, when it all came down to this, is able to just about manage to do what is the bare minimum to stay in this game. Now the Nexus falls, now the Nexus starts on the side of Showtime, as he's just going to push up this ramp, kill the gateways, and put Mana at an even further disadvantage here. 1 gateway down, pushing in for another. Showtime's getting excited. He feels this right here. Obviously, the Prism can micro. There's only 1 Immortal out available still. The Prism not under pressure because nothing's shooting at it. Even the Phoenix is not going after it just yet. Another gateway goes down. That means Mana is going to be missing so much production. Showtime has clawed his way out of so many horrible situations in this series, and I think he's done it again. Oh, what a moment to dive, and he just went for it. The belief, like I said, the batteries in the front were out of energy. He traded well enough. He used the force fields as he needed to. And Showtime now in a much better spot. Let's just leave it at that. Obviously, as Immortal count grows here from Mana, it's scary, but then what do you do as Mana? Like, do we get 2 Immortals and we go across the map and force field Showtime out? I mean, worst case for Showtime, he just recalls home and the Immortals get kind of, split against the Immortals. They don't do much. Observer sees the Prism, by the way, making a move across the map, so you know that immediately. So you can start a Warp Stalkers in at home in return instead. Observer actually sees those Immortals coming back the other way. We force field the ramp. Very smart. Just going to pull back here as we are going to... Ooh, I love it. He's going to aggressively unload the Stalkers forward to try and put damage on the Prism. I like it. Showtime again, that Observer provides him some great info. That was just information and then having a really cool idea of how to take advantage of that. So the force field on the ramp, making it difficult. Ideally, you get rid of that Prism. If you get rid of this Prism, it puts Showtime, puts Mana into a really tough spot. Showtime's halfway done to Blink. That's what he's aiming for here. You get to Blink. It's a much easier game to play. Again, stepping forward aggressively. He's taking a lot of shots off the Immortals, but he's not losing too much at any stage of this. He gets the Prism! And that's going to be the knife in the heart of Mana as Showtime wins a dangerous, dangerous PvP. That is I can imagine Showtime taking a deep sigh of relief and a breath out after that, because I actually think like every game he won in this series was in a weird, bad position, and he turned it around and made it work. Damn. Damn. Showtime. Showtime. Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy stuff. And he is going to advance on through to play against Cure. Shameless0382, thank you for the YouTube membership. Wester Riggleson, thank you so much for the Twitch resub. Guys, we're at 1157 subs on Twitch. That's incredible. We're genuinely on the way to 1200. Crazy business. All right, let me hang you guys on the tree. We've got 1 best of 5 left today. Alright, guys. Let me hang you guys on the tree. You think different phrasing might be helpful? It depends how negatively minded you are. Clearly, I'm talking about our beautiful sellout tree. And I even showed them being, like, you know, it's not my fault we just made people into decorations, you know? Like, yeah, stay positive, guys. Stay positive. Alright, who actually needs to be in this lobby still? Basically, everyone has quit on us today, apart from, like, 2 casters, I think, is all we've got left in here. And what a result. Thank you, Comeback TV, for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We've got one series left. It is going to be Nice versus Creator. Let's show you guys where the bracket is at the end of that previous series. We have nearly figured out our top 14. Right? 8 players down here, 6 up here. Yep, we're nearly at the top 14. The last slot in the top 14 comes down to this lower bracket, Creator versus Nice, and the winner will play Beyond. As I will have some scheduling updates for you guys as well in terms of what's going to happen tomorrow. Sorry, give me a sec. Do a little screenshot to send over to Showtime. Yeah, so this is our bracket as it stands. Hey, what's up, C Code? 45-month resub. You got a polar bear, no? I should be able to find you. I should be able to find you. Give me a sec. All right. So yeah, there's that bracket. And let me try and find C-Code the polar bear. All these legends that don't even pop into the stream for Christmas anymore. Unbelievable. Do you not have a polar bear, C-Code? Yes, you do. I knew you did. Welcome back to the tree. Polar bear, turn around. Other side. Other side, buddy. There we go. Ah! Oh my, this polar bear's... Boom. It is yours, I promise. Bam! Thank you so much for the 45 months, mate. Alright. Let's go into one more series here today, guys. It's going to be Creator versus Nice. PvP to round the day out. Let's see what happens. PvP time. Creator versus Nice. And it's going to start up in the first match here on Old Republic. So Old Republic has started us off. The winner of this plays Björn, completes our top 14 of the competition. As we then obviously start to whittle players down from there as well. And we figure all of that out. Get this going. Body man, you really love this game. What, StarCraft? You think? Now, didn't you hear? It's because there's money involved. I just love money, and I just saw the opportunity to run ads endlessly and cash in the mega dollar bills every single day. So, yeah. If I loved physics like I love StarCraft, maybe I'd be the new Einstein. Yeah, that's funny. I enjoyed doing physics. I just, how can you not love StarCraft? I saw an Instagram earlier today, as right at bottom left, nice top right. I saw an Instagram post earlier today, which was like, it was something along the lines of like, I was I had my dream job. I worked in eSports. I loved it, but I burnt myself out after 1.5 years. I was just, it was so difficult. I was putting my job before me, and I'm like, huh. I'm like, I spent like legitimately like 5 years of just grinding to like no viewership with like ridiculously hour, like 17 hour. We didn't always do 17-hour days, but we did a lot of long streams, And I'm just like, man, maybe a dream job really does kind of. I mean, I just don't like. I feel like if it's your dream job, I just don't see how you burn out of it. Like, don't get me wrong, I have days where StarCraft, where feeling like playing StarCraft kind of suck. Like, some days you just don't want to cast, right? Some days you wake up and it's like, it is work still, you know? And not every day you want to work. But, like, I don't think I've ever been through a period. Like, there was one period where I was very down on StarCraft for, like, an extended amount of time. And I just didn't even need a break. I just needed StarCraft to give me a little bit of love back again, you know? I don't even know, man. I just, I don't know. I think there's so much to love about what I do because there's the fact that it's the most zigzag scouting pattern of all time. What is this? He's eventually gonna find this robo facility. I mean, like, you know, some days I can get excited because my viewership is great and and so the stream was really good, and then other days I can get excited because the games were just really good, you know, and then some days I can just get excited because we got a new sponsorship deal or something. I guess maybe there's just like a lot, or maybe some days I get excited because the YouTube's going well. Like, I guess there's just a lot of positives that can kind of, you know, even if it's not going great someplace, it's usually going good somewhere else, you know? They effed up somehow, so it's not their dream job. Well, I mean, maybe they think it's their dream job, but maybe they just don't actually have a dream job, right? Some days the Pokemon pulls are great. Yeah, exactly. I actually ended up playing Pokemon last night. Went to play Riftbound. I ended up playing Pokemon because Riftbound didn't actually have a tournament last night, so I played Pokemon. First time in a couple of months. God damn, the Pokemon tournament rules are horrendous. I immediately wanted to quit again. Sad. Completely irrelevant to this Prism dropping in though, as we are going to put some pressure in from Creator. Nice, gets a battery in the main base. That is going to provide a little bit of defense there as required. It's going to be seeing the probe nibbling at the other probe for a few seconds. We just get that on the way. The Immortal coming up. Gateway and the Void Ray coming through. The Adept Sentry coming around also. It's going to have ourselves the army on the other side of the map. A couple of Adepts and Sentries coming around. Immortal coming in. It's going to have our Force Field coming down as well. Creator is going for the big attack here. Currently has 26 to 12 army supply. Knock this pylon down. That's going to be 4 batteries depowered. Some of them still had energy left. It's just going to be GG. Creator powers his way through to a game 1 victory. Bam, bam, pow. Photobaz, thank you so much for the resub, mate. Got your decoration ready. And I shall assign you to a branch to lay upon. Because I don't want to get cancelled for hanging people on trees, apparently. All jobs have ups and downs. Well, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I get my job has benefits as well. Like, I can somewhat create my own schedule, but then at the same, like, I can make my own schedule, but at the end of the day, sometimes there's tournaments that just happen, and they just happen when they happen. Like, I can't control that either. Like, I also have to work around other events, so, like, I control my own schedule to an extent. I work for myself, but that's also very negative, because sometimes I always have to figure out what I'm doing next. Like, you know, there's no one just to tell me, hey, do this, you know? I don't know, like, I get it, like, I clearly work in something that's very chilled out in some regards as well, but I also, you know, everyone's different. I feel like if you work a year and a half in your dream job and you get burnt out, I could understand if you worked for like 10 years in your dream job and you're like, man, I'm burnt out, like, I've been doing this for years, long-ass days and stuff, but like, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day as well, my job's kind of, yeah, I also have a risky job because what if you all wake up tomorrow and decide StarCraft 2 sucks? I mean, we might wake up, you know, next year and realize that StarCraft 2 basically doesn't exist outside of my tournaments. That's probably not good for me either, right? Like, you know. Like, I wake up, the first thing I do when I wake up is I look at my phone. You know what's usually on my phone when I wake up? A player complaining about the schedule, you know? Hey, I know you sent this 4 days ago, but I just realized I play in 3 hours, and I can't. And I'm like, that's usually what I wake up to, you know? So, like, my day starts with StarCraft issues. And then, you know, I finish streaming, I make sure my YouTube video is live, I cut up a video for the next day, like, I message players. I mean, like, I don't work all day, but, like, I'm never away from work, right? And my chill time is usually, like, playing a game. But, like, then, like, if I'm playing a game, like, so often, like, this morning. So, this morning, for example, I sat down, and I was like, I said to Helen, I was like, okay, obviously I'm taking Ellie out at, like, 10, let's say. It was 9 AM, I was like, I'm going to sit down, chill out for an hour before I take Ellie out, because when I get home, I'm going to be working for 8 hours. So I sat down. The first thing I did was I made a YouTube video. The second thing I did was make a thumbnail. The third thing I did was recheck I'd messaged all the players. The fourth thing I did was check Team Liquid and Liquipedia that everything was up to date. Then I checked my emails. Then I double-checked some sponsor stuff. Then I moved, you know, some numbers around. And then I double-checked the payment, like, where we're at money-wise, paying out the tournament and stuff. And then I had 30 minutes left to chill out. And that's just because I sat down at my computer, you know? Like, this was not like a, oh, I'll just get some work done. Like, I just sat down and that's naturally what ended up happening, you know? Like, it's busy. You think RSL will happen again next year? I would imagine if they're making $12,000 a month, it will probably happen next year as well. I mean, I'm making $1,000 a month on Patreon, and WardiTV tournaments will also happen next year. I think it's a pretty safe bet that RSL probably makes a return, yes. Realistically, RSL is not the caliber of tournament I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, unless RSL ups prize pools and stuff a lot, I'm talking about, like, EWC and stuff, right? RSL in its current state does not, and this is not hate or slander on RSL, RSL is not a tournament which is going to keep players playing StarCraft 2 any more than any of the other community tournaments. Because the prize money is not that significant, more than other community tournaments, right? I'm talking about, like, if EWC doesn't exist next year for StarCraft 2, that's probably really not good for us, right? And you know, it very well may not happen next year. But we'll probably get by as a community, like, you know, things might change, but we'll probably still exist. But that's what I meant by the comment of, like, you know, we wake up next month or next year and there's nothing apart from us or so. I obviously didn't mean nothing. I just meant the community in general. I meant the only be community stuff, I suppose. Serral will retire. See, like, if Serral retires, I have no negative impact. Never plays my tournaments anyway. Bam! So that would suck. I mean, at the end of the day, like, if any player retires, it sucks, right? But the beauty of StarCraft 2 is it's a great game to watch, and even if the level is not the best of the best, it's still super fun. Like, it's still a very compelling game to watch. Like, you don't need the best of the best to be able to watch it. So that's a big positive as well, right? You have Star as Agora. Yeah, Star as Agora. I've heard of something else that may be happening next year. I don't know what this next year is going to look like, but I genuinely believe the StarCraft community is big enough and strong enough and loves the game enough that we will just make happen whatever we need to make happen to keep StarCraft going at a very good level, you know? Like, has there ever been a time the StarCraft community didn't just, like, step up? And I mean, that puts a lot of effort on the community, but, like, that's what we are. We're a community game at this point. Like, we've been very fortunate to have some additional tournaments provided not by the community, but, like, we're kind of a community game. Like, Star as Agora is nigh on a community tournament as well. Let's be realistic. Like, that's the Bulgarian community that have some sponsors that are able to put on an event because of the sponsors, you know? Like, that's still community-level StarCraft 2 at this stage, so... EWC will be there next year. I actually don't think it will be, to be honest, at the moment. I mean, they only have one more game to announce, and I actually would be kind of surprised at this point if it's StarCraft, because there's a bunch of games that have not made it yet. And in fact, I'm pretty sure there was a game that's already confirmed behind the scenes that is not announced yet, so unless that changed, I think StarCraft's not on the list, so I wouldn't really kind of put your money on EWC. But like I say, if EWC doesn't exist, the scene just changes, right? For better or worse, like, it will just adapt. Like, maybe some people do quit. That's not good. But that maybe leaves a chunk of the year where people can do new stuff that we didn't have time to do last year because all of a sudden in May, there was 1,700 tournaments every day, you know? So, I mean, there's a lot of ways to look at it. There's no guarantees or 100% or anything like that, so... Phoenix coming about... Oh, sorry, we lost probes. I'm getting distracted. I'm talking to chat. Guys, I'm observing as well. You can't distract me when I'm observing. TLDR, guys. Most importantly, is that StarCraft's awesome, and if you like it, support it. Whether that's me, whether that's RSL, whether that's Pig, Loco, Winter, whoever you guys like watching StarCraft with, support them so they can keep doing it, and then, you know, everyone puts their part back in. Like, Loco and Winter literally send me money every month to run the Monday Cups, you know? And I send them all of my replays expedited, so they have stuff to cast, you know? Like, it's all linked together. Everyone benefits. When something good happens in the community, everyone reaps the benefits, as I punch my microphone out the way. So, yeah. Support, watch, it's the most important thing. Stalkers get underneath, a couple of Phoenix get taken out. We're just going to have ourselves the few extra Stalkers still warping in for a few moments. As we have our Blink on the way up from Nice, down a game in this series. Man, I'm so impressed by Nice. I just want to take a moment. I mean, he's down a game already, sure, but if he does lose this series, I already feel like he's had such a good run. Like, I really expected nothing of Nice coming in, because I just haven't seen him play. I saw him in a couple of early round of Open Cups. Sounds like I'm selling his, I'm lamenting his death when it might actually be true, because this game does not look pretty. That Immortal died so fast. Oh, I mean, this is great. Gray's on 3 bases as well. Okay, well, this just didn't go well. Damn. I mean, he just opened Phoenix and they really didn't do much, and that he just died? Okay, cool. I mean, sorry, I'm not super linked into the game because I'm chatting with you guys. But I do want to give Nice his flowers, okay? Nice, to me, I said it when he came into the group stage, I was like, out of all the players who made it into the groups, I actually really thought anyone could make playoffs, and I was like, but Nice, I don't think so. I just haven't seen enough from him lately. Then he made the playoffs. And then he made, you know, then he defeated Yakov in the lower bracket, you know? Like, he had a chance against Rogue as well in a couple of those games, too. So, I want to give Nice a shout-out, because even if he loses here, and this is, like, second-round exit, like, he made it to the second round of the playoffs. I really still think that that's something compared to what we were kind of expecting in the first place. Is pretty incredible, to be honest, so... Very cool. Very, very cool. Alright, let's ready up. Let's gonna create a nice game number 3 as we are rampaging through this series. Get this kicked off to what will be potentially our last map of the day. No. Alright. Game number 3, sorry, and in a 2-0 lead in the bottom left, we do have the blue Protoss player. This is Creator, taking on our red Protoss in the top right corner of the map. We've got Nice. Has been another awesome day, guys. Obviously, we are coming up to being about 7 hours deep, so appreciate you all. I'm glad today worked out, because, oh, sorry, Cake Machine, first of all. Cake Machine, sorry, I got you ready to position on the tree. Let me put you on the tree, bud. Thank you so much for sub. Yes, today I didn't know if I would get back on time from taking Ellie to the groomers and everything, so I was kind of stressed out a little bit, but it's been great, and the games have flowed really well today. Gotta say shout out to all the players who have helped us to keep a lot of positive momentum on these days. Like, the players have been pretty great, everyone's been great with the scheduling, and only a couple of people have had issues, and people have been pretty good about sorting it out and just showing up. Touch wood, don't want to curse myself for tomorrow and then the rest of the days, but players helping make this a smooth experience so far. Double gateway, single gateway. Oh, double gateway, just the timings are off. Cyber Core, a few seconds faster here from Creator, a little bit slower from Nice, as we do have A probe gonna come nibble around. Probe over there gonna take some damage. Come back over. Just gonna nibble through for a few moments. Get set up. See what else might happen. Nice. Gonna go Stalker Adept while Trader goes Stalker Stalker. Actually cancels the Stalker, goes Stargate. So builds the Stargate top left. Showed the second unit to make it look as though it was an investment here, so you don't think it's a proxy as much. So obviously a cute little play. Let's just have our, again, couple Stalkers coming through, the Robo facility coming up, Warp Gate coming online, those Stalkers still building. Just going to be seeing the Adept coming out and into the center. The couple Stalkers retreat back for a few moments. And yeah, that Warp Gate just coming up nicely for the moment. A couple Stalkers back to the center here. Adept is going to be in position. Is this green filter on the map or your screen? The map is green. It has green stuff on it. I hope that helps. Couple Stalkers will be here, push that Adept out over that right-hand side. We do see the Sentry, do see the Prism coming through. Chrono Boost on the Robo facility already. Two Stalkers will pick away at the Adept, and the Adept will go down. So the Adept falls right off the bat. And Oracle and the Warp Gate both coming up. The Prism and the Warp Gate coming online as well. Two more batteries continue to come into play. We're just going to see our Gateway going down on the left-hand side. The Prism of Creator will head up toward the top and will make a move over the next few moments. Oracle Warp Gate still building by. Gateway and the batteries coming up as well. Stargate with the Oracle in the upper left-hand side. We get a couple of warp-ins of Adepts over here. They're going to jump into the Prism. They're going to be able to make a move. Oracle is waiting to strike, and it's going to come down this left-hand side to do said striking in the next couple of moments. So at the same time, the Prism comes around the back of Nice's main base, so both players about to lose some workers perhaps. Double Oracle flies in, not enough Stalker presence to deny that. 5 workers and half HP on an Oracle already, so pretty good pushback from Creator. Pretty quick to kind of shove that the other way. So I'm going to see that Prism still settling in over here. Probes coming through. The Stalkers underneath going to get in after that Oracle. That will blow up and die, so we take that one out already. It's going to be a nice KO. And again, the Prism going to settle in there with the Sentry nearby as well. Let's continue to get that up right now. Phoenix pops out. The Prism warps in. So we're going to see a good push from Creator. I mean, he's had multiple pushes in this series where he's just had loads of supply versus Nice. And right now, 35-19. I did talk earlier, I was like, man, we've not really seen a best of 5, 3-0 or anything where it's like been really like a sweep and it's been one-sided, but this might be it. If Creator just wins off this right now, then this might be the most lackluster series of the tournament so far, which would be sad, but I mean, one series has to be lackluster, right? At some point, not everything can be amazing. Depsam Mortal Astor is going to shoot up. We're going to see that pylon in trouble. It's going to go down. Adept falls. The Phoenix is going to be right there, just hanging around for a few moments. Yeah. Phoenix going to come back around. Going to push over for a little bit. And batteries and the Nexus coming through. The Immortal and the Probe coming up as well. Nexus in the bottom right-hand side will get set into position as well. So it's going to bring that straight through here. And get the batteries building in the main as the army collects. I like that this Nexus comes down here from Nice. I mean, it's a way to kind of stay in this game. It's a way to stay alive and give yourself some mining that would otherwise not really be relevant or really applicable, or just, you know, something you can find in general, I suppose. A couple of these Adepts we'll continue through. Just going to be seeing the Probes and the Observer coming about. still one base here as creators, so if Nice can get away with that next and mine from it a little bit, maybe there's a way he gets into a good enough position here. Obviously, he will not have the map control. I like this. It looks like he's trying to expand down here, and the reality is, you know, just he doesn't care because he's got the expansion down the right instead. Now starts up a Twilight Council, building Immortals. Now Creator will throw down an expansion, so Creator will take the edge there. He's down 8 workers, 9 workers already. Like I say, Nice is going to give himself an opportunity. The few Stalkers going to poke. The Observer will be taking some damage. We have the Twilight Council is about to finish as well. Gateway soon to be done. Gateway comes up from Nice, just gets that in position on that main base. Stalker warping in, just going to see Hallucination taken out already. So we take that straight through and figure out what comes next here. Going to drop a recall on the probes to get some economy mining over in this direction, so just going to get that set up, and yep, still Adept, Stalker, Immortal, ready to potentially push up this ramp toward the main base in the next few moments. As the Resonating Glaives coming through from Creator, so he's going to cheat. I mean, he's already got a lot of Adepts, so it does make sense to improve the Adepts as best you can. If Creator caught wind of the fact that there's a base over here, like, surely at some point it gets suspicious that Nice is just happy to sit in the main and he's making, like, 0 plays to get out on the map. Like, so at some point, I feel like Creator's got to ask himself the question, and I just don't know if Nice is going to have enough to really stop Creator from just walking over there and denying that location, and then that's going to still be potentially an issue for you, so Phoenix here from Nice is going to catch the Prism of Creator. I mean, that's a very whatever kind of scenario. This Prism will be protected by the other units, and the Phoenix just get pushed back for a couple moves. And Resonating Glaives coming up, the Immortal coming through, the Adepts will try and shade up once again in toward the main right now. Rest of this army coming down the bottom. Another shot, Phoenix takes some hits. A couple of Stalkers will warp in from Nice immediately as well. And a couple of Adepts in the center coming through, Resonating Glaive setting up, Stalker coming on in. Blink is about to complete on the Twilight Council. And our Pylon coming through, Immortal and the Glaives coming up. That Blink is about to finish. Nice gathers in the center, Nexus to the top. I go down on the natural. Then we have that Resonating Glaives is a few moments away from being done here, so we get Glaives complete in the next couple of moments. Go straight into Blink as the next step. He's going to go Robo Bay. I wonder if he's just going to go Disruptors. It's kind of a weird enough game there where he might get away with just going Disruptors. Sometimes going Disruptors can be kind of scary in the PvP. You kind of die on the way there sometimes, but maybe this is a chance we can make it happen. It's going to be seeing the shutdown over on that side. Still the army of Nice heading straight down the bottom here into position. Robo Bay going through. I mean, now Creator just sits a little bit defensive here on White Rabbit as well. It's just holding out. It's going to be seeing the Hallucination going the other direction. Stalkers will start to trade a little. There's a couple of Mortals in the front as well, trying to play cleanup. Bring more Stalkers get warped in as Nice is. It's funny because Nice is now the one who's in that aggressive position. Creator's going to scout. He's going to see the eventual kind of expansion here. Surely he sees there's a lack of probes in the main, and then maybe he realizes there's a base elsewhere. I don't know how much attention he's really paying right now as we do drop a couple more force fields down. Prism going to go back and forth. I mean, there's a little bit of a hectic fight because of all the force fields that are zoning out. Prism cancels the warp, and we're just going to back away as Nice. Creator will hold, actually on a 30 army supply lead at the moment, so now just Creator just shove across the map, because now Creator's goal can be to kill this base. Now we're going to rely on the Disruptors to maybe stop him from killing this base. Creator with the 2-0 lead, pushing across the map to stay alive in the lower bracket and to move on through to play against Beyond tomorrow. A couple more Stalkers warping in. That Blink is close to finishing. Move up to the top. The Immortals over here will get rid of a couple of the probes. Rest of that army still pushing up. The probes come back over. The Immortals will still fight. Workers going down. We see the Adepts are going to shade through. We're going to see a couple of... Wow, we just blink into the first Disruptor shot and deny the Disruptor. The second Disruptor should have fired way earlier. He had a timing window here. You could have shot the second Disruptor and killed so many of the Blink Stalkers. Misses that opportunity. Supplies are going to level out in a big way. Do we have a defense here as Nice? Now his army supply is dropping a lot, so the last tail end of this is not looking great. Those Immortals are just shredding is the issue. That Disruptor is so low as well. We had to turn 2 units around and kill it off. I just don't think Nice survives. He is going to kill 17 probes across the map as the Immortals just go completely uncontested. So we actually have created down to only 17 remaining workers in the game. That's still dropping, but I mean, if Creator just pushes up this main base and ends this game right now, that doesn't matter, but can he push up the ramp? Will be our question mark. The Disruptor going to connect, but now the Disruptor's on cooldown. There's a new one popping soon. Can that make the difference, maybe? Disruptor shot lands, centering the couple of Mortals taking shots. The Stalkers coming through. We blink on top of the Disruptor. The battery doing some healing. We're just going to see Creator is so very close to closing this out. The fact he's in the main base is massive because he's going to shut down the Robo facility, so no more Disruptor production. G gets called, and unfortunately for Nice, it will be a 3-0 exit in the lower bracket. And he came out of his group last second. He won a series in the playoffs. I really don't think we can be upset with Nice. He had a great showing, but just didn't have it in this PvP. And that is going to be Creator. Advances on through to play Bjorn, and our bracket is set for the next day. So guys, we are going to first of all send Liquipedia the schedule so they know. So tomorrow we are going to work our way through 2 rounds of the lower bracket. Winner bracket action continues on Saturday. Tomorrow will be starting us off Bjorn versus Creator, first series of the day. We will then go into Clem versus Rogue. We will then go into the winner match between those 2 players. So we're going to do this section first. Then we're going to move down to the bottom and we're going to do Spirit, Scarlet. What order do we do it in? Spirit versus Scarlet, then Cure versus Showtime, and then the winner here after that, if we have time. This match here may be the day after from replay, because me and Helena are going out tomorrow night, so I have to be finished at a certain time. So I'm being very, very cautious with the schedule tomorrow, but we are scheduled to start early on Saturday to do that series if we don't do it tomorrow. Okay? Awesome. Guys, I super appreciate you all. It's been a long day. Thank you for all the love, the support, the watching, the tuning in, the subs, and everything. Appreciate you guys. We will be starting, like I say, at midday CET tomorrow, so 1 hour earlier than our usual start time. So make sure you tune in for that, and I will see you guys there. I will run some ads on the outro. In fact, they're already playing, so sit around for the ads if you can. Otherwise, I will see you guys later, aka tomorrow. Captain Hare redeeming the goat as Cyril. Oh, Sola was the goat for a day almost. Now it's Cyril again. Alright, thank you so much, guys. I will see you guys next time. There will be a YouTube video up in 20 minutes or so, most likely. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks so much for watching. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.